The Runaway Bride of Gremory. Act 1, What We Choose. Chapter 1. The morning of the engagement ceremony arrived with a sky that could not decide between pale gold and gray, as if heaven itself withheld judgment on what was about to happen inside the Gremory manor. Issei Hyoudou stood at the center of a room that smelled of expensive candles and old magic, wearing a formal suit that had been tailored overnight by 3 different devil seamstresses. He kept pulling at the collar. It was too tight. Everything about the day felt too tight, pressed in from every side by expectation and ceremony, and the quiet hum of power that filled every corridor of the Gremory estate. Aino stood near the far wall, her long dark hair pinned up with silver combs, her expression carefully composed. She met his eyes once and gave him a small, knowing smile. It said nothing he could untangle. Kiba stood at the doorway, arms folded, watching the room fill with devils in formal attire. Kaneko sat on a bench near the window, swinging her legs slowly, staring at the garden outside with an expression that was harder to read than usual. Gasper had not come. He had sent a note. It said only that he was praying for everyone. Issei did not know what to do with that. The engagement ceremony between Rias Gremory and Razor Phoenix had been scheduled to proceed as a formal acknowledgement before the full Phoenix and Gremory households. It was not a wedding technically, but it felt like one. It felt like a door being shut. He had fought for her. He had stood in that rating game and pushed himself past every limit he understood, had called out to Drake with something deeper than desperation, had crossed the floor of that arena toward Razor with nothing left but the will to reach her. He had won, and yet, the treaty had not been torn up. The families had negotiated. Compromises had been reached in chambers where Issei was not invited, in conversations that happened at altitudes of politics he did not yet breathe. The engagement had not ended. It had simply been postponed, then quietly restructured, then quietly resumed. Rias had said nothing about it to him directly. Not one word. He understood that she was a Gremory. He understood that she carried a name that bent the shape of every room she entered. He understood that her choices were never entirely her own. He had understood all of this for months, and understanding it had not made it easier to stand here in the stiff collar, watching devils in formal robes file into the ceremony hall and take their seats. A servant approached and told him that the ceremony would begin in 20 minutes. Issei nodded. He thanked the servant. He waited until the servant was gone, and then he walked to the window and looked out at the garden. The garden was very old. The hedges had been shaped into geometric forms over centuries of deliberate cultivation, and the stone paths between them were worn smooth by generations of Gremory feet. There was a fountain at the center. The water moved slowly. He stood there for a long time. Then the door at the far end of the corridor opened, and Rias Gremory walked through it alone. She was wearing a gown the color of deep crimson that moved like it was made of something between silk and shadow. Her red hair was arranged in a way that took visible effort to appear effortless. She looked composed. She looked exactly like what she was supposed to look like today. She stopped when she saw him. For a moment neither of them spoke. "You look like you are attending your own funeral," she said. "I was thinking something similar," he said. She came to stand beside him at the window. She looked out at the garden. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and he could see the faint tension in her knuckles. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I am always all right," she said. "That is what I am trained to be." He did not answer that. He watched the fountain. "Issei," she said, and the way she said his name was different from the way she usually said it. There was something underneath it. Something that had been held down for a long time and was pressing upward now. "I need you to listen to me very carefully." "Okay," he said. She turned to face him. Her eyes were the color of a winter sky, and they were very clear and very certain in this moment. "I am not going through with this ceremony," she said. The words landed quietly. They did not echo the way he expected them to. "What?" he said. "I have thought about this for a very long time," she said. "I have turned it over from every angle I could find. I have tried to find the version of this path where I walk through that hall and take my place beside Razor and agree to everything my family and his family have arranged, and I cannot find a version of that path that leads anywhere I want to go." Issei was quiet. He watched her face. "They will say I am being selfish," she said. And perhaps I am. Perhaps wanting to choose my own life is the most selfish thing a Gremory daughter can do. But I have spent a very long time being told that my choices are not really choices. That my heart is a political instrument. That what I want is secondary to what the name requires. She paused. I am tired of it. Rias, he said slowly. What are you going to do? She looked at him very directly. I am going to leave, she said. Before the ceremony begins. I am going to walk out of this estate, and not come back until I have decided for myself what my life looks like. He stared at her. Your family will not accept that. No, she said. They will not. Razor will not accept that. No. There will be consequences. There will always be consequences, she said. That is what they use to keep everyone in line. The threat of consequences. She lifted her chin slightly. I have decided that I would rather face consequences on a path I chose than walk safely down one that was built for someone else. Issei was silent for a long moment. Through the window, he could see a servant crossing the garden below, carrying a tray of ceremonial items toward the main hall. Why are you telling me this? He asked. She was quiet. The question sat between them. Because, she said finally, I do not want to disappear without you knowing why. Something shifted in his chest. And, she said, and this was harder, he could tell, because her voice changed slightly, because I wanted to ask you something. Before I go. Ask, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. Come with me, she said. The fountain moved below them. The sky outside was still undecided. Issei looked at her face. He looked at the certainty in it, and the fear underneath the certainty, and the courage it took to hold both of those things at the same time, and still say what she had said. Where? He asked. I do not know yet, she said. Away from here. Away from the ceremony and the treaty and the name and all of it. Just away, for long enough to find out what we actually are when no one is arranging us. He thought about the raiding game. He thought about standing in that arena and refusing to stop. He thought about what it meant to want something so much that stopping felt like dying. Give me 5 minutes, he said. For what? To get my jacket, he said. The one I actually want to wear. Not this one. Something moved across her face. Relief, he thought, and something warmer than relief. 5 minutes, she agreed. He walked to the door. Then he stopped. Rias, he said. Yes? I have wanted to tell you something for a long time, he said. And I think today might be the right day for it. She waited. I fought for you in that game because you matter to me, he said. Not because you are a Gremory. Not because you are my king. Because you are you. And wherever you are going, I would rather be there with you than anywhere else without you. The room was quiet. The ceremony hall was filling up on the other side of the estate. 5 minutes, she said, and her voice was slightly uneven in a way she was not trying to hide. Do not be late. He smiled. I never am, he said, which was entirely untrue, and she knew it, and she almost smiled back. He went to get his jacket. Chapter 2. They left through the east garden. Rias had thought through the routes, which told him this had not been a sudden decision. She knew which paths the servants used and when. She knew which gates were monitored by wards and which by guards, and which guards had duties that took them away from their posts during the pre-ceremony bustle. She had planned this the way she planned everything, quietly and completely, behind a face that showed nothing. Issei followed her through the hedgerows, carrying only the small bag he had packed in 3 minutes upstairs, having thrown in 2 changes of clothes and his sacred gear suppression bracelet and the photograph he kept on his nightstand. She carried a single bag of her own, elegant and dark, over one shoulder. The gate in the eastern wall was old iron, partially overgrown with something that was not quite ivy. Rias pressed her hand against the lock and something passed between her palm and the metal, quiet as a whispered word, and the gate swung open without sound. On the other side was a lane. Beyond the lane, a road. Beyond the road, everything else. They stepped through. Rias did not look back. Issei did, once, at the high walls of the estate and the tops of the chimneys visible above them, and then he faced forward and kept walking. They walked for nearly 20 minutes before either of them spoke. Do you have money? He asked. Yes, she said. Human money? A pause. I have converted enough, she said. I anticipated this. You anticipated needing to run from your own engagement ceremony? I anticipated needing to be prepared, she said. The specifics remained variable. He glanced at her sideways. How long have you been planning this? She was quiet for a moment. 3 weeks, she said. 3 weeks. He thought about that. 3 weeks of sitting through peerage meetings and strategy sessions, and Rias had been 3 weeks deep into a plan to walk away from everything her family had arranged for her, and she had not let a single thing show. You are terrifying, he said. Thank you, she said. They reached a small train station at the edge of the nearest town. It was early enough in the morning that the platform was nearly empty, just a few commuters staring at their phones and a station worker in a yellow vest dragging a cart of baggage. Rias stood at the schedule board and studied it. She was still in her gown. She had conjured a long coat over it in the lane, dark gray and falling to her ankles, which mostly concealed it, but the hem and the deep crimson fabric at her collar were still visible. She looked like a protagonist from a very expensive drama. Where are we going? He asked again. Tokyo, she said. I have an apartment. You have an apartment in Tokyo. I acquired it 8 months ago, she said. Under a different name. It has not been connected to the Gremory household in any formal record. He stared at her. You have been planning this for 8 months? I have been preparing options for 8 months, she said, which was not quite the same thing and entirely the same thing. She bought 2 tickets from the machine without consulting him on the destination. He accepted his without comment. On the train, they sat side by side in a quiet car. The landscape moved past the window. Fields, then the outskirts of a town, then another town, the morning opening up slowly around them. Rias stared out the window. Her hands were in her lap. She was very still in the way that meant she was processing something large. They will have noticed by now, Issei said. Yes, she said. What will happen? Sirzex will be informed first, she said. He will not act immediately. He will spend time understanding the situation. He is careful that way. She paused. My father will be angry. Not because he is a cruel man, but because this will cause him difficulty with the Phoenix family, and he hates causing difficulty. And Razor? Her jaw tightened slightly. Razor will be angry in the way that Razor is angry about things, which is loudly and with the assumption that everyone else is at fault. She paused. He will not pursue me directly. That is not how the game is played. There will be communications. Negotiations. Demands. How do you know? Because I know how this world works, she said, and she said it without bitterness, just with the weight of someone who had grown up inside a system and memorized its shapes. I know exactly what they will do. I accounted for it. The train moved through a tunnel. The car went dark for a moment. When the light returned, he could see her reflection in the window glass, superimposed over the passing landscape. Are you scared? He asked. She was quiet long enough that he thought she might not answer. Yes, she said. Good, he said. She looked at him. I mean it, he said. Being scared and doing it anyway is the real thing. Just doing whatever you want without fear is just being reckless. But being scared and doing it anyway is courage. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked back out the window. You say things sometimes, she said, that I do not expect. I say a lot of things, he said. I know, she said. But sometimes the things you say are exactly right, and you do not seem to know it. He did not have an answer for that. The train moved through another town. A river appeared and disappeared. Rias, he said. Yes. I want to say something clearly, he said, because he had learned that unclear things left too much room for misunderstanding, and he was done with misunderstandings. Not because today is dramatic or because I am trying to be. Just because I want you to know it. She waited. I love you, he said. I have for a long time. I am not saying that so you feel obligated to anything, or because it changes anything about the fact that I would have come with you regardless. I just want you to know that you are not running away alone. You have not been alone for a while now. The train ran over a section of track that was slightly uneven, and the car swayed gently. Rias was very still. Then, slowly, she reached over and took his hand. She held it carefully, the way you hold something you are deciding how much weight to give. She did not say anything for a long time. Then she said, I know, and that was the whole answer, and it was enough. They rode the rest of the way to Tokyo in a quiet that had changed in texture, softer now, more like something that had been settled than something still being decided. The morning got brighter outside the windows. The city began to assemble itself out of the distance ahead. In the Gremory Manor behind them, a ceremony hall filled with guests who would wait for a bride who was not coming. A man in white formal wear would stand at the front of the room with an expression that had not yet understood what had happened. An older man in gray would receive word through a servant, and would sit very still for a long time before anyone spoke to him. And far to the north of all of that, in a train moving through October morning light, Rias Gremory held the hand of the boy who had fought for her in a way no arrangement had ever required, and looked out the window at a future that had not been planned by anyone but herself. Chapter 3. The apartment was on the 7th floor of a building in a quieter ward of the city, the kind of building with no doorman and a clean lobby and neighbors who kept to themselves by mutual agreement. Rias unlocked the door with a key she had kept on a chain around her neck, underneath the gown, underneath the coat. The apartment opened before them, and she reached inside and found the light switch without looking, which told him she had been here before, more than once. It was modest by any standard she had been raised with. Small living area. Kitchen along one wall. 2 bedrooms with doors left open. Bookshelves that held a mix of old texts and contemporary volumes. A window that looked out over the city's rooflines, which were layered and irregular and not beautiful in any obvious way, but honest. Issei stepped inside and set his bag down. He looked around. He looked at the books. Some of them were in languages he could not read. "I used to come here," she said, from behind him, "when I needed to think without anyone watching." "Does anyone know about this place?" he asked. "Grafia," she said. "And no one else." He turned. "Grafia knows?" "Grafia has always known things that were not strictly her business," Rias said, and there was a complicated affection in the way she said it. "She did not tell anyone. She is loyal in her own way." He thought about that. He thought about the silver-haired maid who ran the Gremory household with the precision of a chess engine and the discretion of a confessional booth. He found he was not surprised. Rias set her bag down and stood in the middle of the room, and for the first time since the gate in the eastern wall, she seemed to let something go. Her shoulders dropped slightly. The perfectly composed bearing that she wore like armor in every formal space softened into something more tired and more real. "I need to change out of this gown," she said. "Of course," he said. He did not look away in any deliberate way, just turned to examine the bookshelves more closely as she moved to one of the bedrooms. He pulled out a history of the early Underworld, written in a style that favored sentences long enough to lose their beginnings by the time you reached their ends, and he carried it to the small couch and sat down and tried to read it without actually reading it. Through the bedroom door, which was mostly closed, he could hear the soft sounds of fabric being moved and drawers being opened. He thought about what had just happened. He tried to hold the full shape of it at once and found it too large for that. They had walked out of a formal ceremony. They had taken a train. They were in an apartment in Tokyo that Rias had kept secret for 8 months. Rias had told him she had been planning this for weeks. She had asked him to come with her. He was here. He thought about his parents. His mother, who made rice with the focused attention of someone for whom small things deserved serious effort. His father, who fell asleep on the couch during evening dramas and never admitted it. They were in Ko. He would need to contact them eventually. They would worry. He did not regret coming. The bedroom door opened and Rias emerged wearing dark trousers and a simple gray sweater, her red hair let down and slightly loose. She looked, in this moment, approximately like a person rather than a symbol, and he found this version of her just as remarkable as any other version he had encountered. She paused when she saw him sitting there with the book. "You are reading Balzavitha's administrative histories?" she said. "I am holding them," he said honestly. She almost smiled. She went to the kitchen and opened a cabinet and found tea things, moving with the slightly tentative confidence of someone returning to a familiar place after a long absence. "We should talk about what happens next," she said, filling the kettle. "We should," he said. "But not in the next 5 minutes." She glanced at him. "I mean it," he said. "In the next 5 minutes we are just 2 people who did something this morning that took a lot of nerve, and we should let it be that for a little, while before we start making plans. She stood with her hand on the kettle, looking at him. Something in her expression shifted in a way that looked like the releasing of tension that had been held so long it had become invisible. You are right, she said. I say that sometimes, he said. She did almost smile then. They had tea at the small table by the window. Outside, Tokyo moved through its morning with complete indifference to the fact that a Gremory heir had just upended 500 years of political arrangement. Delivery trucks. A woman walking a small dog. Someone watering plants on a rooftop 2 buildings over. My brother will contact me, Rias said, cradling her cup. Probably today. What will you tell him? The truth, she said. That I am safe. That I am not returning immediately. That I need time. She looked at the window. He will understand more than the others. He has always understood what it is to want to be yourself rather than your name. Do you think he will try to bring you back? He will want to, she said. But Serzex has a quality that most powerful people lack, which is that he knows when holding something too tightly makes it break. She paused. He will give me time. He will manage the Phoenix situation. And he will wait. And the Phoenix situation? She set down her cup. Razor will make demands. There will be formal communications. My father will attempt to negotiate on the family's behalf. It will be loud and political, and it will go on for some time. She looked at him steadily. It is not your problem. You did not create it. I came with you, he said. You came with me because I asked you to, she said. And because you wanted to. That does not make you responsible for the political consequences of my choices. Rias, he said, I am a knight of your peerage. Your consequences are my consequences. That is how it works. She was quiet for a moment. I do not want to make you a target of the Phoenix family's anger. Too late for that, he said. I already beat Razor in a rating game. I am fairly sure he remembers. She looked at him. And then something she had been holding very carefully all morning came undone, just slightly, just enough, and she laughed. It was a real laugh, not a social one, surprised out of her by the absurdity of the situation and the truth of what he had said, and it lasted only a moment, but it changed the air in the room. You are terrible, she said. I am honest, he said. Those are not mutually exclusive, she said. He grinned. She looked out the window again, and he could see the traces of the smile she was not quite allowing herself to keep. Her phone, set face down on the table between them, buzzed once. Then again. Then a third time in quick succession. She looked at it. She did not pick it up. That will be the beginning of it, she said. Then we finish our tea first, he said. She looked at him. He looked back at her. She nodded. They finished their tea. Outside, the city went on being itself, enormous and indifferent and full of lives being lived in every configuration imaginable, none of them planned by anyone but the people living them. The phone buzzed again. They let it. Chapter 4. Serzex called at noon. Rias took the call standing at the window, the phone held to her ear, her free hand at her side. Issei sat on the couch with the administrative history he was still not reading, and he did not pretend he could not hear both sides of the conversation, because the apartment was small and Serzex Lucifer's voice carried. Rias said the most powerful devil in existence, and his voice was quiet, which was more alarming than loudness would have been. Brother, she said, I trust you are safe. I am safe. Good. A pause. The ceremony hall was very full. The Phoenix household was displeased. I expect so. Father has not spoken since receiving the news. He is sitting in his study. Rias was quiet for a moment. Is he angry? He is complicated, Serzex said. As he often is. He will require time. I know. Razor has made demands. I know that too. A longer pause. Rias. You are with Issei Hyoudou. It was not a question. She did not treat it as one. Yes. I see. Another pause. Issei could imagine the expression on Serzek's face, which he had only seen a handful of times but which was always, beneath the easy manner and the red hair, genuinely thoughtful. Are you safe? You already asked that, she said. I am asking it with a different meaning, Serzek said. Rias looked over her shoulder at Issei, just briefly. Yes, she said. I am safe. In all the meanings. A sound that might have been a long, quiet exhale. I am not going to order you home, Sirzek said. I want you to know that. What you did today was not small, and it was not without consequence, and we will need to have a very serious conversation about the political dimensions of it. But I am not going to order you home. Rias closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, there was something different in her face. Thank you, she said. I will manage the Phoenix household for now, Sirzek said. That is my domain, and I will handle it as such. I will also speak with Father when he is ready to be spoken to. A brief pause. I am going to ask you one question and I want an honest answer. Ask, she said. Is this what you want? Not what you are running from. What you are running toward. Rias stood at the window, looking out over the Tokyo rooflines in the afternoon light, and she thought about the question the way it deserved to be thought about. Yes, she said. It is what I want. Then that is enough for now, Sirzek said. Contact me in 48 hours. Not to report. Just to let me know you are well. I will. And Rias. Yes? Tell Issei, Sirzek said, with a tone that was difficult to categorize, that if he makes my sister unhappy, there will be consequences that transcend the rating game system. Issei looked up from the book he was not reading. He can hear you, Rias said. I know, said Sirzek. And then he ended the call. Rias lowered the phone. She turned from the window. She looked at Issei with an expression that was somewhere between amused and exasperated. He has excellent timing, Issei said. He has everything excellent, she said. It is deeply irritating. She sat in the chair across from him. The afternoon light through the window fell across her hair, making it look like something that should have a myth attached to it. He will manage it, she said. He is very good at managing things. The political fallout will be significant, but it will not be permanent. The Phoenix family has too much to lose from a prolonged conflict with the Gremory name. She paused. Razor will be angry for a long time. But anger is not the same as action. What about the engagement itself? Is it formally ended? Not yet, she said. That will require a formal dissolution process. Documents. Possibly arbitration if the Phoenix family chooses to contest it. She met his eyes. I will need to return to the Underworld eventually to address it directly. I know that. I am not pretending otherwise. But not today, he said. Not today, she agreed. So today is still just the day we decided what we wanted, he said. She looked at him for a moment. Yes, she said. Today is still that. He nodded. He set the administrative history down on the cushion beside him, accepting that he was not going to read it. I need to call my mother, he said. Rias blinked. Oh, she will be worried, he said. She does not know where I am. She probably thinks I am at the ceremony. He paused. She will ask a lot of questions. What will you tell her? He thought about it. The truth, he said. As much of it as I can. He paused. My mother is not complicated. She wants me to be happy. If I tell her I am somewhere safe and I am happy, she will be fine. And are you? Rias said. Happy? He looked at her. The afternoon light was in her hair. She was sitting in a chair in a secret apartment in a city that did not know who she was, wearing a gray sweater and holding her phone, and she was asking him with complete sincerity if he was happy. Yeah, he said. I really am. Something moved across her face that she did not try to hide. He called his mother. It went exactly as he predicted, which was to say it lasted 22 minutes and included 6 variations on the question of whether he was eating properly, 3 expressions of concern about the cold weather in Tokyo, 1 extended account of something his father had done with a rice cooker that Issei did not fully follow, and a final, careful statement that she trusted him to make good choices and that she was proud of him. He sat with that last part for a moment after the call ended. Rias had moved to the kitchen while he talked, and was now looking at the contents of the refrigerator with the focused attention of someone encountering a problem for which their upbringing had not prepared them. It is completely empty, she announced. You have had this apartment for 8 months and never stocked it, he said. I was not here for extended periods, she said, with the slight defensiveness of someone who knew they were wrong. We need groceries, he said. She turned to look at him. I can have things delivered. We could also just go to the store, he said. Like people. A pause. I am not accustomed to grocery stores, she said. Then today is a day of many firsts, he said, and stood up. They went to the grocery store 2 blocks away. It was a medium-sized place with narrow aisles and a produce section near the front and overhead lighting that made everyone look equally tired. Rias moved through it with the careful attention of an explorer navigating unfamiliar terrain, picking up items and reading their labels with the same focus she brought to ancient texts. Issei picked up the things he knew how to cook. Rice, eggs, vegetables. The components of simple meals that his mother had taught him and that he had never appreciated the value of until this moment. Rias held a package of instant noodles and looked at it for a long moment. This is what you eat when you are busy, she said. It was not a question. Sometimes, he said. I have read about it, she said. I have never tried it. He looked at her. He added 2 packages to the basket. She watched him do this. We are eating instant noodles tonight. We are eating whatever we feel like tonight, he said. Because we are 2 people in an apartment, and there is no schedule and no ceremony and nothing we are required to do. She was quiet for a moment. All right, she said. They paid for the groceries. Rias insisted on paying. He let her, because it was her apartment, and her city, and at least this was something familiar to her. They walked back through the early evening air, the city starting its shift from afternoon to night, lights coming on in windows. Rias walked beside him carrying one of the bags, and she looked, in this moment, like herself. Not the heiress of the House of Gremory. Not the king of a peerage. Not the subject of a political arrangement. Just herself, walking through a city at dusk, carrying groceries, having made a choice that was entirely her own. He thought it was the most remarkable thing he had ever seen. Chapter 5. They made rice and eggs for dinner, which was not instant noodles but was the thing he knew how to make without a recipe in an unfamiliar kitchen with a pan that was slightly too small. Rias sat at the small table and watched him cook with the focused attention she brought to everything. She asked questions. She asked what temperature the pan should be, and why he added the eggs when he did, and what the difference was between this and something her household cook made that involved similar ingredients but tasted entirely different. He answered all of them. He had never been asked to explain cooking before. He found he knew more about it than he had realized, in the way that you sometimes discover you have absorbed knowledge through repetition without ever consciously learning it. My mother taught me, he said. She said a person who cannot feed themselves is dependent on other people's schedules. That is practical, Rias said. She is a practical person. You like her very much, Rias said. It was an observation, not a question. Yeah, he said. She is exactly what she is. No pretending. He served the rice and eggs onto 2 plates and brought them to the table. There is no version of my mother where she is trying to be something different than what she is. I have always found that very grounding. Rias looked at the plate. She picked up her chopsticks. I sometimes wonder, she said, what I would be like if I had grown up differently. Different how? Without the name, she said. Without the expectations. She tasted the rice. Something in her expression settled. If I had grown up as just a person, in a house that did not require anything specific of me. He watched her. What do you think you would be like? She considered it seriously. I think I would be angry, she said. Not always. But I have a great deal of anger that I spend considerable energy managing because it is not appropriate for a Gremory heir to express it. She paused. I think without those constraints, that anger would have had room to be itself, and it would either have found constructive form or it would have gotten me into significant trouble. Which kind of trouble? The interesting kind, she said, with the trace of something that was almost a smile. She took another bite. This is good, she said. It is eggs and rice, he said. I have eaten very elaborate food for most of my life, she said, and I have eaten elaborate food prepared by people who were trying to impress me, and I have eaten elaborate food in formal settings where the act of eating was part of a performance. She looked at the plate. This is the first thing I have eaten in a long time that was made by someone who was just trying to feed me. He was quiet for a moment. I have been trying to feed you, he confirmed. I know, she said. That is the point. After dinner they washed the dishes, which was another thing Rias had clearly done very rarely, and he talked her through the process with the patience of someone who understood that a skill gap was not a character flaw. The water should be hot, he said. I know the water should be hot, she said, adjusting the tap. You were running it cold. I was adjusting. You were going to wash dishes in cold water. I was not going to do that for long, she said, which was not quite a concession but was as close as she was going to come. They washed the dishes. They dried them and put them away. The domestic normalcy of it was, he thought, the strangest and most comfortable thing about the day. Afterward, Rias sat at the window with her second cup of tea, and he sat on the couch, and they talked. Not about the Phoenix family or the political situation or the engagement dissolution process. They talked about other things. About Kaneko, and how she had been finding her power more consistently lately, and whether that was a sign of something developmental or just practice. About Kiba and the way he carried things without appearing to. About a book Rias had been reading before all of this began, a novel about a cartographer who mapped places that did not exist, and what she thought it was actually about. He asked her what it was actually about. She thought for a moment, and said she believed it was about the difference between describing the world as it is and imagining the world as it could be, and that the mapmaker in the novel was trying to figure out if those two things were in conflict, or were the same project seen from different angles. He thought about that for a while. I think they are the same project, he said. I think you cannot imagine the world as it could be without being honest about what it actually is. And being honest about what it is gives you a reason to imagine it differently. She looked at him over her teacup. You do that, she said. You look at things the way they are, and then you decide they could be different, and you act as though they already are. Is that a problem? It is the opposite of a problem, she said. It is one of the things about you that I find most difficult to account for. What do you mean? I mean, she said, that in all my models of how people work, in all the ways I have learned to predict behavior and anticipate responses, you do not fit. You consistently do things that my models do not predict. She held the cup in both hands. It is uncomfortable and interesting in equal measure. I am sorry for being unpredictable, he said. Do not be, she said. The city outside the window had fully converted to night. Lights in the windows across the way. The distant sound of traffic. Somewhere below, someone was playing music that drifted up too muffled to identify. We should decide about sleeping arrangements, she said, which she said the way you say a practical logistical thing, because that was what it was. There are 2 bedrooms, he said. Yes, she said. I only ever prepared one of them properly. She paused. The second one has a bed and bedding. It should be adequate. Then it is straightforward, he said. Yes, she said. Good. Good, she agreed. She took her tea to her room a little while later, and he settled into the second bedroom, which was clean and simple with a window that looked toward the same roof lines as the main room. He lay in the dark for a while. He thought about the fact that 12 hours ago he had been standing in a formal suit in the manor house pulling at a collar that was too tight, watching a ceremony begin that felt like a door closing. He thought about the way the door had not closed. He thought about the fact that he was here. He thought about Rias sitting at that window, saying that this was what she wanted. Not what she was running from. What she was running toward. He had been part of the answer. He lay in the dark with that for a long time, and eventually the city sounds softened, and the night deepened around him, and somewhere between one thought and the next he fell asleep. In the morning, he woke to the smell of something burning slightly. He found Rias standing in the kitchen staring at a pan with the expression of someone who had underestimated the situation. The eggs, she said. I see them, he said. They were going well, she said. And then they were not. He came and looked at the pan. He did not say anything unkind about the state of the eggs. I was going to make breakfast, she said, because you made dinner. That is very thoughtful, he said. It is not going well, she said. It is going fine, he said. Move over a little. She moved. He adjusted the heat and talked her through the rest of it, and they ate scrambled eggs that were somewhat uneven and slightly over the suggested level of doneness, and she ate hers with the focus of someone deciding whether to revise her assessment of eggs or her assessment of her own cooking. Better than I expected, she said, which given the context he chose to take as very high praise. Tomorrow I will show you the correct heat setting, he said. She looked at him. You are planning on tomorrow. I am planning on every day after that too, he said simply. She was quiet. Outside the window, the city was starting its morning. So am I, she said. Chapter 6. 3 days passed before the first complication arrived. It was not Razor. It was not the Phoenix family's lawyers, or formal devils sent to negotiate, or anything that Rias had modeled or anticipated. It was Aino, who appeared at the apartment door on Thursday morning with a bag over her shoulder and a look on her face that was several things at once. Rias stared at her from the doorway. How did you find this address? She asked. Grafia, Aino said. Grafia gave you the address? Grafia, Aino said, stepping past her into the apartment, told me that you were in Tokyo, that you were safe, and that she was not going to tell me the address. And then she walked away and left a city map open on the table with a small ink mark on it that might have been an accident. She set her bag down and looked around the apartment. This is nice. More modest than I expected. That was the point, Rias said. Issei came out of the kitchen where he had been making tea. He looked at Aino. She looked at him. Her expression shifted into something warm and complicated. You actually went with her, Aino said. She asked, he said. Aino looked between them for a moment. Then she said, good, in a voice that sounded like she had been waiting to say it for a while. She sat down at the table. She put her hands flat on the surface in the way that meant she was about to say things that were not easy. The situation at home, she said to Rias, is not small. I know, Rias said, sitting across from her. The Phoenix household formally requested arbitration through the Mao Council, Aino said. Surzex handled the initial response. He has essentially told them that the dissolution of the engagement is a personal family matter and that formal arbitration is not appropriate, which they are contesting because they argue the engagement had the status of a political treaty. Which it did, Rias said. Which it did, Aino agreed. There is a distinction being argued about whether a treaty between noble families requires the active consent of both principals, or whether it can be maintained by the families regardless of the principal's wishes. She paused. Surzex is arguing the former. He would, Rias said. He is also, Aino said quietly but very clearly communicating to the Phoenix household that pressing the matter further would be unwise. He has not said this formally. He has simply allowed them to understand it through the arrangement of various other political realities. She met Rias' eyes. He is protecting you. At some cost to his own neutrality. I know, Rias said. Something in her voice was quiet with the knowledge. Aino turned to Issei. Razor specifically named you in his initial communication to the council, she said. He characterized your presence as a contributing factor. Meaning he blames me, Issei said. Meaning he blames you, Aino confirmed. He has not made any direct threat. But the implication is clear. Issei nodded. He had expected this. It did not particularly frighten him, which he recognized as possibly unreasonable, but was true nonetheless. How are the others? Rias asked. Aino's expression softened slightly. Kiba is handling things as Kiba handles things, which is to say quietly and with visible concern. Kaneko said very little, which with Kaneko means a great deal. Gasper is she paused. Gasper is Gasper. He spent most of yesterday in his box, but he came out this morning and asked me to give you something. She reached into her bag and produced a small folded piece of paper. Rias took it. She unfolded it carefully. Issei could see from where he sat that it was a drawing. Gasper had drawn the two of them in his distinctive style, which was earnest and slightly crooked and completely sincere, walking through what appeared to be a city. Above them he had drawn a sun. It was the brightest thing in the picture. Rias looked at it for a long moment. Her jaw was very still. Tell him, she said, and her voice was careful, that I received it, and that it is exactly right. Aino watched her. He will be glad to hear that. Why did you come? Rias asked then. Not just to deliver information. You could have sent all of that through the usual channels. Aino was quiet for a moment. Because, she said, you are my king and my friend, and you ran away from the thing that was making you unhappy, and I wanted to see with my own eyes that you were all right. She paused. And because I wanted to be somewhere that was not the Gremory Manor, which has been, for the last 3 days, extremely tense. A short silence. You are welcome to stay, Rias said. If you want. I was going to regardless of what you said, Aino said. I know, Rias said. Issei made a third cup of tea. Over the next hour, Aquino filled in the details that letters and calls had not fully conveyed. Lord Gremory, Rias' father, had emerged from his study on the second day and had spoken with Surzex for a long time. He was not furious, as might have been expected. He was, according to Aquino's sources, mainly bewildered. He had not understood that Rias was unhappy. He had believed, apparently sincerely, that Rias was approaching the engagement with the same pragmatic acceptance that had characterized her handling of every other political obligation. Rias listened to this in silence. He really did not know, Aquino said gently. I know, Rias said. I made sure he would not. That is not his fault. She was quiet. I am going to need to speak with him directly. Not yet. But eventually. He wants to, Aquino said. He asked Surzex to relay that. He is not demanding anything. He just wants to speak with you. Rias nodded. I will contact him when I am ready. Aquino stayed. She claimed the corner of the main room's couch with an ease that suggested she had already decided it was hers, and she unpacked a few things from her bag with the decisiveness of someone who intended to be comfortable. In the afternoon, all three of them walked through the neighborhood. Rias and Aquino walked beside each other and talked in the low, continuous way of people who have known each other long enough that the conversation never fully ends, just pauses between sessions. Issei walked slightly behind and beside, listening when the topic included him and letting them have what was theirs when it did not. He watched how Rias moved through the city. She had been here before, in this neighborhood, on her own, and she moved with a familiarity that was different from how she moved in the Underworld or in Ko. Here she was more curious. She paused to look at things in shop windows. She read the names of establishments as she passed them. She asked questions about ordinary things as though she was genuinely assembling an understanding of how the world worked at this scale. He found himself thinking that he wanted a long time to watch her do this. They stopped at a small restaurant for dinner. It was the kind of place with a handwritten menu on a board and tables close together, and a noise level that meant conversations were naturally private. They ate ramen. Aquino asked him, at some point while Rias was looking at something behind her, how he was doing. Not whether he was okay. How he was doing. The specific, genuine version. He thought about it honestly. I feel like something started, he said. Not like something ended. Aquino studied him. She had eyes that collected information the way water collects in hollows, deeply and without effort. Good, she said. That is the right way to feel about it. You knew she was going to do this, he said. No, Aquino said. But I knew she was capable of it. I have always known she was capable of it. She smiled slightly, looking at her bowl. I was waiting to see if she would find the reason to. He looked at his own bowl. He did not say anything. She found a very good reason, Aquino said. He let that sit. He did not argue with it. On the walk back, the city had settled into its evening, and the light was the warm orange of street lamps on old concrete, and Rias walked beside him in a city that did not know her name, and Aquino walked on her other side humming something very quietly, and all of it felt like the beginning of something rather than the aftermath of something else. He thought that this was what it meant to choose a direction. Not to arrive. Just to turn towards something and walk. He kept walking. Chapter 7. On the fifth day, Razor Phoenix appeared in Tokyo. Not at the apartment. Issei did not think Razor had that address. But he appeared in the city, which was itself a statement, and the news came through Surzek's office as a courtesy notice. Razor had entered the human world and had been observed in the Shinjuku district. He had not violated any formal protocols. He was not, technically, doing anything wrong. He was simply present. He is making a point, Aquino said. He excels at making points, Rias said, without looking up from the book she was reading. What kind of point? Issei asked. That he is not going to simply disappear, Rias said. That he is not going to accept the dissolution quietly or allow it to be treated as though it simply happened and he had nothing to say about it. She turned a page. He wants a confrontation. Not a violent one. A scene. He wants to find me in a public or semi-public context where he can make his feelings known in a way that pressures me. That sounds extremely Razor, Aquino said. It is exactly Razor, Rias agreed. He does not truly want me back. He wants to not have lost. The distinction matters. Issei thought about this. So he wants to talk to you. He wants to have the kind of talk that ends with me looking uncertain and him looking aggrieved and both of us understanding that I owe him something, Rias said. He is very good at that kind of talk. Will you talk to him? Issei asked. She set the book down. She looked at the window. Eventually I will have to, she said. The formal dissolution process requires acknowledgement from both parties. But I will do it on my terms and not because he has arrived in the same city and made himself visible. What if he finds the apartment? Aquino asked. Then I will talk to him at the door, Rias said. I am not afraid of Razor. I know, Aquino said. I am asking so we can prepare. Rias looked at her. A beat. He does not know this address, she said. Grafia is the only person who does, aside from the three of us, and Grafia does not share information she chooses to protect. What about the peerage? Issei asked. Kaneko and Kiba and Gasper? They know I am in Tokyo, Rias said. They do not know the address. I wanted to maintain a clear boundary while things were uncertain. Issei nodded. He looked at the window. Outside, the city was indifferent and enormous, the way cities are, holding within itself millions of intersecting purposes and paths, including apparently Razor Phoenix walking through Shinjuku making a point. I am going to go out, he said. Both of them looked at him. Not to find him, he said. I just need some air and some space to think. Rias watched him for a moment. Be careful, she said. It was not an order. It was something else. I will, he said. He walked for a long time. The city was good for walking, built for it at street level even when it was not built for it at human scale, the kind of city where you could lose yourself in a block and then find the thread again 2 blocks later. He walked through a small park. He walked along the canal. He bought a can of coffee from a vending machine and drank it on a bench while watching pigeons investigate a discarded paper bag. He thought about Razor. He had beaten Razor before. He had done it with everything he had, and he had won, and it had mattered. But that was a rating game, a formal structure with rules and limits, and an ending. What was happening now was not a rating game. It was messier and slower, and did not have a final score. He thought about what Rias had said. Razor does not truly want me back. He wants to not have lost. He thought about what he knew of pride. Not ordinary pride, but the particular kind that belonged to people who had been told their entire lives that what they had was theirs by right, not by effort. The kind that turned the absence of a thing into an insult rather than a loss. He was not angry at Razor, exactly. He was something more complicated than angry, which was alert. Paying attention. Not afraid but not dismissing the difficulty either. On the way back, he stopped at a small shop and bought fruit. He did not know why. It felt like a useful thing to have. When he got back to the apartment, Rias was at the table with her phone and several handwritten notes, which meant she had been working on the dissolution paperwork. Aquino was asleep on her corner of the couch with the particular determination of someone taking a deliberate nap. Rias looked up when he came in. She looked at the fruit. I did not know what to bring, he said. The fruit is fine, she said. She watched him put it in the kitchen. Are you all right? Yeah, he said. I was thinking. About Razor. About all of it, he said. He sat down across from her. How is the paperwork? Tedious, she said. The dissolution process is designed to be tedious. I believe it is deliberately structured to exhaust people into abandoning it. She held up several pages. I have 3 forms that reference each other in circles and none of them is the form that actually initiates the process. That is absurd, he said. Welcome to formal devil law, she said, and for a moment there was something dry and exhausted and almost funny in her voice. The actual initiating document is called a Declaration of Personal Sovereignty in Matters of Contractual Union. It requires 2 witnesses who are not family members, a formal statement of grounds, and a waiting period of 14 days before it becomes legally effective. 2 witnesses, he said. 2 witnesses, she confirmed. Aquino is one, he said. Obviously, she said. Who is the second? She looked at him across the table. Someone the council will recognize as a credible party, she said. Someone with standing in devil society who can attest to the voluntary nature of the declaration. She paused. I have been thinking about who to ask. Surzex, he said. He cannot be a witness. Family members are excluded. Grafia is technically household staff, he said. Technically, Rias said slowly. Her standing is complicated. She is technically affiliated with the Gremory household, but her status as Surzek's wife grants her independent standing on certain matters. She looked at her notes. I had considered her. Ask her, Issei said. She left you a map. She knows what you are doing. She already chose. Rias was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. You are right. I am right sometimes, he said. She looked up. More than sometimes, she said, quietly and directly, the way she said the things she meant fully. I need you to know that. She paused. I am not good at saying things like that. I was not taught to say them. I was taught to command and to expect and to move forward. I was not taught to thank people or to acknowledge. She stopped. What I am saying is that I see what you do. All of it. And I do not take it for granted. The apartment was quiet. Aquino was audibly asleep. I know, he said. I can tell. She looked at her papers. She looked back at him. I am going to contact Grafia tomorrow, she said. Good, he said. And I am going to eat some of that fruit, she said. Also good, he said. She stood up and went to the kitchen, and he sat at the table in the small apartment in the city where no one knew who they were, and he listened to the sound of the city outside, and he thought that whatever came next, they were going into it together, and that was the thing that made the rest of it manageable. He thought about the word wife. He had not let himself think it directly until this moment, and now that he did, it did not feel like a far country. It felt like a direction. Something to walk toward. He thought he would walk toward it for as long as it took. Chapter 8. Grafia Lucifuge arrived the following afternoon as though she had been expecting the call for weeks, which Issei suspected she had. She appeared at the apartment door in a dark dress rather than her standard maid's uniform, which felt like a deliberate choice, and she stepped inside with the practiced efficiency of someone assessing a space for both comfort and security in a single pass. She looked at the bookshelves. She looked at the kitchen. She looked at the fruit bowl on the counter with an expression that might have been approving. Lady Rias, she said. Grafia Rias said. Thank you for coming. I received your message this morning, Grafia said. I arranged my schedule accordingly. She looked at Issei. Issei Hyoudou. Grafia-san, he said. A beat. You look rested, she said. This appeared to be a positive observation. Tokyo agrees with me, he said. Evidently, she said. They sat. Rias explained what she needed. She laid out the declaration of personal sovereignty paperwork on the table and walked Grafia through the requirements. 2 witnesses, a statement of grounds, the 14-day waiting period. She explained why she had chosen Grafia. Grafia listened to all of this without interrupting. When Rias finished, she was quiet for a moment. I want to be clear about something, Grafia said. If I sign this document, I am not doing so as a representative of the Gremory household or of Lord Surzex. I am signing as an individual with independent standing. The distinction matters legally. I understand, Rias said, and I want you to understand what that distinction also means in personal terms, Grafia said. I am doing this because I believe it is right. Not because it has been arranged. Not because I was asked to by anyone in the household. Because I have watched you carry the weight of this arrangement for a long time, and I believe that a person's choice in matters of the heart is their own to make. Rias was quiet for a moment. You have never said anything like that to me before. You have never needed to hear it before, Grafia said. Or rather, there was no circumstance in which saying it would have served any purpose except to make a difficult situation more difficult. She paused. Today is different. Aquino, sitting at the far end of the table, was watching Grafia with an expression that mixed surprise and reassessment. Grafia picked up the pen. She read the document carefully, in its entirety, which took several minutes. Then she signed it in the place indicated, in clear, precise characters. She set down the pen. She looked at Rias. The waiting period begins today, she said. The document becomes effective in 14 days. I know, Rias said. Lord Razor has been in the city for 2 days, Grafia said. I assume you are aware. I am. He has not, to my knowledge, made any effort to locate this address, Grafia said. His presence appears to be primarily demonstrative. A pause. He will almost certainly request a meeting before the 14 days are completed. Through formal channels. I know, Rias said. I will handle it. I have no doubt, Grafia said. She stood. She looked at Issei. You should know, she said, that Lord Surzex asked me, before I left this morning, to tell you something. Issei looked at her. What? He said to tell you that he respects what you did, Grafia said. Coming with her. He said that a man who does what is right when it is not required of him is a man whose character does not need to be argued about. Issei was quiet. He did not have a ready answer for that. He also said, Grafia added, with the faintest trace of something that was not quite a smile, that the part about consequences still stands. I remember, Issei said. Grafia nodded once, as though something had been settled. She said goodbye to Rias and to Aquino. She left the fruit bowl with the same approving expression she had given it upon arrival. After she was gone, the three of them sat with the signed document on the table between them. It is done, Aquino said. The first part of it, Rias said. The 14 days begin now. What happens during the 14 days? Issei asked. The council receives notice of the filing, Rias said. The Phoenix family receives a copy. They have 10 of the 14 days to file a formal objection. After that, the objection window closes and the dissolution becomes final regardless of what they do. Will they file an objection? They will almost certainly try, Rias said. Surzex will manage whatever they file. She paused. The grounds I listed are personal autonomy and absence of mutual consent. These are the hardest grounds to contest legally because they require the Phoenix family to argue that my preferences are legally irrelevant, which is a position that has not survived formal challenge in the Mao Council for over 100 years. So they know they will lose, Aquino said. They know the formal challenge will fail, Rias said. That is not the same thing as not filing it. Filing the challenge buys time. Creates noise. Makes the process more complicated and expensive and visible. She folded her hands on the table. It is what I would expect. Can we do anything to speed it up? Issei asked. No, Rias said. The 14 days are structural. They cannot be shortened. He nodded. He looked at the signed document. Grafia's handwriting was exactly as precise as he would have expected. Then we wait 14 days, he said. We wait 14 days, Rias said. And while we wait, we live here and we do what we have been doing, and we do not allow the noise to become more than noise. That sounds like a plan, he said. She looked at him across the table. In the afternoon light through the window she looked tired and certain and very determined, which was a combination he recognized as specifically her. It is the only plan I have right now, she said. It is enough, he said. Outside the city went on. Razor Phoenix was somewhere in it, making his point. The Phoenix family lawyers were probably already drafting an objection. The Mao Council was receiving paperwork. The formal machinery of a world that ran on names and obligations was turning as it always turned. And in a small apartment on the 7th floor, 3 people who had chosen to be where they were ate fruit from a bowl on the counter and waited for the future to arrive on its own schedule. Rias picked up a piece of fruit. She turned it over in her hands. She looked at it the way she looked at things she was still figuring out. This is a persimmon, she said. Yes, he said. I have never eaten one, she said. They are good this time of year, he said. She bit into it. Her expression shifted through surprise and consideration, and then something that settled into appreciation. Yes, she said. They are. Chapter 9. On the 9th day of the waiting period, Razor requested a meeting. The request came through official channels, forwarded through Surzek's office with a note that said only your discretion. Rias read the formal letter at the kitchen table, while Issei made coffee. Aquino read it over her shoulder. Both of them were quiet when they finished. He is requesting a private meeting, Rias said. At a location of his choosing. The hotel in Shinjuku where he is staying. That is not neutral territory, Aquino said. No, Rias agreed. It is specifically not neutral territory. He wants me on his ground. She set the letter down. I am going to counter-propose a location. Where? Issei asked. There is a park, she said. About 20 minutes from here. Public enough that it is not private, small enough that it is not a performance. He will not like it, but he will accept it because refusing a reasonable counter-proposal makes him look difficult in the formal record. She drafted the counter-proposal. It took her 7 minutes. She sent it through Surzek's office. Razor accepted in 45 minutes, which Rias said was faster than she expected, which Aquino said meant he was angrier than they had assumed, which Rias said was exactly the information she had been trying to extract. He is angry enough to want this over quickly, she said. That means he is less interested in dragging out the process than in having the scene. She looked at Issei. I am going to this meeting alone. I know, he said. She looked slightly surprised that he did not argue. You do not need me there, he said. And having me there would be feeding something he wants, which is to make this about me. It is not about me. Rias held his gaze for a moment. Correct, she said. But, he said, I am going to be in the park. Not at the meeting location. Just in the park. You will know I am there. She considered this. That is acceptable, she said. The meeting was set for the following morning. He had not seen Razor since the raiding game. He thought about that as they walked to the park separately, Rias taking a path through the center of the neighborhood, while he circled wide and came in from the eastern entrance, and found a bench near the pond that was far enough from the agreed meeting point that he was clearly not part of the meeting but close enough that she would be able to see him if she looked. Razor was already there when Issei arrived. He was standing near the bench where the meeting had been proposed, wearing clothes that were expensive and slightly too formal for a park in Tokyo in October, and his blonde hair was perfect in the way of people for whom looking perfect required no visible effort. He had come with 2 members of his peerage, women who stood at a respectful distance, which was itself a statement about what he expected to be doing here. He looked out of place. He looked like a creature from a world of arranged things encountering a world that had not arranged itself for his arrival. Rias appeared from the central path. She was wearing the dark coat over a simple outfit. Her red hair was down. She looked like herself. Razor saw her, and his expression did several things in quick succession before settling into something controlled and charged. Issei watched from the bench near the pond. He had bought another can of coffee from a vending machine on the way, and he sat with it, and watched the ducks on the water and listened to the distance without trying to listen to the specific conversation, which he could not hear anyway. The meeting lasted 38 minutes. He counted. When it ended, Rias walked toward him with a pace that was steady and deliberate, and Razor stood for a moment watching her go before he turned and walked in the opposite direction, and his peerage members fell into step behind him. She sat down on the bench beside Issei. Either of them spoke for a moment. How did it go? He asked. As expected, she said. He is angry. He said things he believed were cutting. He made an argument for why the arrangement should stand based on the historical significance of the Phoenix Gremory relationship, the insult to his family's honor, and what he described as my manipulation of his trust. Did he believe what he was saying? She was quiet. Some of it, she said. The part about honor, yes. He genuinely believes he was dishonored. The part about trust is more complicated. Razor and I did not have the kind of relationship that involves trust in any meaningful sense. She looked at the ducks. But he had a version of the future arranged in his mind, and I disrupted that version, and when that happens people tell themselves a story about what was done to them. What did you say? I said that I acknowledged the disruption to his family's plans and that I did not take lightly the political consequences of my choice, she said. I said that I did not believe either of us had made a genuine commitment to the other as people, only as parties to an arrangement, and that arrangements between people who did not choose each other were not the kind of arrangements I could maintain. She paused. I said it as clearly as I could without being unkind. Was he unkind? He said things about you, she said. Issei looked at the water. I expected that. He implied that you had influenced my decision through means he considered inappropriate, she said carefully. He used language that I took exception to. What did you say? I told him, she said, that his characterization of you was incorrect, and that whatever my reasons for my choice, they were mine, and that attributing them to your influence was both inaccurate and insulting to my own capacity for decision. And then I ended the conversation. Issei was quiet for a moment. Thank you, he said. For saying that. I said it because it was true, she said. Not as a favor. He nodded. He will file a formal objection, she said. He told me he would. He believes it will delay the dissolution and pressure my family into renegotiating. She looked at the sky. He is probably right that it will delay it. He is not right about the pressure. Surzex will not bend on this. 5 more days, he said. 5 more days, she agreed. And then the objection window closes and the dissolution becomes final regardless. She was quiet. He watched the ducks. One of them was having a disagreement with another one about something near the water's edge, which seemed very important to both of them. Are you all right? He asked. I am, she said. I am better than I expected to be. She paused. Seeing him was not comfortable. But it was also not the thing I was afraid of. I was afraid of being uncertain, in the moment, about whether I had made the right choice. I was afraid he would say something that would make the ground shift. She looked at the ducks. It did not shift. No, he said. It did not shift, she said again, more quietly, the way you say a thing twice when the first time was for someone else, and the second time is for yourself. He finished his coffee. The duck dispute appeared to have been resolved in favor of the larger of the two. The morning was cold and clean, the sky high and blue and stripped of clouds. Tomorrow, she said. I want to do something ordinary. What kind of ordinary? He asked. I want to go somewhere that is not about anything, she said. Not the situation and not the paperwork and not Razor and not the Underworld. I want to go somewhere that is just a place and do something that is just a thing. He thought about it. There is a temple, he said. About 3 stations from here. I looked it up last week. Old stone garden, very quiet on weekday mornings. We could go there. She turned to look at him. You looked it up. I was thinking we might need somewhere to go, he said. She held his gaze for a moment. You plan ahead more than you appear to, she said. I learned from observation, he said. Something shifted in her expression. It was warm and complicated and directed specifically at him in a way that he was learning to recognize and that he hoped to keep deserving. Tomorrow then, she said. The temple. Tomorrow, he agreed. 5 more days. Then whatever came after 5 more days. He thought he was ready for it. Chapter 10. The temple was exactly what he had promised. Old stone. A garden that had been tended for more years than either of them had been alive, the trees shaped by generations of careful hands into forms that suggested patience as a philosophy. A path of flat stones worn smooth along the center where feet had been walking for a very long time. At this hour on a Wednesday morning, they had it almost entirely to themselves. Rias walked slowly. This was unusual for her. She was a person who moved with direction and purpose, who covered ground as a deliberate act. But here she walked as though the point was the walking rather than the destination, and she looked at things, the moss on a stone wall, the particular way a branch had grown outward over a small pool, the characters carved into a marker that she bent to read. What does it say? Issei asked. It is a dedication, she said. From a family. They lost a child and they dedicated this part of the garden in the child's name. It is from over 200 years ago. He looked at the marker. 200 years and the garden is still here, he said. Yes, she said. And then she straightened and kept walking, and he thought she was holding the weight of that for a moment. They walked in silence for a while. The garden was the kind of place where silence was not empty but full, layered with the sounds underneath silence, water somewhere, birds in the upper branches, the distant murmur of the city beyond the walls. Can I ask you something? He said. Yes, she said. What do you want? He asked. Not in terms of the situation. Not about the dissolution or the Phoenix family or the politics. Just in terms of what you actually want your life to look like. She was quiet for a long moment, long enough that he thought she might turn the question back to him, or redirect it into something safer. I want to work, she said. Something real. Not the ceremonial duties of a Gremory heir and not the rating game system as it is currently structured, which I find deeply unsatisfying as a purpose. She paused. I have ideas about the rating game. About how it could be reformed. About how the rules favor established noble houses in ways that make genuine competition impossible, and that push the new generation of devils into arrangements that serve the old structures rather than developing anything new. You want to change it, he said. I want to argue for changing it, she said. I want to be in rooms where those arguments happen and make them with the weight of someone who has studied it seriously. She paused. Which means I need standing. Real standing, not inherited standing. Not the Gremory name. My own position. How do you get that? By building it, she said. Slowly and seriously. She looked at a stone lantern they were passing. It will take time. It will require being taken seriously by people who currently see me as either a political piece or a young woman who ran away from a ceremony. She said this without bitterness, just with the clear-eyed recognition of the obstacle. I intend to make them revise that assessment. You will, he said. He said it without qualification, the way you say a thing you are certain of. She glanced at him. You always do that, she said. Do what? Say the things you believe as though they are simply true, she said. Without hedging or performing confidence. You just say them. Should I hedge more? He asked. No, she said. I find it, she paused. I find it exactly what I need to hear when I need to hear it, which is irrational, because you cannot actually know the future. I know you, he said. That is close enough. They came to a stone bench near the small pool at the center of the garden. She sat. He sat beside her. The water in the pool was still and dark, reflecting the sky. Now you, she said. What? What do you want? She said. The same question. Your actual answer. He thought about it the way it deserved, taking his time, not defaulting to the first thing he could say. I want to keep getting stronger, he said. But not just in the way I used to mean that, which was about power levels and gear forms and being able to beat harder opponents. I mean stronger as a person. I want to know more things and be better at more things and understand more about how the world works. He paused. I want to matter to people. Not in a way that requires anyone to be grateful. Just in the way where the things I do make a difference to people I care about. He thought for a moment. And I want a home, he said. Not just a place. A home in the full sense. People and a place together. She was quiet. That is not small, she said. No, he said. The home, she said. The people you are thinking of. You, he said. Among others. But you. She looked at the pool. Her reflection looked back at her, dark-haired and still. I have thought about what I want to say to you about that, she said. I have thought about it for several days. I have been trying to find the right way to say it. He waited. I do not have experience, she said carefully, with choosing someone for myself. Every relationship I have had has been structured by context. My peerage, my family, the expectations of my position. I have not, she paused. I have not simply looked at a person and thought, I choose you, without anything else attached to that. And I find I want to do that correctly. Not quickly. I am not in a hurry, he said. I know, she said. But I want you to understand why I have not said certain things, not because I do not know them to be true but because I want to say them from a place that is fully mine. Not from the drama of running away or the upheaval of the last 2 weeks. From something settled. He nodded. That makes sense, he said. It might be frustrating, she said. It is not frustrating, he said. It is you. I would rather have the real thing when it comes than a quick version now. She turned to look at him. She looked at him for a long moment with the full weight of her attention, which was one of the most intense experiences he had encountered, and which he had learned not to look away from. I know I said I love you, he said. And I meant it. And I am not taking it back or making it smaller. I am just saying that I will wait for however long you need, because what I said was true and true things do not have expiration dates. The pool was still. A leaf from one of the trees drifted down and settled on the surface, making a small circle of movement that expanded and faded. Issei, she said. Yeah, I am going to take the time, she said. And when I am ready, I am going to say it in a way that matches what you said to me. I know, he said. And I am going to mean it when I say it, she said. I know that too, he said. She looked at the pool for another long moment. Then she stood up. She offered him her hand to stand, which she had not done before, and he took it and stood, and she did not let go immediately. They walked out of the temple garden together, through the old stone gate, back into the city that did not know either of their names, into a morning that was cold and bright and entirely their own. Her hand was in his. They walked. The 5 remaining days felt, in that moment, like the beginning of something enormous and good. Not the end of the difficulty, which was still ahead of them, still being navigated in offices and chambers he could not see. But the beginning of the thing the difficulty had been making space for. He thought that was worth every part of how they had gotten here. Act 2, What We Build. Chapter 11. The dissolution became final on a Tuesday. There was no announcement. No ceremony. No moment that felt proportional to what it meant. Sirzex sent a message through formal channels at 9 in the morning, and the message said that the waiting period had expired and the objection filed by the Phoenix household had been reviewed and found insufficient under current Mao Council precedent, and that the declaration of personal sovereignty was now legally effective. Rias read it standing at the kitchen table in her gray sweater, and she set the phone down afterward and stood very still for a moment with her hands flat on the table and her eyes somewhere far away. Issei was making tea. He did not say anything. He put a cup in front of her. She looked at the cup. She looked at him. "It is done," she said. "It is done," he said. She picked up the tea. She drank. Outside the window, the city was the same city it had always been. The rooflines were the same. The sky above them was the same November sky it had been yesterday. "I thought I would feel more," she said. "Or differently than this." "What do you feel?" he asked. She considered it honestly. "Relief," she said. And then underneath the relief, something heavier. Not regret. But wait. The acknowledgement that something that was arranged, something that people put effort into and built expectations around, is gone now. "That is not regret," he said. "That is just being honest about the size of a thing." She looked at him. "Yes," she said. "That is exactly what it is." Aquino came out of her room in the slightly unfocused state of someone who had been awake late reading, and she looked at the two of them and read the room with the instinct of someone who paid attention to people. "It came through," she said. "This morning," Rias said. Aquino poured herself tea. She sat down. She was quiet for a moment. "How do you want to mark it?" she asked. "I do not want to celebrate it," Rias said. "That seems wrong." "It is not a victory." "No," Aquino agreed. "But it is something. It is a beginning," Rias said. "Which does not require marking so much as acknowledging." She looked at her tea. "I would like to contact my father today. I have been putting it off for 2 weeks. I do not want to put it off any longer." Issei and Aquino both looked at her. "I know," she said. "It will be difficult. He is complicated, as Sirzex said. He is not angry in a way that is simple to address. He is bewildered, and bewilderment in a proud person is harder to navigate than anger." She paused. "But I owe him a conversation. He did not arrange this to hurt me. He arranged it because it was how he knew to care for the family's future." "Do you want to do it alone?" Aquino asked. "Yes," she said. "And I want to do it today." She called her father that afternoon, sitting at the window with the phone held in both hands, the way she held things when she was giving them the full weight of her attention. Issei went out. He walked to the small park near the neighborhood entrance, and sat on a bench and thought about fathers. He thought about his own father, who was a steady and undemonstrative man who showed love through logistics, through being where he was supposed to be, through never asking for more than people could give. He thought about what it would mean to be Rias's father, and to have arranged something you thought was right and to discover it had caused harm you had not seen. He sat for an hour. Then he got up and walked back. When he came in, Rias was still at the window, but the call was over. She was looking at the city. "How was it?" he asked. "Long," she said. "And honest. More honest than conversations with my father usually are." She turned. Her eyes were clear, not tearful, but changed in some way, like something that had been under tension had been carefully released. "He did not know," she said. That is what he said, over and over, in different ways. That he had not understood she was unhappy. That he had looked at her composure and interpreted it as acceptance. "Did you believe him?" "Yes," she said. "I believe he is telling the truth." And I believe that the reason he did not know was not cruelty but a kind of blindness that comes from a world where women's unhappiness is not considered a relevant variable in political decisions. She paused. I told him that. Not harshly. But I told him. What did he say? He was quiet for a long time, she said. And then he said he did not want to be a father who did not know his daughter, and that he had clearly been that kind of father without realizing it, and that he did not know how to repair that but he wanted to try. Issei was quiet. It is a beginning, she said. Not a resolution. But a beginning. She looked at him. He asked about you. What did he ask? He asked who you were to me, she said. Not in a formal sense. He already knows the formal sense. He asked who you were to me in the sense that mattered. What did you tell him? She held his gaze for a moment. I told him the truth, she said. That you were the person I trusted most in the world. That you had come with me not because you were required to but because you chose to, and that the distinction between those two things was everything. He did not say anything for a moment. He was quiet again, she said. And then he said that a person who is chosen is fortunate. And I think he meant both of us. They had dinner at a restaurant down the street, just the three of them, at a table by the window, and it was the first meal that felt not like a meal between people managing a situation but between people who had come through something and were on the other side of it. Aquino ordered extra of everything and ate with the enjoyment of someone who had been subsisting on anxious support meals for 2 weeks, and was finally eating for pleasure. What happens now? She asked, over dessert. I need to return to the Underworld, Rias said. Not immediately. But soon. There are things I need to address in person. Conversations I cannot have by phone. She paused. And I need to think about what I am building next. Seriously. What are you building? Aquino asked. Rias looked at her tea. Something of my own, she said. I have been thinking about it for 2 weeks. I have notes. She glanced at Issei. I told you about the rating game. The reform arguments. Yes, he said. I am going to pursue that, she said. As a formal project. I am going to develop the arguments into a document serious enough to bring to the council. I am going to build relationships with other young nobles who feel the same way I do. I am going to create the infrastructure for a genuine reform effort. She paused. It will take years. I am prepared for that. It sounds like the beginning of something very large, Aquino said. It is, Rias said. Which is exactly the size of thing I want to be building. Aquino looked at Issei. He looked back at her. I am in, Aquino said to Rias. I know you are, Rias said. So am I, Issei said. Rias looked at him. You are not a policy reformer, she said. Your interests are different from mine. My interests include you and whatever you are doing, he said. Those two things are not in conflict. She held his gaze for a moment. Your interests should be your own, she said. They are, he said. And one of my interests is being useful to the people I care about. That is genuinely mine, not an obligation. He paused. Tell me what you need. I will figure out where I fit. She looked at him for a long moment. I will, she said. Outside, the street was full of the ordinary evening business of a city that asked nothing of them and offered everything through its indifference. Issei thought about what she had said to her father. That the distinction between being required and being chosen was everything. He thought that was true in every direction. Chapter 12. Kiba arrived on a Thursday. He came without announcement, which was unusual for him, but he sent a message an hour before he appeared at the door, which was his version of knocking. Rias opened the door and looked at him with the expression of someone whose assessment of the moment was still being assembled. He bowed slightly. He was wearing his usual composed expression, which was always slightly harder to read than it appeared. I came to make sure you were well, he said. Come in, she said. He stepped inside and looked at the apartment with the careful attention of someone trained to assess spaces. He looked at the bookshelves, which by now had been somewhat reorganized through 3 people's habitation. He looked at the kitchen, where Issei was in the process of making lunch. He looked at the window. This is a good space, he said. It serves well, Rias said. Issei turned from the kitchen. Kiba looked at him with an expression that was complicated and warm at the same time. Issei, he said. Kiba, he said. Lunch in 20 minutes if you want. Thank you, Kiba said. He sat in the chair Akino had claimed as hers, and then he moved to the other chair when she appeared from the hallway and looked at him with the pointed patience of someone whose seat had been taken. The manor is quieter without all of you, Kiba said, once they were all assembled. Is it a comfortable quiet or an uncomfortable one? Akino asked. Difficult to say, he said. It is the kind of quiet that has opinions about itself. He paused. Gasper has been asking questions. What kind of questions? Rias asked. About marriage, Kiba said. About how it works. About what the difference is between arranged marriage and chosen marriage. About whether people who love each other always get married or whether they sometimes do something else. He paused. He asked Kaneko first, who gave him a practical answer that was technically accurate and emotionally minimal. Then he asked me, What did you tell him? Rias asked. I told him that the important thing was whether both people chose freely and that the form the choice took was less significant than its authenticity. He looked at Rias. He wanted to know if you were happy. The room was quiet. I told him you were, Kiba said. Based on everything I could infer. I hope I was correct. You were, Rias said. Good, he said. And then he said nothing else on the subject, which was Kiba being exactly himself. Issei served lunch. Rice and grilled fish and pickled vegetables, which was the meal he had been building toward for several days by way of incremental improvement on the basic cooking he had been doing since they arrived. Kiba ate with the quiet appreciation of someone for whom a good meal was simply a good meal. There is news from the Underworld, he said, after a while. Small news. Nothing that affects the dissolution. Tell me, Rias said. The Citri household sent a formal communication to the Gremory household expressing what was described as solidarity with the principle of personal autonomy in matters of union, Kiba said. Lord Surzex conveyed that Sarah Fall Leviathan drafted the communication herself, and that it was not subtle. Akino made a sound that was half amusement and half exasperation. Of course it was Sarah Fall. Lady Sona sent a separate private message to Lord Surzex, Kiba said. He shared the substance of it with me before I left. She said that she found the situation instructive and that she was watching its resolution with great interest. Meaning she is taking notes, Rias said. Meaning she is taking notes, Kiba agreed. Rias looked at the table. Sona has her own engagement, she said quietly. Yes, Kiba said. Her family arranged it as well, Rias said. She has not said much about it. But I know her. She paused. When I return to the Underworld, I am going to speak with her. She would appreciate that, Kiba said. After lunch, Kiba and Issei washed the dishes, which put the two of them at the kitchen sink in a silence that was comfortable in the way that silences between people who had been through difficult things together often are. How are you doing? Kiba asked. Not the surface version of the question. Honestly? Issei said. Honestly, Kiba said. Better than I knew how to expect, Issei said. Like I have been moving towards something for a long time without being sure what it was, and now I can see it clearly enough to walk toward it properly. He rinsed a bowl. That sounds vague. It does not, Kiba said. It sounds like someone who found their direction. Issei was quiet for a moment. How are you doing? He asked. Honestly, Kiba was quiet. I am well, he said. I am also watching the two of you and feeling something I can only describe as vicarious conviction. Issei looked at him. Vicarious conviction? Watching people do the thing that seems obvious but terrifying and discovering it was possible, Kiba said. It makes the things in your own life that seem obvious but terrifying seem more navigable. He paused. I have a thing I have been avoiding for some time. I think I will stop avoiding it. Issei did not press on what the thing was. That was not what Kiba needed. Good, he said. Good, Kiba agreed. They finished the dishes. In the main room, Rias and Akino were talking in the low, continuous way, and Gasper's drawing was pinned to the wall near the window with a piece of tape Akino had produced from somewhere, and the afternoon light came through the glass and landed on it in a way that made the bright sun Gasper had drawn look almost warm. Kiba stayed the afternoon and left before evening, because he had things to return to. But he left with a different weight about him than he had arrived with, which Issei recognized as the specific lightning that happened when you had seen the thing you needed to see to know that the people you cared about were genuinely all right. He needed to see us, Aquino said after he left. Yes, Rias said. He was worried, Aquino said. Not about the politics. About us. I know, Rias said. She was looking at Gasper's drawing. She had been looking at it more often lately, in the way you look at something that costs you nothing and gives you something exact. He drew the sun very bright, Issei said. He always draws what he means, Rias said. He has never learned to be indirect about things, which I have always considered one of his finest qualities. She reached up and straightened the edge of the drawing very slightly, though it did not need straightening. I miss them, she said. Not in a way that makes the choice wrong, but in the honest way. That is allowed, Aquino said. I know, Rias said. I am just acknowledging it. The evening came in. They ate leftover rice and talked about small things, the kind of small things that accumulate into the texture of a life. Outside, the city settled into its night rhythms. The light in the window changed from orange to blue to the particular dark that was never quite dark in a city. Rias fell asleep on the couch with a book across her lap, which happened more and more these days, which Issei had decided was evidence of something good, that she was relaxed enough now to sleep somewhere other than her room, that her body had made its own decision that this space was safe. He took the book off her lap carefully. He did not wake her. He put a blanket over her and turned off the lamp near her end of the couch and left the one near his end on, low, and went back to reading his own thing. Aquino came out at some point, saw the arrangement, and smiled at him in the way that meant she was thinking several things at once and choosing to say none of them. She went to make tea, he read. The night was quiet in the way a night is quiet when everyone in it is safe. Chapter 13. 2 days before they were scheduled to return to the Underworld, Issei went home. Not to Ko. To his parents' house, which was 40 minutes from Tokyo by train, in the kind of neighborhood where the houses had small gardens and the streets were named after the trees that grew along them. He had called ahead. His mother had said come for lunch, which meant she was making something elaborate, and was not calling it elaborate. He arrived to find the house exactly as it always was, which was the specific comfort of a place that changed only according to its own slow internal logic. His mother met him at the door and looked at him for a long moment in the assessing way she had, the way that was not critical but comprehensive. You look different, she said. Good different or bad different? He asked. Come in, she said, which was not an answer and was completely an answer. His father was at the table reading a newspaper, which was the kind of newspaper commitment that Issei had always found both old-fashioned and deeply reassuring. He looked up and said the particular form of his son's name, that contained several syllables of background worry finally released. Sit down, his father said. He sat down. His mother brought food from the kitchen. Soup, rice, things that she had been making for 20 years and that tasted exactly like themselves. She sat across from him, and watched him eat, and asked questions. She asked about where he had been staying. He described the apartment. She asked if it was clean, and warm, and if he was sleeping properly. He answered all of these honestly. She asked about Rias. He took a breath. He had been thinking about how to explain this the entire train ride. She is the one I told you about, he said. My king. The Gremory heir. Yes, his mother said. I know who she is. She ran away from an arranged engagement, he said. She chose to leave. She asked me to come with her. And you went, his father said, not as a question. I went, Issei said. His father put down the newspaper. He folded it with the deliberateness of someone who intended to give the next part of the conversation his full attention. You are in love with her, his father said. Issei did not try to navigate around it. Yes, he said. His parents exchanged a look. The kind of look that lasted half a second and contained a complete conversation. Does she know? His mother asked. I told her, he said. And she? He thought about the temple garden. About the way she had held his hand and said she was going to take the time and say it properly when she was ready. She is getting there, he said. She is the kind of person who wants to say things correctly. She does not say the half-formed version. His mother was quiet for a moment. She sounds like someone who takes things seriously, she said. She takes everything seriously, he said. Sometimes to a fault. But yes. His mother poured more soup without asking if he wanted more, which meant she was thinking. She is a devil, his father said. not as an objection. As a factual reference point being introduced into the discussion. Yes, Issei said. You are a devil too, in a sense, his father said. I have a sacred gear and I am part of a peerage, Issei said. Which puts me somewhat in that world. Somewhat, his father said. It is complicated, Issei said. The world she comes from is very different from this one. Very old. Very structured. She is trying to change some of those structures, which is why she did what she did. He paused. She is not just running away. She is running towards something. She knows the difference. His mother had been listening to all of this without comment. She had the quality of a person who gathered information completely before responding. What is she running toward? She asked. Something of her own, Issei said. Work that matters to her. A life she chose. He paused. And I think towards something with me. But she is taking that part carefully. Good, his mother said. He looked at her. I mean it, she said. A person who takes love carefully is a person who respects it. I have no patience for people who throw the word around like it costs nothing. She looked at him very directly. You have been waiting for something real your entire life. I would rather you wait longer and have it actually be real. I think it is real, he said. I know you think that, she said. I am saying wait for the proof. Not because I doubt you. Because real things are patient. His father made a small sound that might have been agreement. Bring her here, his mother said. He looked at her. To the house? When it is the right time, his mother said. Not immediately. But yes. I want to meet the person who chose my son when she could have had anyone. She said this without particular drama. That is not a small thing. Issei was quiet for a moment. Okay, he said. Okay, she said. And then she refilled his soup without asking again, which was her way of indicating that the serious portion of the conversation was complete, and they were now in the comfortable portion. He stayed for 3 hours. He helped his father with something in the garden that involved moving several heavy stones to a different position for reasons his father had not fully articulated but which seemed aesthetically motivated. He ate too much, as always. He sat in his old room for 10 minutes and looked at the walls, which still had the evidence of who he had been at 14, and he felt the distance between that version of himself and the current one, and he found the distance was not uncomfortable but interesting. On the train back to Tokyo, he thought about what his mother had said. Real things are patient. He thought about Rias standing in the formal gown in the hallway of the manor, telling him the ceremony was not something she could go through with. He thought about the way she had looked when she said it. Not reckless. Not impulsive. Someone who had been thinking about this for a very long time, who had made the decision with the full weight of everything she was. That was patience. The real kind, the kind that had learned what it was waiting for and then moved. He looked out the window at the passing landscape, fields and towns and the distant glimmer of water, the country holding all of its ordinary complexity, and he thought about what kind of person he wanted to be for the next part of what was coming. He wanted to be someone patient in that way. Someone who knew what he was moving toward and who moved with the conviction of that knowledge rather than the anxiety of uncertainty. He thought he was getting there. The train ran through the afternoon, and the city reassembled itself on the horizon ahead, and he was going back to an apartment where Rias was writing notes about rating game reform and Akino was reading something she found alternately infuriating and compelling, and he would make dinner, and they would sit at the table and talk about things that mattered and things that did not, and all of it was the texture of something real being built. His mother was right. Real things were patient. He was patient. Chapter 14. The night before they were due to return to the Underworld, none of them slept well. Not unusually, not dramatically, just in the way of people for whom the next day held something large. Issei was awake at 2 in the morning listening to the city. Rias's light was still on at 3, visible under her door. Akino made tea at 4 and did not bother being quiet about it, which told him she had given up on the idea of sleep as a project. He got up and came to the kitchen. Akino handed him a cup without being asked. They sat at the small table in the dark kitchen with the window showing the city's night, which was never fully dark. Are you nervous? He asked. About what specifically, she said. Going back, he said. The Underworld. Whatever comes next. She thought about it with the honesty that came out of her in quiet hours. A little, she said. Not about the situation. The situation I understand and Rias can navigate it. I am nervous about the texture of things being different. She looked at her cup. Here, everything has been immediate. Real. The things we have done have been things we chose to do, not things we were supposed to do. She paused. Going back means the structures re-engage. The titles. The expectations. The watching. Do you think it will change things? He asked. I think it will pressure things, she said. Whether they change depends on how we hold them. She looked at him. How are you? The same kind of nervous, he said. Plus I am not sure what my role is in the Underworld version of this. Here I am just Issei. There I am a pawn in a Gremory peerage that is currently politically complicated. Your rank is not what makes you relevant, Aquino said. I know that, he said. But other people use rank as a lens, and I am going to be looked at through that lens by people who have opinions about the last month. He looked at the window. I can handle that. I just want to be clear-eyed about it. Aquino was quiet for a moment. Can I tell you something that I have been thinking about? Yes, he said. Rias is the strongest person I know, Aquino said. Not in the power sense. In the sense of knowing who she is and refusing to be something else. She looked at her tea. But she has always been strongest when she has someone standing beside her who she trusts completely. Not someone who agrees with everything she does. Someone who stays. She paused. You are that. You have been that for a long time, and what you did this last month made it explicit in a way that I think she needed to see made explicit. Issei held his cup. I am not telling you to be something you are not, Aquino said. I am telling you that what you already are is exactly the right thing. She paused. She will say it to you herself, when she is ready. I just wanted you to hear it from someone who has known her for a very long time, and has watched her look for this for years without knowing that was what she was looking for. He was quiet for a moment. Thank you, he said. Do not make it sentimental, she said. I cannot handle sentimentality at 4 in the morning. He almost smiled. Noted, he said. They drank their tea. The city did its slow, luminous thing outside. At 5:30, Rias's door opened, and she came out in a robe with her hair loose, and she looked at both of them sitting at the table and said, You are both awake. We have been awake for a while, Aquino said. I thought I was the only one, Rias said. You were not, he said. She sat down. He made a third cup of tea. They sat together in the pre-dawn kitchen, the three of them, in a silence that was comfortable with itself because it had been arrived at rather than imposed. I have been thinking about the first thing I am going to say when I meet with the council representatives, Rias said, after a while. Not because it was the right time to think about it, but because she was Rias and thinking about the next thing was how she managed the waiting. What are you going to say? Aquino asked. I am going to tell them that I am requesting a formal audience to present a preliminary document on rating game structural reform, Rias said. I am going to request it in writing, through proper channels, before I arrive, so that when I arrive they have already had time to form an opinion about whether to receive it. She paused. If they say no to the request, it becomes part of the record that they refused. If they say yes, I get the audience. Either way you win something, he said. Either way I establish that I am serious, and not simply the young woman who ran away from a ceremony, she said. Which is how I need to establish myself before anything else can happen. He looked at her. In the gray pre-dawn light she looked tired and determined and the most like herself she had ever looked in his presence, the composed exterior and the working mind visible at the same time. When did you write the preliminary document? He asked. This past week, she said. Mostly at night. Is that what you have been doing when your light is still on at midnight? 2 in the morning, occasionally, she said. You have been writing policy documents at 2 in the morning, he said. I work better at night, she said. I always have. She paused. I used to read policy documents at 2 in the morning in the manner, and pretend I was not doing it because it was not the kind of thing a Gremory heir was supposed to be interested in. Who says it is not? He asked. The assumption of everyone around me, she said. Gremory heirs are supposed to be interested in power, and social standing, and the right marriages. Policy is for functionaries. She looked at her cup. I have never agreed with that. But it takes time to stop acting as though you agree with things you do not agree with when you have been acting that way for a long time. Is this you stopping? He asked. She looked at him. This is me stopping, she said. Outside, the sky was doing the thing it does just before dawn, not lightning exactly but changing in quality, the dark becoming less absolute, the first suggestion of something different moving in from the east. They watched it from the kitchen window. Rias pulled her robe tighter and looked at the shifting sky and held her tea in both hands and was, he thought, precisely and entirely herself. I want to say something, she said. Either of them spoke. I want to say it before we go back, she said. Before the structures re-engage and things become complicated again. She set down her cup. She looked at Issei directly, with the full weight of her attention. I love you, she said. The kitchen was very quiet. I have been waiting to say it from the right place, she said. You told me to take the time and I took it, and I found the place, which is this kitchen at this hour with the sky changing, sitting with the person I chose and who chose me. She did not look away. I love you. Clearly and without condition, and because you are who you are. She paused. I wanted you to hear it before everything else starts. He looked at her for a long moment. I know, he said. Then he smiled. And I love you too. I have told you that before, but it is worth saying again. Aquino, sitting across the table, was looking at her tea with the elaborate focus of someone pretending not to be present, which was very obviously what she was doing. You can acknowledge that you are here, Rias said to her. I am having tea, Aquino said. I see nothing. You see everything, Rias said. I am very happy for both of you, Aquino said, still not looking up. And I am going to need approximately 20 minutes to compose myself because I have been waiting for this for a very long time, and I am not going to cry at 5:30 in the morning in a kitchen. Rias looked at Issei. He looked at her. Something passed between them that did not require words. Outside, the sky continued its slow conversion from dark to something else. The day was beginning, the real kind, the one they were choosing. Chapter 15. The return to the Underworld began at noon. Rias had contacted Surzex in the morning to arrange the transit. The portal opened in the apartment's second bedroom, which Surzex had apparently prepared remotely with the particular efficiency of someone who had been expecting this call for several days. They stood at the edge of it, the three of them with their bags, and Rias looked at the apartment one last time. Not with longing, exactly. With the specific look of someone marking a place that mattered. We can come back, Issei said. Yes, she said. We can. They stepped through. The Underworld received them in one of the smaller arrival chambers of the Gremory estate, which told Issei that Surzex had thought carefully about the logistics of their return. Not the main hall, which would have made it an event. A private chamber, which made it a homecoming. Surzex was there. He looked at Rias for a long moment. She looked back at him. Then he crossed the chamber and embraced her, which was not something Issei had ever seen him do in any public setting, and which was clearly not the form he usually took, but which happened here, now, in this chamber. Rias held on for a moment. When they stepped back, Surzek's expression had its usual ease on the surface, but something underneath was different, something that had been taut, and was now released. You look well, he said. I am, she said. He looked at Issei. Then he put his hand out, not the formal devil gesture but a straightforward human handshake, which from Surzek's Lucifer was one of the stranger things Issei had experienced. Issei took it. You have my respect, Surzek said simply. For what it is worth. It is worth a lot, Issei said honestly. Surzek smiled. It was his genuine smile, not his public one. I know, he said. They were shown to their rooms. Issei's was the guest quarters he had occupied before, which had always been generous by any standard. He set his bag down and looked at the familiar ceiling and the familiar dark wood and the familiar arrangement of things that meant the Gremory estate rather than the apartment in Tokyo. Different textures. Both real. He changed his clothes. He went to find Kaneko. She was in the garden, which was where she usually was when she did not want to be found, which paradoxically was where you would look for her first because she was consistent about it. She was sitting on a stone bench eating something from a small bag and staring at a section of the garden wall with the focused absence of someone thinking about something completely unrelated to what they were looking at. She looked at him when he sat beside her. You are back, she said. Yes, he said. She offered him what she was eating, which was dried fruit, without comment. How are you? He asked. Fine, she said. A pause. Better now. He looked at her. Were you worried? She was quiet for a moment. You did not tell us you were going, she said. Not as an accusation. Just as a fact being noted. Rias needed to go quickly and quietly, he said. I did not have time to tell anyone. I am sorry. She looked at the garden wall. I know why, she said. I understand why. Another pause. I just did not like not knowing. I know, he said. That is fair. She ate another piece of fruit. He sat beside her in the way that Kaneko required, which was present and quiet and not demanding. She is happier, Kaneko said after a while. Yes, he said. It shows, she said. In how she walked in. She walked differently than she walked before you left. She paused. She used to hold something very tight when she walked. I noticed it, but I did not know what it was until it was not there anymore. He looked at the garden. Yeah, he said. Good, she said. They sat for a while longer. Eventually Gasper arrived, which he often did when Kaneko was in the garden, following some internal signal Issei had never fully mapped. He stopped when he saw Issei and his expression went through several things very quickly before settling on relief. Issei-senpai, he said. Hey, Gasper, he said. Gasper came and sat on the other side of him and held his knees and was quiet, but it was a quiet that was full rather than empty. Thank you, Gasper said after a moment. For what? Issei asked. For going with her, Gasper said. For not making her go alone. He looked at Gasper's earnest face, which was always turned toward the world at full sincerity without any apparent filter. She asked me to come, Issei said. I was going regardless. I know, Gasper said. That is why I said thank you. He left them to it. He walked back through the estate, which was large and old and smelled of things that had been burning in fireplaces for centuries. He passed two household staff who looked at him with carefully neutral expressions. He passed a formal room he had never been inside, through whose open door he could see the evidence of a gathering that had recently concluded, chairs set in the arrangement of a meeting. He knocked on the door of Rias's study. Come in, she said. She was at the desk, which he found unsurprising. She had already retrieved several documents from somewhere, and they were arranged on the surface in a way that told him she had sorted them by priority during the time it took him to find Kaneko and Gasper. How are Kaneko and Gasper? She asked without looking up. All right, he said. Kaneko was more worried than she indicated. She always is, Rias said. She processes worry by minimizing it. I know, he said. He sat in the chair across from the desk. What are you looking at? The formal objection the Phoenix household filed, she said. I wanted to read the actual arguments. Not the summary. She turned a page. They are better than I expected. Not sufficient to succeed, but genuinely argued. Someone competent drafted this. Does that change anything? No, she said. But it is useful information. It tells me that the Phoenix household is approaching this as a long game, not a short one. They lost the immediate challenge. They will look for a different angle. She set the page down and looked at him. Which means I need to be ahead of them. Not just emotionally or personally, but structurally. The reform document, he said. The reform document, she confirmed. If I establish myself as a credible reformist voice before they establish me as a runaway embarrassment, I control the narrative. She held his gaze. I need to request that council audience in the next 2 weeks. What do you need from me to make that happen? He asked. She looked at him for a moment with the slight surprise that still appeared when he asked what she needed rather than offering what he thought might be useful. Information, she said. About the current feelings of young noble families on the rating game structure. Things you would hear in contexts I do not have access to. Informal channels. You want me to talk to people, he said. I want you to listen to people, she said. You have a quality that I have always noticed, which is that people talk to you. They tell you things. Not because you press them but because you do not. She paused. I need to know what the conversation is at a level below the formal record. I can do that, he said. I know you can, she said. He looked at her behind the desk, in the study that was hers and the way the apartment kitchen had been hers, both spaces that she inhabited completely while being entirely different from each other. Rias, he said. Yes. I meant what I said this morning, he said. Everything I said this morning? She held his gaze for a moment. The study was quiet. Outside, the underworld did its vast and ancient thing. I know, she said. So did I. She paused. Now let me work. I have 2 weeks. He stood up. He smiled. Good luck, he said. I do not need luck, she said. I need the council audience. One often leads to the other, he said. She almost smiled. He left. The estate stretched around him as he walked, large and historic and full of a future that was not yet built, and he thought that was exactly right, because unbuilt futures were the only kind worth moving toward. He went to find Kiba. He had listening to do. Chapter 16. The underworld had its own weather, which was not the weather of the human world but behaved according to its own elaborate logic. The light here came from sources embedded in the sky that were not quite stars and not quite the sun, a layered luminescence that created a perpetual late afternoon quality at most hours, the kind of light that made everything look slightly more significant than it was. Issei had spent enough time in the underworld to have stopped noticing this. He noticed it again now, coming back after 3 weeks of the human world's honest gray November. He stood in the estate's outer courtyard and looked at the sky and thought about how much of what a person takes for granted is simply a matter of what they stopped paying attention to. He found Kiba in the training yard, which was where Kiba often was when he was thinking about something, because Kiba thought best while moving. He was running through a sword form that Issei recognized as one of the advanced sequences, the kind that required enough focus to occupy the body while leaving a layer of the mind available for other work. He waited at the edge of the yard until Kiba finished the form. Kiba lowered the blade. He looked at Issei. You need information, he said. How did you know? Issei asked. You have the look of someone who has been given a task they are thinking about how to approach, Kiba said. Since you came back this afternoon, you have been measuring people rather than greeting them. Issei thought about this. I have been doing that, he admitted. What kind of information? Kiba asked. What young nobles actually think about the rating game structure, Issei said. Not the official position. The real opinion. The conversations that happen below the formal record. Kiba was quiet for a moment. He sheathed the sword. That is for Rias's reform project, he said. Yes, Issei said. Kiba sat on a bench at the edge of the yard. Issei sat beside him. I will tell you what I know, Kiba said. But I want to be clear about the limits of my knowledge. I am not embedded in noble networks the way someone like Ravel Phoenix is, or the way Sona Citri is. My access is through combat relationships and rating game preparation, which is a particular view. Tell me that view, Issei said. Kiba was quiet for a moment, organizing. The young generation's opinion splits broadly into 2 positions, he said. The first is that the current structure benefits the established houses, and this is understood and accepted as an inherent feature of a system built by established houses to perpetuate their own advantage. People who hold this view are either part of the established houses and comfortable with the advantage, or they are not part of them and consider the structure too deeply entrenched to challenge. And the second position? Issei asked. The second position is less vocal, Kiba said. It is held by people who believe the structure is not only unfair but actively bad for Devil Society as a whole, because it selects for political connection over genuine ability, which means the next generation of leadership will be chosen by inheritance rather than merit. He paused. These people are often quieter, because speaking this view aloud creates enemies among the first group, who have more power. How many people hold the second view? Issei asked. More than you would guess from how often you hear it stated openly, Kiba said. My estimate, based on private conversations over 2 years, is that it is a significant minority of the young generation. Perhaps a third. He paused. If someone credible gave them a document to point to, a formal argument rather than a private opinion, I believe that third would speak more clearly. Rias is writing that document, Issei said. I know, Kiba said. And that is why her credibility needs to be established before she presents it. If she arrives as the runaway who disrupted a treaty, The first group will dismiss the document as the political maneuvering of someone trying to rehabilitate her image. He paused. But if she arrives as someone who has been quietly doing serious work, who has a document that speaks for itself, the framing shifts. Issei thought about this. What else? He asked. Specific grievances. The things people actually say, Kiba thought. The seeding system, he said. The way rating games are seeded favors houses that have played more games, which means established houses with more history. New peerage holders almost never get favorable seeding in their first several games, which means they are learning against better established opponents, which means the loss rate for new entrants is disproportionately high, which means some of them give up on competitive play, which means the pool of active competitors narrows over time to the established set. That is genuinely unfair, Issei said. It is structurally unfair, Kiba said. Which is the kind of unfair that is hardest to argue against because no individual decision is clearly wrong, only the cumulative effect. What else? The arbitration system, Kiba said. When disputes arise about game conduct, the arbitrators are appointed by the Mao Council, which has historically been composed of members of established houses. The argument is not that individual arbitrations are biased, but that the pool of arbitrators lacks diversity of perspective. He paused. And the entry requirements for forming a new peerage are significantly more expensive in time and resources than most histories acknowledge, which creates a barrier that advantages those who inherit existing structures. Issei was taking mental notes. He had a good memory for spoken information when he was paying attention, and he was paying full attention. Who else should I talk to? He asked. Kiba was quiet for a moment. Sigvara Agars, he said. She is not part of the Gremory circle, but she is analytically inclined and she has strong opinions about the seeding system. She has expressed them to me once, carefully, and then not again. He paused. Ravel Phoenix. Issei blinked. Ravel Phoenix. Razor's sister, Kiba confirmed. Not because she is part of the Phoenix situation. The Phoenix situation is separate from Ravel's own views. She is extremely intelligent, and she thinks carefully about rating game structure, and she is more honest about the flaws in the system than most of her family would be comfortable with. He paused. She is also someone who respected you as an opponent after the rating game, which gives you an opening. That is complicated, Issei said. Most useful things are, Kiba said. That evening, Issei went to Rias's study and relayed everything Kiba had told him. She listened with the focused attention that meant she was already connecting pieces. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. The seeding system argument is the strongest, she said. It is concrete and quantifiable. I can build the statistical case for it in a way that is hard to dismiss as opinion. She looked at her notes. The arbitration system argument is harder because it requires a character assessment of the current arbitrators, which will read as personal. Lead with the seeding, he said. Yes, she said. And the entry requirements. Those two together establish a pattern before I introduce the arbitration question. She tapped the desk. Sigvara Agars. That is interesting. Do you know her? He asked. By reputation and by one formal meeting, Rias said. She is very controlled. Very precise. She does not say things she has not verified. She paused. If she can be persuaded to speak her views on the record, even privately, it changes the weight of the argument. The Agars house is old money without the flashiness of the Phoenix household. They are taken seriously in a different register. And Ravel? He said. Rias considered this for a longer moment. Ravel is complicated by the family situation, she said. But she is also Ravel, and I have always respected her intelligence even when our interests differed. She paused. I will think about how to approach her. Carefully, he said. Everything carefully, she said, which was not a concession to caution but a statement of approach. He nodded. He was at the door when she said his name. Issei, she said. He turned. Thank you, she said. For the listening. For the Kiba conversation. She held his gaze. I want you to know that when I said I wanted you involved in this, I meant it the way I mean serious things. Not as a courtesy. As a genuine need. He held that for a moment. I know, he said. I want to be here for the serious things. She looked at him with an expression that held several layers, and the outermost of them was warm and certain in a way that it had not been a month ago. Go sleep, she said. We have 2 weeks. He went to sleep. He lay in the dark of the underworld with its perpetual not quite night, and he thought about the third of a generation of young nobles who held the second view quietly, waiting for something to point to. He thought about what it would mean to give them something to point to. He thought Rias was going to build something that lasted. He thought he wanted to be part of building it. He slept. Chapter 17. Lord Gremory came to Rias's study on the third morning. He did not announce himself. He knocked, which Issei, passing in the hallway, noticed was something the head of the Gremory household did not usually do in his own estate. He waited for permission to enter, which was another thing that was unusual. Issei gave him a wide berth. This was not his corridor to be in. He heard later, from Aino, who had heard from Grafia, who had been positioned nearby for entirely legitimate logistical reasons, that the conversation had lasted 2 hours. It had not been easy. It had not resolved everything. But it had been honest, which was the thing that mattered, and at the end of it Lord Gremory had asked Rias to show him the preliminary reform document, and she had, and he had read the first section in silence, and then looked up and said, "You have been thinking about this for a long time." And she had said, "Yes, I have," and he had said, "I did not know. I should have been paying attention." Grafia's report described the silence that followed as containing a great deal. Issei did not ask Rias about the meeting directly. She told him about it herself that afternoon, standing at the window of her study looking at the estate grounds. "He is trying," she said. "I believe him when he says he wants to repair what was broken. He is not good at it yet. He does not have the vocabulary for it. He has run a great house for a very long time by operating in the register of strategy and duty, and the register of honest conversation about feelings is not one he has practiced." She paused. "But he is trying. Is that enough?" Issei asked. "It is enough to continue," she said. "It is not enough to be finished." She looked at the grounds. "We will have more conversations. They will probably be difficult. But I think at the end of them, there will be something real between us that was not there before." "Because you changed," he said. "Or because he is changing?" "Both," she said. "We are both adjusting to a version of each other that is more honest than the version we had before." He thought about his own father, folding the newspaper with deliberate care before a serious conversation. About the way love showed up differently in different people, sometimes as strategy and duty, sometimes as a folded newspaper, sometimes as a 5-minute request to get a jacket. "That sounds like the right kind of repair," he said. "Yes," she said. "It is slower than I would like. But the right kind usually is." She submitted the council audience request that afternoon. It went through Surzek's office as a formal filing, logged, time-stamped, and delivered. The response would come within the week. In the meantime, she worked. Issei had seen Rias work before, but he had seen it in the context of rating game preparation and peerage management, which were things she was very good at. Watching her work on the reform document was different. This was the version of her that had been waiting for the right work to be applied to, and finding it had changed the quality of the effort. She worked for hours without interruption, not because she had been told to but because the subject itself generated the focus. She had 3 versions of the seating system argument, each approaching from a different angle, and she was testing which framing was most effective by reading each aloud to Aino, who had a strong instinct for which arguments landed and which slid off. "The third version," Aino said, on the second iteration. "The first 2 argue that the system is unfair to specific parties. The third argues that the system is bad for devil society as a whole. The third one makes the council responsible for fixing it rather than just sympathetic to the harmed parties." Rias looked at her notes. "Yes," she said. "You are right. I am sometimes," Aino said mildly. Issei had been listening from the corner where he was reading. "The second version has the better statistics," he said. They both looked at him. "The numbers in the second version are clearer," he said. "Can you put the second version's statistics into the third version's framing?" Rias looked at the documents. A pause. "Yes," she said. "That is the correct solution." "Then do that," he said. She did that. The document grew. By the end of the first week back, it was 30 pages and dense with argument, citing historical rating game records, comparative analysis of seeding outcomes, and the entry cost data that Kiba had pointed him toward. Rias had spent 2 mornings in the estate's library extracting records that had not been formally analyzed before. She brought Issei in to look at the entry cost analysis one evening. "Tell me if this is clear to someone who did not grow up knowing what these terms mean," she said. He read it. He asked 3 questions about specific terms. She added brief definitions to each. He read it again. "Clear," he said. "And the argument is uncomfortable in a way that feels honest rather than inflammatory." "That is the tone I am trying for," she said. "You have it," he said. She looked at the pages and then looked at him with an expression that was complicated and satisfied and something else, something that had become more present over the past week as they moved through the daily work of being in the same space and building the same thing. "I want to tell you something," she said. "Tell me," he said. "I am happier doing this work than I have been doing anything in a long time," she said. "And I want to be clear that happy is not the same as easy. This is difficult work, and there is significant uncertainty ahead, and the political situation remains complicated." She paused. "But underneath all of that I am genuinely, actually happy. And I wanted you to know that you are part of why." He looked at her. "Not because you did anything specific," she said. "Although you do things specifically and often correctly. Because you are here. Because you chose to be here. Because every morning when I come out of the study and you are making tea or talking to Kaneko or reading something in the corner, you are simply present in a way that makes everything else more possible." He held that. "I know I said I love you in the kitchen in Tokyo," she said. "I wanted to say it here too. In this context. Where we are working towards something real. I love you too," he said. "Here, in the kitchen in Tokyo, and everywhere you are going." She held his gaze. "Everywhere we are going," she said. And that correction, that simple and specific one, landed with the weight of a decision and a direction and a future that was being built by choice, stone by stone, the slow and real and patient kind. He agreed. Chapter 18. The council audience was granted on a Friday. The response came through Surzek's office in the formal language of administrative confirmation, and Rias read it standing at the kitchen table, and Aquino read it over her shoulder, and neither of them said anything for a moment. Then Aquino said, 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks, Rias confirmed. She set the letter down carefully. She looked at the window. Then she picked up the reform document, and carried it to the desk and sat down and started revising. Issei left her to it. He understood that this was not the moment for conversation. This was the moment for work. Over the next 2 weeks, the document became a different order of thing. Rias revised it 7 times. Not 7 drafts, but 7 complete overhauls of emphasis and structure, each one cleaner and more precise than the last, each one stripping out anything that could be read as personal grievance, and replacing it with the language of structural analysis. She was not making it cold. She was making it incontestable. Aquino read every version aloud and delivered her assessments with the directness that came from being someone who genuinely cared about the outcome. Kiba reviewed the historical sections and corrected 3 citations that were slightly imprecise. Issei read the full document on a Tuesday evening and said nothing for 10 minutes afterward. "What?" Rias asked. "I am thinking," he said. "About what?" "About the fact that this is genuinely good," he said. "Not good for what it is. Good in the absolute sense. The argument is correct, and the evidence is clear, and the tone does not ask anything of the reader except to think about it." He looked at her. "If the council reads this and rejects it, it is because they do not want to engage with it, and that will be visible." She held his gaze. "Yes," she said. "That is what I want. Either they engage and we make progress, or they refuse to engage and that refusal becomes part of the record. Either way you win something," he said, which was what he had said weeks ago in the apartment, and the repetition was intentional. "Either way," she said. On the night before the council audience, nobody slept well. This had become a pattern, which Issei thought said something accurate about the kind of people they were, the kind who could not separate themselves from the things they cared about enough to rest easily on the eve of something that mattered. He found himself in the kitchen at 2 in the morning again. This time Rias was already there. She was sitting at the table with a cup of tea and the document, not reading it, just holding it. Marking the weight of it. He sat across from her. He did not make a new cup of tea. He just sat. Tell me something that is not about tomorrow, she said. What kind of something? He asked. Anything, she said. Something small. Something ordinary. He thought for a moment. When I was 9, he said, I decided I was going to build a fort in the back garden. I spent 2 weeks collecting materials. Cardboard, pieces of wood, a tarp I found in the shed. I had a very detailed plan. I was going to build something that would last all summer. Did you? She asked. I built it in a day, he said. It took exactly 1 night of rain to turn the cardboard to mush. The whole thing collapsed by morning. He paused. I was devastated for about an hour. Then I rebuilt it. Better the second time because I knew what had failed. She looked at him. You are telling me something about tomorrow, she said. I thought you might need the version that is both, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, mine was the night I decided to teach myself to play a musical instrument without telling anyone. Which instrument? He asked. The violin, she said. I was 12. I had heard a performance, and I was moved by it in a way I could not articulate to anyone. So I borrowed an instrument from the estate's music room and I taught myself in secret. How long did you practice before anyone found out? 3 weeks, she said. I was, by then, able to play 1 complete piece. Badly? But completely. What happened when they found out? My mother cried, she said. Not because it was bad. Because I had done it alone without asking for help. A pause. She said I did not have to do difficult things alone. That I could ask. She looked at the table. I understood what she meant. But I also understood something she was not saying, which was that the doing of it alone was part of what made it feel like mine. He was quiet. I have always been that way, she said. I have always needed things to be mine before I could share them. The violin, the reform document, the apartment in Tokyo. They needed to be mine first. I know, he said. You do not mind it, she said. Not a question. No, he said. Things that are genuinely yours are worth waiting for. He paused. I told you. Real things are patient. She looked at him across the table in the quiet of the early morning, and the underworld's perpetual almost light came through the kitchen window, and her red hair was loose and the reform document was in her hands, and she looked exactly like someone who had spent years carrying something alone, and had found someone to walk beside her without making her put it down. I am glad you came with me, she said. I am glad you asked, he said. I would have asked anyway, she said. If you had not already said yes with your face before I finished the sentence. He stared at her. I did not do that. You absolutely did that, she said. I had said approximately 12 words of what I needed to say, and you had already decided. He thought about it honestly. That is probably true, he admitted. She almost smiled. Go sleep, she said. 2 hours at least. You also, he said. After I finished the tea, she said. He went to sleep. 2 hours later he was awake again. The underworld sky outside his window was the same as it always was, the layered light that did not change, and he lay in it and thought about council chambers and 30-page documents and a woman who had taught herself the violin alone at 12 and had decided, at an age that took more courage, to stop doing the important things entirely alone. He thought about what came after tomorrow. Not immediately after. After that, in the way that futures assembled themselves out of the decisions people made when they were serious. He thought about asking her something. Not yet. Not today. But eventually, when the settled place she had talked about was more settled, when the work they were building had enough foundation that what he wanted to ask would be an addition to something real rather than a bet on something hoped for. He thought about the word wife. He thought about it honestly and without flinching and decided that it felt like exactly the right word for what he wanted Rias Gremory to be to him. He was patient. He could wait. Chapter 19. The Mao council chamber was older than the Gremory estate. It had been built in the 1st century of the current underworld order, after the original system had been dismantled and rebuilt, and it carried in its architecture the specific self-consciousness of an institution that was aware of its own historical weight. High ceilings, dark stone, a table long enough to seat 20 and currently occupied by 11. The light was formal, which meant it was arranged to be slightly uncomfortable for the person presenting and comfortable for the people deciding. Rias had prepared for the light. She had dressed accordingly, in deep blue rather than her family's red, which was a deliberate choice that said she was here as herself rather than as a Gremory representative. She carried the document in a leather folder that was good quality without being ornate. Issei was not in the chamber. He was in an anteroom with Aino, who was handling the waiting with the focused stillness of someone who had learned to be calm in high-stakes moments through practice rather than temperament. "How long do you think it will take?" he asked. "She requested an hour," Aino said. "She prepared for 2. And if they give her 20 minutes? Then she will say the most important things in 20 minutes, and leave them wanting the rest," Aino said. "She has thought through every scenario." He sat with that. Through the heavy door he could hear nothing. The chamber was built to contain its conversations. "What is the worst outcome?" he asked. Aino thought about it honestly. "They receive the document, and schedule a formal review committee, which sounds positive but means 6 months of administrative delay during which nothing changes and the momentum dissipates." She paused. "The best outcome is they receive the document, and assign an immediate working group with actual authority to propose amendments." "What is the realistic outcome?" "Somewhere between those two," Aino said. "Depending on which council members showed up today, and how they are feeling about the families that have the most to lose from reform." He nodded. He sat. The door opened after 53 minutes. Rias walked out. Her expression was composed. He read it the way he had learned to read it, looking past the surface control for what was underneath. Underneath was something that was not quite triumph and not quite relief, but was a specific kind of focused energy, the kind that meant she had seen exactly what she needed to see to know how to proceed. She looked at him. "Working group," she said. "Immediate. 4 members. 2 who are sympathetic and 2 who are skeptical, which is honest rather than comfortable." She paused. "They want the full document in final form within 30 days. "That is good," Aino said. "It is better than I hoped and exactly what I planned for," Rias said, which was not a contradiction, it was just how she operated. The skeptical members asked good questions. Hard questions. About implementation costs and transition management. She looked at the folder in her hands. "I answered 3 of them and deferred 2 for further research, which was the correct call. It established that I was being honest rather than selling something. And the deferral did not hurt you?" Issei asked. "It helped me," she said. "The worst thing I could have done was answer everything with false confidence. Acknowledging the limits of the current analysis and committing to address them shows the document is the beginning of serious work, not a complete argument." She paused. "I know the difference." "You always know the difference," Aino said. Rias looked at them both. Something in her expression shifted, the composed surface releasing slightly, showing the layer beneath it which was genuine and tired and satisfied. "I need to eat something," she said. "I have not eaten since this morning." "Then we find food," Issei said. They found a small establishment not far from the council district that served the underworld equivalent of comfort food, which was heavier and more mineral than human comfort food but filled the same function. They sat in a corner booth and ate without talking much, and the not talking was the comfortable kind. Midway through the meal, Rias looked at the folder beside her on the seat. "This is the beginning," she said. "Not the end." "Yes," he said. "The working group will be difficult," she said. "The skeptical members will push back hard. I will need to do significant additional research on the implementation questions they raised. There will be revised drafts and counter-proposals, and the process will take longer than I want it to." She looked at the table. "And when it is finished, even if the reforms are adopted, they will be smaller than what I proposed, because that is how institutional change works. You propose what you believe is correct, and you get back what the institution can currently manage." "Is that discouraging?" he asked. "No," she said. "It is realistic. And I have discovered that I work better with reality than with idealized outcomes. Idealized outcomes are for people who want to feel good about what they are doing. Reality is for people who want to actually do it." He looked at her. "You are the most practical idealist I have ever met," he said. She considered that. "Is that a compliment?" "It is the best kind," he said. She almost smiled. Aquino, eating across from them, made no comment, which meant she was busy storing it for later use. "What do you need from me?" he said, "for the next 30 days. "What you have been doing," she said. "Listening. Asking questions. Reading drafts and telling me when the logic fails." She looked at him directly. "And being there in the morning." "Which sounds small." "It is not small," he said. "No," she said. "It is not." They walked back through the council district in the Underworld's perpetual afternoon light. The buildings here were old and authoritative, built to house the machinery of governance, and between them moved the various inhabitants of the Underworld's political class, devils in formal attire carrying cases and folders and the specific expression of people who were always in the middle of something. None of them looked at Rias. She was not, in this moment, a spectacle or a symbol or the young woman who had disrupted an arranged treaty. She was a person who had just presented a working document to a council subcommittee, and received a formal mandate to continue. She was someone doing her work. He thought that was exactly the transformation she had been trying to make, and that she had made it, and that the first step of a very long journey had been taken in the right direction. She walked beside him through the council district with her folder under her arm, and he matched her pace, and Aquino walked on her other side, and the three of them moved together through a city that held their future in its vast and indifferent architecture, waiting to be built. Chapter 20. Ravel Phoenix sent a message 3 days after the council audience. It came through formal channels, addressed to Rias, and it was brief and precise in the way that all of Ravel's communications were brief and precise, as though she billed herself by the word and took the billing seriously. It said that she had heard about the council audience, and that she wanted to speak with Rias if Rias was willing, and that she understood if the current circumstances made that request complicated. Rias read it twice. She handed it to Issei. He read it. "She left the door open," he said. "She did not assume you would say yes. She acknowledged the complication." "She is careful," Rias said. "Ravel has always been careful in a way that Razor is not." She was quiet for a moment. "She is also genuinely good at what she does. I have always respected that. Are you going to respond?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "Today." She looked at the message again. "I am going to say yes." She sent the response that afternoon. Ravel's reply came within the hour. They arranged to meet in a formal parlor at a neutral family estate, one of the older houses that hosted meetings between parties who preferred not to confer on contested ground. Rias went alone. Issei did not suggest otherwise. He had learned the rhythm of which things Rias needed company for, and which she needed to approach as entirely her own, and this was the latter. He spent the afternoon with Gasper, who had been having a difficult week for reasons he expressed in small, indirect ways, which was his method. Issei had gotten better at reading those indirect ways over the past year. He sat with Gasper in the garden and let him talk about whatever he wanted to talk about, which for the first half-hour was a story about a book he had been reading, and for the second half-hour was something else underneath the book's story. "Are you worried about something?" Issei asked, during a pause. Gasper was quiet for a moment. He held his knees. "I worry a lot," he said. "It is a general thing." "I know," Issei said. "This week feels like it has a specific thing in it." Another pause. "There are people," Gasper said, "who say things about Lady Rias. About what she did. About whether it was right." He looked at the grass. "I heard some of the household staff. They did not know I was there." "What did they say?" Issei asked. "Some of them said it was wrong," Gasper said. "That she caused trouble for her family. That she was selfish." He looked up. "They did not say it about you." "They said it about her?" Issei was quiet. "I know it is not true," Gasper said. "I know it is not selfish to want to choose your own life. But I keep hearing it, and I do not know how to stop it from affecting me." "You cannot unhear things," Issei said. "But you can decide what weight to give them." Gasper looked at him. "The people who said that," Issei said carefully, "are people whose understanding of what happened is shaped by the world they live in, which tells them that duty to family arrangements is the highest value. They are not lying. They genuinely believe that. But it is one value system, and it is not the only one, and it is not the one that Lady Rias decided to live by." "How do you decide which value system is right?" Gasper asked. I think you look at what it produces, Issei said. A value system that requires someone to be permanently unhappy in order to be considered good is not one I can call right. A value system that says a person's own choice in matters of their own life is a valid authority is one that produces something I recognize as good. Gasper was quiet for a long time. That makes sense, he said. But it is still hard to hear people say things about her. Yes, Issei said. That part does not stop. People will say things. The question is what you do with your own understanding after you hear them. I choose my own understanding, Gasper said. Exactly, Issei said. Gasper leaned against his shoulder slightly, in the way he sometimes did when he was processing something large and needed the simple reassurance of proximity. Issei led him. The garden was quiet around them. The underworld light did its perpetual amber thing through the trees. When Rias returned from the meeting with Ravel, she was thoughtful in the particular way that meant the meeting had been useful and was not yet fully processed. She came to find Issei in the garden where he and Gasper were still sitting, and Gasper looked at her when she appeared and his expression shifted through several things before settling on relief. She sat on the bench beside him and said, "Hello, Gasper." "Hello, Lady Rias," he said. And then, carefully, "I am glad you are back." She looked at him. Something in her expression softened. "I am glad to be back," she said. She looked at Issei. "Walk with me for a moment." He stood. They walked to the far end of the garden, out of earshot. "How was it?" he asked. "Complicated and useful," she said. "Ravel is exactly what Kiba said. She has specific and well-considered opinions about the seating system. She laid them out carefully, with qualifications, as though she was not sure how I would receive them." "What did you tell her?" "I told her that her analysis aligned with mine and that I was building on exactly these points in the reform document," Rias said. She was quiet for a long time. She paused. Then she said something I did not expect. "What?" "She said she was sorry," Rias said. "About the situation. About her family's response to it. She was very careful to be clear that she was not speaking for her family, that this was her own view. But she said that she had watched what happened and she thought the way her family had pursued the objection was excessive, and that she did not agree with it." He absorbed this. "That took something," he said. "To say that to you directly?" "Yes," Rias said. "It did. She is loyal to her family. But she is also honest. And in this case honesty and loyalty were in tension, and she chose honesty." She paused. "I told her I respected that." "What does this mean for the reform project?" "Potentially quite a lot," Rias said. "Ravel has connections I do not have. She has access to the families that are traditionally allied with the Phoenix household, some of whom have their own private grievances about the rating game structure. If she is willing to facilitate introductions, the network of people I can reach with the argument expands significantly." She paused. She said she needed time to think about how far she could go. But she said she would be in contact. "You trust her?" he asked. Rias was quiet for a moment. "I trust her intelligence and her honesty," she said. "I do not yet trust her position, which is complicated by her family's situation in ways that may not be fully resolvable." She paused. "But I think she is someone I can work with carefully." "Carefully," he said. "Everything carefully," she said, which was the same thing she had said before. They walked back toward Gasper, who had picked a small flower from the garden border and was holding it with the specific attention he gave small things, turning it over in his fingers. Rias sat beside him again. She looked at the flower. "That is a nice one," she said. "Yes," Gasper agreed. "I was going to draw it later." "You should," she said. They sat. The three of them in the garden at the edge of something large, in the amber light of a world that was old and structured and in the process, slowly and seriously, of being changed. Issei thought about the third of the young noble generation that held the second view quietly. He thought about Ravel Phoenix choosing honesty over easy loyalty. He thought about Gasper deciding to choose his own understanding. He thought about all the small decisions that accumulated into the thing a world actually was. He thought Rias was going to matter. Not in the way that names mattered. In the way that work mattered. He thought he was going to be there to see it. Chapter 21. Sona Citri arrived on a Saturday. She came formally, with advance notice and the appropriate protocol, because Sona did everything with advance notice and appropriate protocol even when she was visiting someone she had known since childhood. She appeared at the Gremory estate in her student council president bearing, which was the posture she wore in every context including ones where it was arguably unnecessary, and she greeted Rias with the particular warmth that showed itself in people who kept warmth on a careful budget. Issei had met Sona several times and understood her approximately. She was rigorously intelligent, deeply principled, and possessed of a patience that was less temperamental than structural, built deliberately as an alternative to the frustration she felt at the pace of things. He found her easier to read than most people expected to, because her surface and her interior were more aligned than she intended, her feelings visible not through expression but through the precision of her word choice. She greeted him with a nod that said he had been considered and found acceptable, which from Sona was equivalent to a warm embrace from most people. They sat in the formal parlor of the Gremory estate, Rias and Sona across from each other with tea, Akino present, and Issei at the edge of the room in the way he had learned to position himself when he was there as support rather than participant. "I read the summary your brother's office circulated after the council audience," Sona said. She did not preamble. "The working group mandate is a better outcome than the situation merited." "Thank you," Rias said. "It is not a compliment," Sona said. "It is an observation. The council has not typically acted that quickly on anything in recent memory." Something about the presentation shifted their calculus. "The framing," Rias said. "I argued it as a society-level problem rather than a fairness complaint. The council responds to the former and dismisses the latter." "Yes," Sona said. "I would have approached it the same way." She paused. "I want to discuss the document directly, if you are willing." "Of course," Rias said. They discussed it for an hour. Sona had read it fully, which Rias confirmed by the specificity of her questions, and she came with her own analysis, her own supplementary data from the Citri household's rating game history, and 2 objections that Rias had not encountered in the council session. They were good objections. The first was about the transition period between the current seating system and whatever replaced it, which created a gap where both systems were partially operative and outcomes would be confused. The second was about the definition of merit in the proposed alternative seating model, which Rias had left deliberately flexible, and which Sona argued needed to be more specific to prevent the flexibility from being exploited by exactly the established houses the reform was designed to check. Rias listened to both objections without defending herself against them. Then she said, "You are right on both counts. These are the 2 gaps I need to address in the next draft." Sona looked at her. "You are not going to argue." "I am not going to argue with correct observations," Rias said. "That would be a waste of both our time." Sona was quiet for a moment. Something shifted in her expression, barely visible, but Issei had been watching her carefully and he saw it. It was something like respect settling in, the kind that required proof before it appeared. "I want to be part of the working group," Sona said. Rias looked at her. "The group is already assigned." "I know," Sona said. "I am requesting that you advocate for an expansion of the group to include a Citri representative. The Citri household has rating game data going back 300 years and analytical resources that the current group does not have access to." She paused. "I am also requesting it because I believe in the project, and I have my own reasons for that which I will not elaborate on today." The room was quiet. "Your engagement," Rias said. Sona did not confirm or deny. She held Rias's gaze and said nothing. "I will advocate for it," Rias said. "Thank you," Sona said. And then, after a pause that contained more than usual, "You did something I did not expect you to do." "Which part?" Rias asked. "All of it," Sona said. "I understood that you were unhappy. I understood the reasons. I did not expect you to act." She paused. "Most people in our position understand the cage perfectly, and stay in it because the door looks too heavy." She looked at the table. "You opened the door." "It was not easy," Rias said. "I know," Sona said. "That is why I did not expect it." They held that between them for a moment. "The door is still open," Rias said quietly. "That is the important thing." Sona was quiet for a long moment. She looked at her tea. "Yes," she said. "I am aware of that." She stayed for another hour, and they talked about the reform document, and the working group and the specific political dynamics of each council member who had been in the room. She had information about 2 of them that Rias did not, which she shared freely, which told Issei that this had stopped being a courtesy visit approximately 40 minutes in and had become a collaboration. When she left, she paused at the door and looked at Issei. "You are Issei Hyoudou," she said. Not a question, but the beginning of something. "Yes," he said. "You went with her," she said. "Yes," he said. She considered him for a moment. "Good," she said, in exactly the tone Aquino had used, which made him wonder if there was a particular register that people who loved Rias deployed when they approved of him. She left. Rias stood in the parlor doorway and watched her go with an expression that was warm and complicated and tired in a good way. "She is going to open her door," Rias said. "Not today," Aquino said. "No," Rias said. "But she is thinking about it more seriously than she was before today." She paused. "I want to be someone she can call when she does." "You will be," Issei said. She looked at him. "You will be," he said again. "Because that is who you are choosing to be, and you follow through." She held his gaze for a moment. "I need to update the reform document," she said. "I know," he said. She went to her study. He heard the desk chair move, and then a long silence, and then the sound of writing. He made tea and brought it to her door. He knocked. "Come in," she said without looking up. He set the tea on the desk beside her and left without a word. Behind him he heard her pick it up, and the small sound of the cup being set back down, and then the writing resumed. He thought that this, the ordinary continuance of it, was what love looked like when it was real. Not the declaration. The cup of tea. The resumed work. The ongoing presence of someone who had decided to be there and kept deciding it, one ordinary morning after another. He was happy. Quietly and genuinely and without needing to perform it. He went to find Gasper and see if he had finished drawing the flower. Chapter 22. The 30 days moved the way intensive work periods always move, which is to say simultaneously slowly and impossibly fast, the individual hours sometimes dragging and the weeks gone before you understood where they went. Rias revised the reform document twice. She addressed Sona's objections about the transition period and the merit definition, and in addressing them she found 2 additional improvements she had not been looking for, which she said was typical, that the right questions opened up the right answers in adjacent rooms. The working group met 3 times. Issei was not present for any of these meetings, but Rias debriefed him afterward with the precision of someone who processed events by explaining them, and he listened and asked the questions that helped her hear what she was saying. The 2 skeptical members were named Valefor and Dantalion. Valefor was skeptical in the methodical way, meaning he identified specific weaknesses in the argument, and required those weaknesses to be addressed before he would advance the discussion. Dantalion was skeptical in the strategic way, meaning he was weighing the political cost to his family's position if the reforms passed. These were different problems requiring different responses. Valefor I can satisfy, Rias said, after the second meeting. He wants rigor. I can give him rigor. He is not opposed to the outcome, he is opposed to insufficient evidence for it. And Dantalion? Issei asked. Dantalion I need to convince that the reforms benefit his family in the long run, she said. Which requires me to understand specifically what his family's position is in the current structure, and how the reform would change it. She looked at her notes. Which requires research I have not done yet. What do you need? The Dantalion household's rating game history for the past 50 years, she said. Their seeding records, their win rates, their game outcomes against established houses versus against newer peerages. She paused. If the data shows what I think it shows, which is that even established houses are occasionally disadvantaged by the current structure in ways they attribute to individual failure rather than systemic design, the argument changes for Dantalion. Where do you get those records? He asked. The council archives, she said. They are technically accessible, but navigating them requires someone who knows the cataloging system. Kiba, he said. She looked at him. Kiba? He spent 2 years studying historical rating games in the council archives when he was working through everything about the holy swords, Issei said. He knows that cataloging system. She was quiet for a moment. I forgot about that. He does not advertise it, he said. He does a lot of things he does not advertise. She nodded. I will ask him. She asked Kiba. Kiba spent 4 hours in the archives and returned with 3 years' worth of Dantalian game records in organized form and an apologetic note explaining that the full 50 years was catalogued under 7 different systems that would require a week to fully cross-reference, but that the last 3 years contained enough data to make the argument clearly. Rias read the data and said nothing for 20 minutes. Then she said, he lost 3 games in the last 3 years that he should have won based on relative power ratings. All 3 against houses with higher seeding despite comparable, or lower actual ability levels. Does he know it was the seeding? Issei asked. He may not have analyzed it that way, she said. People attribute losses to performance before they attribute them to structure. It is natural. She looked at the data. If I present this to him directly, privately, before the next working group meeting, and ask him to verify the analysis himself, he will reach the conclusion without me having to make the argument. Because then it is his conclusion, Issei said. Exactly, she said. She requested a private meeting with Dantalian. He accepted. She presented the data and asked him to verify it. He took 2 days and came back to the next working group meeting with the expression of someone who had found a rock in his shoe that had been there for a long time without being identified. He voted to advance the document to formal proposal status. Veilfor followed with his own conditions, 3 specific revisions he required, all of which Rias made within 48 hours. The document went to formal proposal status on the 28th day. That evening, Rias sat at the kitchen table in the estate and looked at nothing for a while. Issei sat across from her and let her look at nothing. After a time she said, it is not done. The formal proposal goes to a full council vote. That is a longer process. There will be lobbying and counter-lobbying and amendments that change things I do not want changed. She paused. I am going to have to fight for every line of it through a process that will take months. I know, he said. I am prepared for that, she said. I want you to know I am not feeling defeated. I am just absorbing where we are. She looked at him. We are further than I expected to be in 30 days. Yes, he said. Considerably further, she said. The working group outcome was better than the realistic case I had modeled. She paused. I keep trying to find the place where I made an error in optimism and I cannot find it. Which is either very good, or means the error is hidden somewhere I have not looked yet, or means you did the work correctly, he said. She looked at him. That is also possible. The most probable explanation is usually the simplest one, he said. She held his gaze. Something in her expression was the warm, complicated thing it had been more and more often since Tokyo. Since the kitchen at dawn. I want to go back to the apartment, she said. When this phase settles. Not permanently. But for a few days. I want to walk through the neighborhood and eat at that restaurant and sit by the window. Then we will, he said. You will come, she said. Obviously, he said. She looked at the table. Then she looked back at him. I want to ask you something, she said. And I want you to tell me the honest answer. I always do, he said. Are you happy? She said. Not in a general sense. In the specific sense of this life, here, doing what you are doing. Is this what you want? He thought about it honestly, the way the question deserved. I want to be stronger, he said. I want to understand the sacred gear better. I have things I am still working on in training that I have been neglecting because the last month was about other things. He paused. I want to be useful in ways that are clearly mine. The listening and the draft reading are things I can do, but I want to find the version of myself in this work that is more active. She listened without interrupting. And I want you, he said. Which is not separate from everything else. It is woven into it. The work and you and the peerage and the future that we are building are all one thing to me. He paused. So yes. This is what I want. With the additions I just described. She was quiet for a moment. The training, she said. I have been taking you away from it. I chose to be taken away from it, he said. Still, she said. I want you to take the time for it. The things that are yours need tending, not just mine. She paused. Tomorrow morning. 2 hours minimum. That sounds like an order, he said. It is a request with the tone of an order, she said. I am still calibrating. He smiled. Okay, he said. Tomorrow morning. She nodded. She looked at the table once more, at whatever she had been looking at in the nothing, and then she looked back up. "We are going to be all right," she said. Not to him specifically. To the room, to the future, to herself. The kind of statement that was as much a decision as an assessment. "Yes," he said. "We are." She picked up the proposal documents, and went back to her study. He sat at the table and thought about tomorrow morning and training and the work that was his, and about the way she had said we and meant it in the full sense of the word, and about all the mornings ahead of this one that would accumulate into a life. He thought that was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 23. He trained in the mornings and it changed things. Not in the ways he expected. He was not trying to reach a new level of the boosted gear. He was not drilling for combat against specific opponents. He was doing the fundamental work, the kind that did not look impressive and could not be demonstrated easily, the kind that built the base everything else stood on. Kiba trained with him sometimes. They ran and did strength work and went through sword sequences that Issei was still learning despite having passed the point where learning them was strictly necessary, because learning them continued to improve things about his control and timing that combat training alone could not. "You are better," Kiba said one morning. "At what specifically?" Issei asked. "Patience," Kiba said. "In movement. You used to move like you were always getting to something. Now you move like you are in it." Issei thought about that. "The last few months have been a lot of waiting," he said. "Not passive waiting. But waiting where the action was internal rather than external." "It shows," Kiba said. He thought about Rias saying that he moved differently than he used to. He thought about Akino saying he looked rested. He thought about Kaneko observing that Rias walked differently, and that something that had been tight was gone. Change showed in the body before it showed in words. On the fourth morning of resumed training, Drake spoke. He had been quieter since Tokyo, not absent but less insistent. Drake's communication was not words exactly, more like a current of impression that Issei had learned to translate. This morning the impression was a question, or the shape of one. He stopped in the middle of the training yard and sat on the ground. "I hear you," he said aloud, which was what he said when Drake was signaling something he needed to attend to. The impression clarified. It was not a question but a statement delivered as a question, which was how Drake handled things he thought Issei already knew but was not attending to. The statement was about the boosted gear and its current condition, which was different than it had been 3 months ago. And the difference was not a problem but a development that Issei had not been fully aware of because he had been otherwise occupied. "Show me," he said. He sat in the training yard for 2 hours in the Underworld's amber morning light, and listened to Drake with the full attention he had not given the gear in 2 months, and what he heard was interesting and slightly alarming and ultimately more good news than bad. The gear had been developing along a new axis. Not power, not the doubling function, something more interior. Something connected to the shift Kiba had noticed in his movement, the patience in it, the presence. Drake had a word for it, in the old language of dragonkind, which Issei understood approximately. The translation was something like resonance, the gear coming into alignment with the person carrying it rather than the person straining to catch up to the gear. "Is that good?" Issei asked. The impression that came back was the dragon equivalent of yes, with a quality that might have been approval, though Drake never admitted to anything as sentimental as approval. He told Rias about it that evening. She listened with the careful attention she gave everything. "Resonance," she repeated. "That is the closest word," he said. "That is in the old texts," she said. "There are references to sacred gear bearers reaching a state of alignment that changes the nature of how the gear operates. It is described differently in different sources. Some call it maturation. Some call it harmony." She looked at him. "Most bearers apparently do not reach it until mid-career, if they reach it at all. What does it change?" "It is described as making the gear an extension rather than a tool," she said. "The distinction is like the difference between wearing a piece of armor and being at home in your own body." She paused. "It also typically changes the upper limit of what the gear can do, not by adding new abilities but by allowing existing abilities to operate at a depth they could not before." "So the doubling becomes more efficient?" he asked. "Possibly," she said. "But the text suggests the change is less about raw output and more about control. Precision. The ability to do fine things rather than only large things." She looked at him. That is significantly more valuable in most real situations than additional raw power. He thought about that. This happened while we were in Tokyo, he said. While I was not training. Yes, she said. Which suggests it is not about training volume. What is it about? He asked. She was quiet for a moment. The texts are not specific, she said. But the common thread across multiple accounts is that bearers who reached this state were, in the period preceding it, doing something that was genuinely theirs. Not performing. Not fulfilling a role. Living something true. She looked at him. Which seems consistent with what the past 2 months have been. He sat with that. You and I are doing the same thing, he said. From different directions. She looked at him. What do you mean? You said the reform work feels like the first work that is genuinely yours, he said. You are doing something true. And the document is better for it, better than policy documents written from obligation. The gear responding the way it is, I think that is the same thing. I am doing something true and the gear is responding to the truth of it. She was quiet for a long moment. Yes, she said. I think that is exactly right. We are both finding the version of ourselves that is real, he said. Instead of the version we were supposed to be. She looked at him with an expression that had several layers, and the deepest one was the one he was getting better at seeing, the one that was simply and completely present, not performing anything, just there. I want to ask you something, she said. Ask, he said. When you think about the future, she said, the actual long-range future, the years ahead, what do you see? He did not deflect the question. He had been asked it before, and he had his honest answer. You, he said. That is the first thing. The clearest thing. He paused. A home with you. Something built. Not necessarily the estate, not necessarily the apartment, something we put together ourselves. He paused. Children, eventually. When we are ready. I think about that. He looked at her directly. I think about building a family that is chosen rather than arranged, all the way through. She was very still. I am not saying this to create pressure, he said. I am answering your question honestly. I know, she said. I asked for the honest answer. She was quiet for a moment. I think about it too, she said. The family. The home. She held his gaze. I did not let myself think about it clearly until recently, because thinking about it clearly required imagining it with a person I had chosen rather than a person who had been selected, and for a long time I was not in a position to make that distinction real. She paused. I am in that position now. He looked at her. I am not putting a timeline on it, she said. We have work ahead of us. Significant work. The reform process alone will take most of a year. She paused. But I wanted you to know that when I think about the other side of that work, you are in it. Clearly and specifically. He was quiet for a moment. Good, he said. Good, she agreed. The underworld light came through the study window and made everything look slightly more significant than it was, which was the quality of this light, and he thought that in this case the quality was accurate. He thought that the other side of the work was going to be very good. Chapter 24. The full council vote was scheduled for spring. This was not surprising. The underworld's governance moved at the pace of institutions that had been governing for a very long time and had developed timelines the way rivers develop channels, through the accumulated routing of everything that had come before. Spring was 4 months away. 4 months of lobbying and counter-lobbying and the particular political weather of an institution deciding whether to change something about itself. Rias organized the 4 months with the same systematic clarity she brought to everything. She mapped the council members, all 23 of them, by position and by the specific factors that would influence their vote. She categorized them into 4 groups: committed yes, committed no, movable yes, and movable no. She identified the movable members and developed an approach for each one that was tailored to their specific concerns. Issei watched her build this map over 2 evenings at the estate's largest table, with documents and notes, and the occasional consultation of a text she had pulled from the library. You are running a campaign, he said. I am doing what is necessary, she said, which was not a disagreement. It is a campaign, he said. You know it is a campaign. She looked at the map. Yes, she said. It is a campaign. She looked at him. Is that a problem? It is great, he said. I am just naming it accurately. She looked back at the map. I have run rating games, she said. This is not structurally different. Identify resources, identify objectives, identify the path between them. She pointed to a name in the movable yes column. This one will vote yes if I can demonstrate that the reform benefits the eastern regions, which have historically been underrepresented in the seating allocations. The data exists. I need to present it clearly. And this one? He pointed to a movable no. Lord Glagiolabalas, she said. He is movable no because his family has benefited significantly from the current seating structure, and he is aware that reform costs them something. I cannot change the data. What I can do is argue that the cost to his family in the short term is offset by the stability gains for the system as a whole, because a less equitable system is a more fragile one. She paused. He cares about stability. His family was nearly destroyed in the old wars. Stability is not an abstract value for him. Issei thought about that. That is a good argument, he said. It is an honest argument, she said. Which is better than a good one. Over the following weeks, Rias met with each movable member. Not in formal settings. In the settings where people had real conversations, which was different for each person, a garden for one, a private dining room for another, a rating game analysis session for a third who would only speak plainly in the context of discussing game strategy. Issei went to the garden meeting. He sat at a distance, as he had in the Tokyo park, and he watched Rias conduct a 40-minute conversation with an elderly devil who had been a member of the council for 40 years and who held one of the movable yes votes. He could not hear the conversation. He watched the body language. The elderly devil started the conversation in the formal register, which had his shoulders slightly elevated and his attention calibrated to a social performance rather than a real exchange. At some point, around 12 minutes in, his shoulders dropped. He began using his hands when he talked, which people did when they were thinking about content rather than appearance. He laughed once. He spoke for a longer turn than Rias, which meant she was listening rather than persuading, and the listening was doing the work. When they parted, the man shook her hand in a way that was different from the greeting handshake. It was the handshake of someone who had been taken seriously. Rias came to where Issei was sitting. She sat beside him. Well? He asked. He is committed, yes now, she said. Not movable. Committed. What shifted? I asked him what he thought was most broken about the current system, she said. Not what I thought was broken. What he thought. She paused. He has been on the council for 40 years and he said no one had ever asked him that directly. Issei was quiet for a moment. That is remarkable and also not surprising, he said. No, she agreed. It is not surprising. Institutions develop the habit of delivering conclusions rather than asking questions, because asking questions implies uncertainty, and institutions are supposed to project confidence. She looked at the garden path. But asking questions is how you find out where you actually are. You are very good at this, he said. I have been studying the system for years, she said. I have been preparing for this even when I did not know I was preparing for it. She paused. And you have made it easier. How? He asked. She thought for a moment. I am less afraid of being wrong, she said. When I was operating inside the expected framework, being wrong had very specific costs. The wrong word, the wrong posture, the wrong response to a political pressure. Everything was calibrated to avoid the cost of error. She looked at him. But since we went to Tokyo, I have been operating in a mode where errors are recoverable and truth is more important than appearance. And that makes every conversation easier. I am less defended. People respond to that. He looked at her. You are less defended because you know you have somewhere to come back to, he said. She was quiet. A base, he said. When you do not have a base, you hold everything you have very tightly because losing any of it is expensive. When you have a base, you can put things down and pick them up again. She looked at him for a long moment. Yes, she said. That is exactly right. She paused. You are the base. He did not say anything. He let it be said. I want you to know, she said, that I do not take that for granted. The base is something you chose to be. It is not something I appointed you to. I know, he said. I mention it because I want it to be explicit, she said. I am not good at leaving important things implicit. I have spent too long being surrounded by implications that turned out to be inadequate. Then be explicit, he said. I prefer it. I know, she said. That is one of the best things about you. They sat in the garden for a while longer, in the Underworld's afternoon light, and the campaign for the spring vote moved forward in its various tracks, and the working group met and revised and argued, and Ravel Phoenix sent 2 more messages that were carefully worded and useful, and Sona Citri was added to the working group after Rias's advocacy to Surzex. And Lord Gremory had a 3rd conversation with Rias that Grafia described afterward as the first one that had been genuinely warm. And in the mornings, Issei trained, and Drake continued his slow clarification, and Kiba noticed things and said them carefully, and Gasper finished a drawing of the garden and gave it to Rias, and Kaneko ate the snacks Issei left for her outside the training room without commenting on the fact that he was leaving them. Life accumulated. The ordinary kind and the significant kind, woven together the way they always are, the days making the shape of something real. He thought about the word home. Not the apartment in Tokyo and not the Gremory estate. The version of home that was not a place but a condition, a set of people and a shared direction and the daily practice of choosing to be there. He thought they were building that. He thought they were going to finish it. Chapter 25. They went back to Tokyo in February. It was not warm. The city was in its coldest period, the sky low and gray, the streets reflecting the flat light in their wet surfaces. They arrived in the afternoon, and the apartment received them the way a good space receives people who belong to it, without comment, simply present. Rias opened the window in the main room and let in the cold air for a moment. She stood at it and looked at the rooflines, which were the same as they had been in October, and she breathed. Different season, she said. Same view, he said. Yes, she said. And she smiled, which was the real kind, not performed, surprised out of her by the specificity of being back in this place she had come to because she chose it. They walked the neighborhood in the cold. She wore the dark coat, and he wore his jacket, and they moved through streets that had accumulated into something familiar through the weeks they had spent here in autumn. The restaurant where they had eaten ramen. The grocery store with its narrow aisles. The temple, which looked different in winter, the bare trees showing the sky through their branches in a way the autumn foliage had hidden. They walked into the temple garden. It was quieter in February than it had been in October. The moss on the stones was brighter in the cold, more intensely green against the gray light. The pond was still. The stone lanterns had snow on their tops from what must have been a light fall earlier in the week. Rias walked slowly, as she had in October, and he walked beside her, and neither of them spoke much because the garden was one of those places where silence was the natural language. She stopped at the stone bench near the pond. This is where I told you I would take the time, she said. Yes, he said. She sat on the bench. He sat beside her. The pond was still. A bare tree at its edge cast a bare reflection on the water. I want to say something, she said. Say it, he said. I have been thinking about what comes next, she said. Not in the campaign sense. Not the council vote, not the working group, not the political work. In the personal sense. She looked at the pond. I have been thinking about it since the conversation in the study. About the home we talked about. The family. He waited. I do not want to wait until the work is finished, she said. The work is never finished. That is the nature of work that matters. There will always be a next thing, a next document, a next meeting, a next campaign. She paused. If I wait until the work is finished to begin the rest of my life, I will be waiting forever. What are you saying? He asked. She looked at him. Directly, fully, with the complete weight of her attention. I am saying that I am ready, she said. Not because everything is settled. Not because the political situation is resolved, or the reform is adopted, or any external thing is complete. Because I am ready in myself. She held his gaze. I am saying that I want what we talked about. The home. The family. You. She paused. I am not asking you to decide immediately. But I wanted you to know that I have decided. The pond was still. Somewhere above them, a bird moved through the bare branches with a small sound of wings. He looked at her face. He looked at the certainty in it, the same certainty she had worn in the hallway in the manor when she told him the ceremony was not something she could do, The same certainty but different, not something she was running away from but something she was walking toward. He reached into his jacket pocket. She watched him. He had bought it in the Underworld, 3 weeks ago, from a craftsman in the old market district who made things from materials that were not quite human and not quite anything else, things that held their form across both worlds without changing. The stone was a dark blue that shifted in different lights, not unlike the color of the winter sky above the temple garden. The setting was simple. He had told the craftsman to keep it simple. He had not wanted anything that competed with what it meant. He held it in his hand. Rias looked at it. She looked at him. I was going to wait until the vote, he said. Until the reform passed, and you had that to stand on. I thought it should come after a victory. He paused. But you just told me you do not want to wait for the work to be finished. So I am not going to wait either. She was very still. I love you, he said. I have said it before and I mean it the same way every time, and I will mean it the same way every time I say it for the rest of my life. He held the ring in his open hand. I want to be your husband. I want the home and the family and the ordinary mornings. I want to be the base and I want you to be mine. Not because it was arranged. Because I choose it. Because you are the person I choose. The garden was quiet. She looked at him for a long moment, and her eyes were the color of a winter sky, clear and certain and full. Yes, she said. One word. The whole answer. The real kind. He put the ring on her finger. She looked at it. She looked at him. She reached up and held his face in both hands and looked at him for a moment with the full intensity of everything she was. Yes, she said again. Clearly and completely, and because I choose it. He covered her hands with his. They sat on the stone bench in the winter garden in the city that did not know their names, and the bare trees reflected in the still water, and the gray sky held them equally with everything else it held, and neither of them needed anything else from the moment because the moment was exactly what it was. He thought about the morning in the manor hallway when she told him the ceremony was not something she could do. He thought about the train. He thought about the grocery store and the eggs in the kitchen at dawn when she said it for the first time. He thought about all the mornings it had taken to get to this bench in February. He thought they were worth every one. Chapter 26. They did not tell anyone immediately, not because it was a secret, but because the first 24 hours felt like something that belonged specifically to them, a space before the world knew about it, and they held it carefully in that space the way you hold a warm thing before setting it down. They walked back from the temple through the February streets. The ring on her finger caught the gray light in the particular way of the stone the craftsman had used, shifting blue-dark, exactly itself. She looked at it twice on the walk back, each time briefly and without trying to look at it, which told him she was still absorbing the reality of it. He had never made her do that before, absorb a reality. Usually she was 2 steps ahead of reality. He thought it was one of the better things he had ever managed. They made dinner in the apartment. He cooked and she sat at the kitchen table with a book she was not reading, which was the way she was when she was happy and did not need to do anything with the happiness. Afterward they sat at the window and the city did its nighttime thing and they talked about small things and large things in the way they had learned to do, moving between them without friction. My father will want a ceremony, she said, at some point. We can have a ceremony, he said. Not an arrangement, she said. A ceremony that is ours. Those are not the same thing, he agreed. She looked at the city. I want something small, she said. The people who matter to us. Not a political event. Not a statement. She paused. Enough to be real without being a performance. Whatever you want, he said. What do you want? She asked. For yourself. He thought about it. My parents, he said. And the peerage. Somewhere that means something to us. He paused. The temple, maybe. The garden. She looked at him. The garden in February was when you had the ring, she said. Yes, he said. You were carrying it then, she said. While we were walking through it. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. In your jacket pocket. Yes, he said. She looked at the window. I had no idea, she said. I know, he said. That was the point. She turned back to him. The temple garden is the right place, she said. When the cherry blossoms are out. Late spring. She paused. After the vote. After the vote, he said. Because I want to come to it without that still ahead of me, she said. I want both things to be settled in sequence. First the work. Then the rest. She looked at him. Does that make sense? Yes, he said. We have time. We have time, she agreed. They sat with that, the comfortable reality of it. The space between now and late spring which was full of work and negotiation and all the texture of lives being lived, and which ended in a temple garden with cherry blossoms. He thought that was very good planning. She called Surzex the next morning. He heard her side of the call from the kitchen where he was making breakfast. She said, I have something to tell you. A pause. She said, he asked me? I said yes. A longer pause, during which he could hear Surzek's voice but not the words. She said, I know? Yes. He did choose it himself. A pause. No, I did not plan it that way. A longer pause, and then something in her voice changed slightly and she said, thank you. That means a great deal. She came to the kitchen. She sat at the table. Her expression was that specific kind of move that she wore rarely and carefully, the kind that she had not worn at all when he first joined her peerage. He cried, she said. He looked up from the eggs. Surzex, she said. He cried. Which he will deny if asked, so I will not tell anyone else. She paused. He said he was very happy and that I had chosen someone worthy. She looked at the table. He said worthy in the specific sense. Not politically. Not in terms of rank or power. In the sense of a person who is worth something as a person. She looked up. I told him I agreed. He set a plate in front of her. She looked at it. She looked at him. The eggs are better, she said. You have been practicing, he said. Your technique is improving. She looked at the perfectly cooked eggs. I have been practicing on mornings when you sleep late, she said. I did not know that, he said. You were not meant to, she said. I wanted to be able to do it correctly before you found out I was trying. He sat across from her. He looked at her. She looked back at him with the expression that was everything, all of it, the full version. I am going to do this for the rest of my life, she said. Learn things I do not know how to do yet, and do them until they are mine. She paused. And I am going to do it with you. He thought about his mother saying, real things are patient. He thought that they had both been patient, in their different ways, and that the real thing had arrived. Me too, he said. She ate her breakfast. The city outside was February cold and entirely indifferent, and exactly right. Chapter 27. Aquino cried, which she had said she would not do but which surprised no one. She cried in the specific way of someone who had been holding something for a very long time and had been given permission to put it down, briefly and completely, and then she was herself again, but the version of herself that existed after, which was slightly lighter. I knew, she said, when she had recovered. I knew something was in his pocket in the temple in February. I saw him touch it once when he thought no one was looking. You did not say anything, Rias said. I was waiting to be told, Aquino said. There is a difference. Kaneko received the news with an expression that did not change, but whose quality shifted in the way hers did when something made her happy, a small warmth in the set of her eyes. She said, good? Then she said, the ring is a good color. Then she went back to whatever she had been doing, which was her way of indicating that this was right, and she had nothing else to add. Gasper wept openly and without embarrassment, which was always Gasper's way with things that moved him, and he said through it that he was happy and that he had always thought it would happen and that he was going to draw something to market, and then he composed himself and went to find paper. He came back 40 minutes later with a drawing. It was the two of them, rendered in his earnest and slightly crooked style, standing in a garden that was recognizable as the temple garden, bare trees and a pond and the stone lanterns with snow on top. He had drawn them facing each other, and above them, this time instead of a bright sun, he had drawn a sky full of small stars. Because it was winter, he explained. Rias held the drawing for a long moment. Then she carefully put it with the other one, the one from October with the bright sun, and she pinned them side by side on the wall of her study. 2 seasons now, she said. Yes, Gasper said, pleased. Kiba shook Issei's hand. His grip was firm and his expression said everything he was not going to say aloud, which was considerable. You did well, Kiba said. We both did, Issei said. Kiba nodded, which contained agreement and more. Lord Gremory received the news through Surzex the same day. His response was not immediate. He took 2 days, during which the household held its breath in various degrees of visibility, and then he sent a message to Rias that Grafia delivered personally. Rias read it alone in her study. She did not tell anyone what it said for a day. Then she told Issei. He wrote that he is glad I found someone who sees me, she said. Those were his words. Who sees me? She paused. He said he should have seen me more clearly himself, and that he was going to spend the time we have left as father and daughter making sure I knew he understood that. She held the letter in both hands. He asked if he could meet you. Formally. Not as an assessment. As an introduction. I will meet him, Issei said. He is a complicated man, she said. Most fathers are, he said. She looked at him. You are not nervous about meeting the head of the Gremory household. I am a little, he said honestly. But nervous does not mean unprepared. He paused. What does he value? In a person, she thought. Honesty, she said. He has been surrounded by indirection for so long that direct honesty surprises him and then earns him completely. She paused. And he values people who take things seriously. Not solemnly. Seriously. The difference being that solemnity is about appearance and seriousness is about genuine engagement. Be honest and take things seriously, Issei said. You do both naturally, she said. Which is why I am not worried, even though you are a little nervous. They traveled to the Gremory estate 3 days later. Not the outer wing where the peerage quarters were, but the interior wing, the family section, which Issei had never been in. It was older and quieter, and had the particular feeling of spaces that had been lived in for a very long time, not grand so much as deep. Lord Gremory was in a small sitting room that faced a garden different from the former one. This one was less geometric, more lived in, the plants allowed to make some of their own decisions about direction. He was smaller than Issei expected, though he was not certain what he had expected. He had dark red hair going to gray at the temples and a face that showed the history of someone who had done serious work for a long time. He stood when they came in, and he looked at Issei with the careful attention of a man taking the measure of something important. Rias introduced them. Lord Gremory held his hand out. Issei took it. I have been told you are direct, Lord Gremory said. I try to be, Issei said. Good, Lord Gremory said. Then let me be direct with you. He looked at him steadily. I made decisions for my daughter based on what I believed was right for the family. I did not sufficiently consider what was right for her. That was my failure, and I own it. He paused. You saw what she needed when I did not. For that I am grateful. Not as a transaction. As a father. Issei looked at him. I am going to take care of her, Issei said. Not because I was granted permission to. Because I choose to. Every day. He paused. And she is going to take care of me. We do it for each other. Lord Gremory was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. That is how it should work. He looked at his daughter, who was standing beside Issei with the expression of someone watching something she had been hoping for arrive. You chose someone who understands that, he said to her. I know, she said. He nodded once, the kind of nod that was a decision. Sit down, he said. There is tea. They sat. They drank tea. Lord Gremory asked Issei questions, not testing questions but curious ones, about where he came from and what he was training and what he thought about the Underworld structure. Issei answered honestly, which surprised Lord Gremory in the way Rias had said it would, and then earned him, which was also what she had predicted. An hour passed without anyone noting that it had passed. On the walk back to the peerage wing, Rias walked beside Issei in the long corridor that connected the family sections. Well? He said. He liked you, she said. He would not say it directly. But I know what it looks like when he likes someone. What does it look like? He asked you questions he was actually curious about the answers to, she said. He does not do that with people he has assessed and dismissed. He only continues asking when he is genuinely interested. He is a good person, Issei said. Underneath the complications. Yes, she said. He always has been. We just needed to find a different way to see each other. She walked in silence for a moment. Thank you for what you said to him. I meant it, he said. I know, she said. That is why I am thanking you. The corridor was long and old, and the light in it was the underworld's amber, and she walked beside him with her ring on her finger, and her father's study behind them, and her peerage ahead of them, and the spring vote on the horizon, and the temple garden beyond that. He thought about all the things still to come. He thought they were ready for them. Chapter 28. The council vote came on a Thursday in late April. The cherry blossoms in the human world were at their peak that week. In the underworld, which had its own version of seasonal change operating on a different schedule, the equivalent was a particular brightening of the ambient light that happened in the weeks corresponding to spring, making everything look slightly more decided than usual. Rias dressed for the vote the way she dressed for important things, with care and without excess, in a dark suit that was professional and entirely her own. She had her hair up. She carried the final version of the document in the same leather folder she had used for the first council presentation. The document was 47 pages now. It had been 30. The working group process had added 17 pages of responses to objections, counter-arguments addressed and resolved, implementation proposals detailed and costed. It was better than the first version in every way. It was also longer, which she had resisted, but Sona had argued successfully that the length was the evidence of rigor rather than the absence of it, that 47 careful pages was worth more than 30 vague ones. She was right. Rias had told her so. The vote was in the formal chamber. Issei was in the same anteroom as before, with Aino and Kiba and Gasper, who had asked to come and whom Rias had said yes to immediately. Kaneko was there too, sitting on a bench and eating something from a bag she had brought, which was her way of managing situations where she could not do anything active. How long? Gasper asked. However long it takes, Aino said. These things do not have a set schedule. But roughly, Gasper said. An hour for the presentation and formal discussion, Kiba said. Then the deliberation period. That is variable. He paused. She went and prepared for 3 hours total. Gasper accepted this. He held his knees. He was nervous in a way that was entirely on Rias's behalf, which was characteristic of him. Issei was quieter than he expected himself to be. He had thought he would be more agitated about this. He found instead a quality of settled attention, the same thing Drake had been developing in him over the winter, the presence in the moment rather than the reaching ahead of it. He sat in the anteroom, and existed in it, and waited. Aino sat beside him at some point. You are very calm, she said. I trust her, he said simply. Aino was quiet. Yes, she said. So do I. 1 hour and 43 minutes. Rias came through the door with the leather folder under her arm and her expression doing the same thing it had done after the first council meeting, not triumph, not relief, but the focused energy of someone who had seen exactly what they needed to see. She looked at them. 12 yes, she said. 7 no. 4 abstentions. 23 council members. 12 yes was a majority. The reform proposal had passed. Nobody moved for a moment. Then Gasper made a sound that was between a cry and a word and stood up very fast, and Rias crossed the room and put her hand on his shoulder, and he held her arm and made the sound again, smaller. Aino laughed. It was a genuine laugh, the surprised kind, the kind that came out of relief. Kiba closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them his expression was the version it was when he felt something large and did not want to make a performance of it. Kaneko put the bag of food away. She stood. She went to Rias and looked at her for a moment, and said, You did it. We did it, Rias said. No, Kaneko said. You did it. We helped. You did it. Rias looked at her for a moment. Something moved in her expression that she did not try to hold back. Issei stood. He waited until Gasper and Aino and Kiba and Kaneko had their moment with her. He was last. She looked at him when it was his turn, and he looked at her. And there was nothing either of them needed to say that had not been said, so either of them said anything. She stepped toward him, and he held her, and she put her face against his shoulder for exactly 1 moment, 1 real moment, and then she stood back and she was Rias again, composed and clear and entirely herself. The vote is a beginning, she said to all of them. The implementation will take time. There will be opposition in the implementation phase. The no votes do not disappear because the reform passed. She looked at each of them. This is not the end. It is the first thing we built. Then we build the next thing, Aquino said. Yes, Rias said. They walked out of the council district together, the five of them, into the Underworld's spring bright afternoon, and Issei walked beside Rias, and she walked with the particular bearing of someone who had done the thing they came to do and knew the next thing was ahead of them, and was not afraid of it. He thought about what she had said in the temple garden. I do not want to wait until the work is finished. She had been right. The work was never finished. But the next thing was a temple garden with cherry blossoms, and that was not work, that was everything else. Late spring, he said quietly. She glanced at him. The cherry blossoms, he said. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked forward at the road ahead. Late spring, she agreed. He matched her pace. The underworld was bright around them, and the road was long, and neither of them was in any hurry at all. Chapter 29. The wedding was on the last Saturday of May. The cherry blossoms were gone by then, replaced by the new green of early summer, which was different and better in its own way, less spectacular but more enduring. The temple garden in that light was a living thing rather than a painted one, the trees full and the paths clear and the pond holding the sky and its surface the way it always had. They had invited 40 people. 40 was the number that came from the question Rias had asked herself, and which she had told him about 2 weeks before. Not who is obligated to be here, but who do I want to see when I look around? The answer was 40, which she had described as large enough to be a celebration and small enough to be a conversation. His parents were there. His mother had met Rias the previous month, at the apartment in Tokyo, and the meeting had lasted 3 hours longer than scheduled because they had found each other interesting in the specific way of two people who both understood that the surface of things was not the point. His father had been quieter in the meeting and afterward had pulled Issei aside and said, "She has a head." Which was his father's highest compliment, and was not about intelligence but about the capacity to use it honestly. Lord Gremory was there, in the front row beside Sirzex, who had arrived with Grafia and who was doing an imperfect job of being low profile. Grafia was not attempting to be low profile. She was exactly herself in every context, which was one of the things Issei had come to genuinely admire about her. Aquino stood where she was supposed to stand, which was at Rias's side, and she was composed with the specific control of someone who had decided in advance that she was not going to cry until she was in a private place, and she maintained this decision for approximately 12 minutes. Kiba was standing beside Issei and was managing his expression with the careful maintenance of someone whose composure was a trained skill rather than a temperamental default. Kaneko was in the second row, eating something from a very small bag that she had brought without apparent self-consciousness. She had told Issei 3 days before the wedding that she was glad he was going to be her family. She had said it matter-of-factly, the way she said everything, and it had been one of the more affecting things anyone had said to him in recent memory. Gasper was in the third row, already crying, which he had accepted as inevitable and was not trying to prevent. He had brought a handkerchief, which was prepared of him. Sona Citri was there, in the fourth row, in formal attire, her expression composed and something in it that was watching with a particular quality of attention, the kind that stored what it observed. Ravel Phoenix was in the sixth row. This had taken some navigation. She had sent a formal message asking if she was welcome. Rias had sent a message back saying yes without conditions. They had not spoken extensively about what that meant for the ongoing dynamic between the families, because today was not the day for that conversation, but her presence was its own statement. Issei stood at the front of the temple garden path and watched them come in and find their places, and he felt the particular weight of a moment that had been built over time, stone by stone, through all the small decisions that accumulated into a life. He thought about the manor hallway in October. He thought about the train. He thought about eggs in the wrong heat setting and tea at 5 in the morning and a document that started at 30 pages and ended at 47 and a vote that had passed 12 to 7. He thought about Gasper's drawings, the summer sun and the winter stars, pinned side by side on the wall of her study. He thought about all the things that had made today possible and about the fact that today was not the end of them but the place they came to for now before the next long road. Then Rias was at the end of the path. She had chosen a gown that was not white. It was the color of deep cream, close to the natural green of the garden around her, and it moved when she moved, and her red hair was half up and half loose, and she carried nothing in her hands. She had told him she did not want to carry anything. She wanted her hands free. She walked toward him with the bearing that was hers and had always been hers and was now, in this light and in this garden, the most completely itself it had ever been. She was not looking at anyone else. She was looking at him. He held her gaze and she held his, and neither of them pretended to be anything other than exactly what they were. Two people who had chosen this, standing in a garden in late May, with everyone who mattered to them around them and a future ahead of them that was not arranged but built. She reached him. "You are here," she said. "I was always going to be here," he said. She looked at him for a moment. Then she smiled, the real one, the full one, the one that was not a performance, and never had been with him. The ceremony was conducted by a figure from the Underworld's equivalent of civil authority, chosen specifically because neither of them had wanted it to be a political event. The words were simple. They had chosen them together, which had taken 3 evenings and multiple revisions, because Rias revised everything and he had learned to work within that. They said what they meant. Directly and completely and without hedging. He said, "I choose you freely, without condition, for every day ahead of us, the difficult ones and the easy ones and all the ones that are just ordinary, and I will keep choosing you in each of them." She said, "I choose you. Not because you were arranged for me. Not because you were required. Because you are you, and because you saw me clearly and stayed, and because choosing you is the most honest thing I have ever done." Somewhere in the middle rows, Gasper was no longer making any effort at composure. Aquino had given up her 12-minute project. Surzex, in the front row, was doing something with his expression that required visible effort. Grafia was not crying. She was watching with the expression of someone who had known something would arrive and was satisfied that it had. The ring he had put on her finger in February stayed there. The ceremony added the formal acknowledgement that they had already given each other in the private version. The public version was for the people around them, who had all, in their different ways, been part of how this had come to be. When it was done, Rias looked at him. He looked at her. "Well," she said. "Well," he said. "We are married," she said. "We are," he said. She looked at the garden around them, the early summer green and the pond and the stone lanterns, which she had seen in autumn and winter and now in the green of late May, all 3 versions carrying something of what had happened here. "I want to come back every season," she said. "Every year." "Then we will," he said. "Promise," she said, not as a condition but as a marking of something. "I promise," he said. She took his hand, the way she had in October on the temple path, and they turned together to face the people who had come to see them, and the afternoon was the warm green kind, and all the various expressions looking back at them were the complicated human kinds, love and relief and joy and something that was beyond categorizing, the feeling of witnessing something that was right. He squeezed her hand. She squeezed back. They had the rest of their lives to keep doing that, which was exactly what he wanted and exactly what she had chosen, and they both knew it, and they walked forward together into the ordinary extraordinary fact of what they had made. Chapter 30. The celebration afterward was exactly what they had wanted it to be. They ate at long tables set in the garden, outside the temple in the evening air, and the food was the kind that came from paying attention to what people actually liked rather than what looked impressive, and the conversations were the kind that happened when 40 people who genuinely cared about each other were put in the same space without a formal program. Issei's mother sat beside Lord Gremory for a portion of the meal, which was something he had not anticipated and which he watched with the quiet alarm of someone observing 2 elements brought into proximity whose reaction was not fully predictable. He could not hear what they were talking about. His mother's expression was the serious and engaged one she wore when she found a conversation worthwhile. Lord Gremory's expression, when he caught a glimpse of it, was the surprised and then settled one that meant someone had said something direct and earned him. Kiba reported later that he had been near enough to overhear a portion of it, and that Issei's mother had told Lord Gremory that she appreciated him coming and that she was glad the 2 families were going to be connected, and that Lord Gremory had said he was glad of the same thing, and that she had then told him something about Issei as a child that Kiba refused to repeat, saying only that Lord Gremory had laughed. Aquino was at the end of the table closest to the garden path, talking to Sona with the particular intensity of two people who had identified that the other one was worth the full version of a conversation and were using the opportunity. He could not hear that one either, but the quality of it was clear from across the distance. Surzex moved through the party with the ease of someone who was genuinely glad to be there rather than fulfilling an obligation, which was always the more relaxed version of Surzex. He found Issei at one point near the edge of the path, and stood beside him looking at the gathering. "You look like a man who is still absorbing things," Surzex said. "I am," Issei said. "That is appropriate," Surzex said. "This is the kind of day that takes a while to land. Were you like this at yours?" Issei asked. Surzex looked at Grafia across the gathering. She was speaking with Rias's mother, who had traveled from a distant part of the Underworld for the occasion, and who held herself with the kind of precise grace that explained certain things about her daughter. "Yes," Surzex said. "I stood at the edge of it, and watched everyone who mattered to us being in the same place, and I thought that the world was very large, but it was possible to fill it with the right small things." Issei thought about that. "That is what it is," he said. "It is," Surzex said. He paused. "She is very well," he said. "Better than I have seen her in years. I want you to know I see that." "She did it herself," Issei said. "Yes," Surzex said. "But you made the conditions possible, and that is not nothing." He put his hand on Issei's shoulder briefly, the way someone does when they want to say a thing without making it heavy. "Take care of each other," he said. "That is the plan," Issei said. Surzex nodded. He went back to the party. Rias found him later, when the light had shifted from gold to the particular blue of a late evening in late spring. Most people were still at the tables. A few were walking the garden paths. Gasper was asleep in a chair with the specific trust of someone who felt completely safe. She came and stood beside him and took his hand without saying anything. He looked at her. She was looking at the gathering. At all the people and the tables and the light in the trees in the garden that had held October and February and now this. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I am very all right," she said. "I am trying to keep it, the feeling of this. I know it will pass, not because it is not real but because feelings at this intensity are not sustainable for long, and they are not meant to be." She looked at the trees. "I want to remember what this feels like. The specific quality of it. What does it feel like?" he asked. She thought about it. "Like I am standing in the place I was always walking toward," she said. "Without having known that was where I was walking. Like looking back at a long road and understanding what it was for." He held her hand. "And also," she said, "very hungry. The dinner was a long time ago." He laughed. "The real kind." She looked at him, and something in her expression was the warmest version of itself, the one that came out when something delighted her without warning. She had that quality of delight more than she had had it in October, more than she had allowed it in the years before, the capacity to be genuinely caught off guard by the goodness of things. He thought he was going to spend a long time making conditions for that quality to appear. "Come on," he said. "I think Akino kept some of the food." "She always keeps some of the food," Rias said. "One of her best qualities," he said. They walked back to the tables together, his wife and him, through the blue evening of a late spring day that had been everything a day could be and was not yet over. Gasper stirred as they passed and looked up at them sleepily and said, "Still here?" "Still here," Rias said. "Good," he said, and went back to sleep. The garden held them all as the evening deepened, the pond reflecting the first of the stars, the stone lanterns lit now, the sound of the party continuing in the warm and particular way of a celebration among people who had all decided to be present for it. He was still here. She was still here. They were going to be here for a very long time. He thought that was the best thing he had ever decided. Act 3, What We Keep. Chapter 31. The first morning of their married life was a Tuesday. They were back in the apartment in Tokyo, which had been Rias's choice and which felt exactly right, the place where things had begun being the place where the next part of them began. They had arrived the night before, after the gathering in the temple garden had finally released them, and they had been too tired for anything except the quiet settling that comes after a long day that held everything, and they had slept. The morning came through the window the way Tokyo mornings came, the city assembling itself out of sound and light, traffic and voices and the particular urban texture that did not stop for anything including the private significance of the people inside it. Issei woke first. He lay in the changed light of a changed morning and thought about the fact of it, that he was married, that the person sleeping in the next room was his wife, that the word wife meant something real and specific and was attached to Rias Gremory in a way that was now formally and completely true. He got up. He made tea. He was at the window with his cup when she came out. She was in a grey robe, her hair loose, her eyes the morning version of themselves, which was slightly less fully present than the day version, still assembling. She looked at him at the window. He looked at her in the doorway. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning," she said. She came to the window and he handed her his cup and she took it without asking and drank from it, and looked out at the city with him. "How does it feel?" he asked. She thought about it honestly. "The same," she said. "And completely different." "Both at the same time." She looked at the roof lines. "The same because you are you and I am me and nothing about who we are changed last night. Different because there is a word for it now, and the word has weight, and I keep feeling the weight of it, and it does not feel wrong. It feels right in the specific way that correct things feel when you encounter them." "That is how I feel too," he said. She gave the cup back. "I want to make breakfast," she said. "Properly. The first breakfast." "Okay," he said. She went to the kitchen. He heard the familiar sounds of the space being engaged, the cupboard, the pan, the eggs being taken from the refrigerator. He had restocked it before the wedding, on a day when she was in the Underworld for a final working group meeting, and the refrigerator was full in the considered way of someone who knew what the other person ate. She had noticed this when they arrived the night before. She had opened the refrigerator and looked at it, and said nothing but touched his arm briefly, which was the way she said things when there were no words that were the right size. He sat at the table and listened to her cook. The eggs appeared to be going well. He could tell by the absence of the sounds that attended disaster, which he had come to recognize over the months of her practice. She had gotten genuinely good at them, which she had done in the way she did everything, by repeating the thing with attention until the attention became knowledge. She came to the table with 2 plates. She sat across from him. He looked at the eggs. They were perfect. She was watching him. "Well?" she said. "Perfect," he said. She looked at her own plate. "Yes," she said. "I think they are." She picked up her chopsticks. "I have been practicing for 6 months." "I know," he said. "I heard you some of the mornings." She looked up. "You heard me. You are not very quiet when you cook," he said. "I thought you were asleep," she said. "I woke up and did not want you to stop," he said. She looked at him for a moment with the expression that appeared when he said something she had not anticipated. "You are terrible," she said. "I am patient," he said. She ate. He ate. Outside the window, Tokyo moved through its Tuesday morning without any interest in being a symbol of anything, which was what he had always liked about it. "What do you want today?" he asked. "Not plans. Not the next thing on the list. Just today." She thought about it. "The market," she said. "There is a small 1-2 streets over that is only open on Tuesdays. I have walked past it twice and never gone in." She paused. "And I want to walk." "The neighborhood." "No destination." "Then that is what we do," he said. They did that. The market was small and eccentric, the kind that sold things that did not obviously belong together, vegetables and old ceramics, and someone's handmade candles and a table of used books. Rias moved through it with the interested attention she brought to things she was encountering for the first time, picking up a small ceramic bowl and turning it over to look at the base, asking the seller a question about the provenance of an old text that turned out to be a significant question that the seller clearly had not been asked before and was delighted by. She bought the bowl. She bought 2 of the candles. She did not buy the book, but she wrote down the title in her phone for later. He bought persimmons from the vegetable table, because they were there and because of October. She saw him do it, and said nothing but looked at the persimmons with an expression that was small and warm and fully meant. They walked after the market. They went through streets neither of them had been down before, which in a city this size was always possible, the inexhaustible interiority of it, new things adjacent to familiar ones. They found a small park that was not on any map he had checked, just a pocket of grass between 2 buildings with 3 trees and a bench. They sat on the bench and watched the city move around the pocket of quiet. "I have been thinking about where we live," she said. Tokyo? He said. Somewhere we both choose, she said. Not the estate, which is my family's. Not your parents' neighborhood, which is yours. Something we find together. She looked at the trees. I want to keep the apartment. As the Tokyo place. But I want us to have something in the underworld too, that is ours specifically. Have you thought about where? He asked. There is a district in the eastern section, she said. Older, quieter. Not politically significant, which is good. The architecture is interesting. Some of the buildings are from the 1st century after the restructuring. She paused. I have looked at properties there twice. I did not tell you because the timing was not right. He looked at her. Show me, he said. When we go back, she said. Next week. Show me next week, he said. We will decide together. She looked at him. You have not seen it. You have good taste, he said. And I trust your eye for the things that matter. But I want to walk through it with you and put my own sense of it against yours and see what we make together. She was quiet for a moment. That is the correct answer, she said. I know, he said. She almost smiled. How do you always know the correct answer? I pay attention to you, he said. You tell me what you need in the way you describe things. I listen. She looked at the 3 trees in the pocket park. She looked at the city beyond them. I love you, she said. Not as a new statement. As a repeated one. The ongoing kind. I love you, he said. Same kind. They sat in the small park on the Tuesday morning of their first day married, and the city went around them, and the persimmons were in a small bag at his feet, and the ceramic bowl was in her bag, and the morning was entirely ordinary and entirely unrepeatable, which was the nature of mornings. He thought about all the Tuesdays ahead of this one. The accumulated ordinary Tuesdays that would make the texture of a life. He thought about how much he wanted every one of them. He was very, very glad she had asked him to come with her. Chapter 32. They found the house in the Eastern District on a Thursday. Rias had shown him 2 properties the previous week, walking him through each one with the careful attention of someone presenting a case rather than pushing a conclusion. The first was larger, closer to the district's administrative center, with high ceilings and formal rooms that had the quality of spaces designed to be seen. The second was smaller, on a quieter street, with a garden that had been neglected for several years and rooms that were more human in scale. He had asked her which one she preferred without telling her which one he preferred. She had said the second one, and explained why. The garden could be made into something, the rooms had the feeling of being livable rather than impressive, and the street was quiet enough that you could hear yourself think. He had said that was also his preference, for the same reasons, and she had looked at him with the expression she wore when something landed exactly right. They went back to the second property with an intention rather than an assessment. They walked through it again more slowly. She stood in what would be the main room and turned slowly, looking at the proportions. He went to the garden and stood in it, and tried to understand what it could become under the right attention. It had been a good garden once. The bones of it were still there, the stone paths and the structure of the planting beds and an old tree at the far end that had survived the neglect with the self-sufficiency of something that did not need tending to continue existing. The rest needed work. Real work, the sustained kind. He came back inside and found Rias in the kitchen, which was simple and practical and faced the garden. The kitchen faces the garden, she said. Yes, he said. That is the best possible arrangement, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at him. You like the garden. It needs work, he said. But yes. I liked what it could be. She looked at the window that faced the garden. Then she looked at him. This is the one, she said. Yes, he said. They made the arrangements through the appropriate channels in the following week, and the property became theirs at the end of the month, and the first thing they did was spend a Saturday in the garden with tools borrowed from the estate, clearing the years of overgrowth and seeing what was underneath. What was underneath was better than expected. The old paths were intact. The planting beds had structure. Several things that had appeared dead turned out, when properly investigated, to be only dormant. Rias worked alongside him without complaint about the physical nature of it, which he had wondered about, given that her usual register was considerably more cerebral. He should not have wondered. She was someone who did things thoroughly when she decided to do them, and she had decided to do this, and thoroughness did not distinguish between kinds of work. By the end of the Saturday the garden was not good, but it was the first version of what it was going to become, and they sat on the stone path at the end of it in the early evening with the evidence of the day's work around them, and they were both dirty and tired and satisfied. "The tree is very good," she said, looking at the old one at the far end. "It has been here a long time," he said. "Whatever neglected it, it stayed. That is a quality I admire," she said. He looked at her. She was looking at the tree with an expression that was thoughtful and warm. "I want to plant things," she said. "I have been reading about gardens. What does well in the underworld's light cycle? What the soil requires." She paused. "I have never planted anything. I want to try." "Then we plant things," he said. "You know how?" she asked. "Some," he said. "My father has a garden. He taught me the basics when I was young." "Then you teach me," she said. "The same way I teach you things I know." "Deal," he said. She looked at the garden for another moment. "This is ours," she said. Not as a declaration. As an absorption. The reality of it settling. "Yes," he said. "I have not had a thing that was mine in this specific sense," she said. The estate was the family's. The apartment in Tokyo was a hidden thing, a strategy. But this is ours together, and we chose it together, and we are going to make it into something together." She looked at him. "That is a different category of thing." "It is," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For wanting this kind of thing," she said. "Not the large thing. The specific small thing. The garden. The Tuesday market. The kitchen that faces the right direction." She looked at the tree. "For being someone who understands that the right small things are not small." He looked at her profile against the evening light. She was dirty from the day's work and her hair had come partially loose, and she was looking at their garden with the quiet completeness of someone who was exactly where she was supposed to be. "I have always understood that," he said. "I just needed someone worth building it with." She turned to look at him. The evening light was the underworld's amber, deepening toward what passed for dusk, and it was in her red hair and on her face, and she looked at him and held his gaze with the full presence that was hers and that he had been the recipient of for months now, and still felt like being seen completely. "Well," she said. "You have someone." "I know," he said. "I have known for a while." She looked back at the garden. He looked at it too. The old tree stood at the far end, patient and entire, and the evening settled around them, and the first day of building the garden that was theirs was finished. There would be many more. He was counting on it. Chapter 33. The implementation of the rating game reform took the shape of all institutional implementations, which was to say it was slower than hoped, more complicated than anticipated, and more consequential than the opposition had predicted. The working group became a standing committee. The standing committee had authority to oversee the transition to the new seating system and to adjudicate disputes during the transition period. Rias was named to the committee, which was expected, and Sona Citri was also named, which confirmed what Rias had predicted the morning they sat in the Underworld's council district after the vote, and she said the Citri household's data would matter. Issei watched the committee work from the proximity of someone who was in the same rooms for a different reason. He had been invited, after a conversation with Surzex that had been characteristically indirect on the surface and characteristically clear underneath, to serve in a newly defined role as a field assessor for the committee, which meant that when disputes arose about specific game outcomes and whether those outcomes were affected by the old seating structure, he would go and look at what had actually happened in the game and report back. It was a good role. It required the kind of attention and honest assessment that he was naturally inclined toward, and it put him in rooms where rating games were discussed at the level of actual play, which was different from the political level and more interesting to him. On the first assessment he conducted, he went to a game archive in the Western District and spent 2 days going through the records of a rating game that had ended in a disputed outcome. He went through the sequence of moves with the patience of someone for whom this kind of detailed reconstruction was engaging rather than tedious, and at the end of it he wrote a report that was 11 pages long and specific. He brought it to Rias that evening. She read it that night. The next morning she looked at him over breakfast with an expression of professional respect that was slightly separate from the way she usually looked at him, and which he found unexpectedly gratifying. This is exactly what the committee needs, she said. Not the conclusion only. The reconstruction. The specific sequence that shows how the seating affected the outcome. She set the pages down. You have a clarity in how you describe game action that I do not have. You see it differently than I do. You see the structure, he said. I see the movement. Yes, she said. And both are necessary. She looked at the report. The committee is going to want you to present this directly rather than having me relay it. Okay, he said. You are comfortable with that? I am comfortable with rooms of people as long as I am there to say something true rather than something political, he said. Political rooms make me want to say the exact thing that I should not say. Rooms where the point is accurate assessment, those I can do. She looked at him. That is a precise self-knowledge, she said. I have been paying attention to myself, he said. You taught me that. She held his gaze for a moment. When did I teach you that? By doing it yourself, he said. You know exactly what you are good at and what you are not. You do not pretend the gap does not exist, you just work on it. I started doing the same thing because watching you do it made it seem like the obvious approach. She was quiet for a moment. I did not know I was teaching you anything, she said. You are always teaching me things, he said. It is one of the best things about you. She looked at the report again. I will arrange the committee presentation for next week, she said. Good, he said. He presented to the committee the following Thursday. The room had 12 people in it, and they were all accustomed to being the most prepared person in any given space, and he walked in having prepared in the specific way he prepared for things, which was to know the material completely and trust that the knowing would carry the presentation. It did. He went through the game reconstruction with the systematic clarity of the report, adding details that did not translate well to written form, the spatial relationships between peerage members, the timing of decisions that showed how the seating differential had shaped the tactical options available to each side. He answered questions directly. When he did not know something, he said he did not know it rather than speculating. After the presentation, a committee member named Astaroth, who was one of the 4 members Rias had categorized as committed yes from the beginning of the campaign, came to speak with him at the edge of the room. You have an unusual quality for this work, Astaroth said. Most people who understand game action at the level of play cannot communicate it to people who understand it at the level of structure. You can do both. My king understands structure, Issei said. I learned to communicate to her standard. Astaroth looked at him. That is a thoughtful answer, he said. It is an honest one, Issei said. Astaroth nodded once. He went back to his colleagues. Rias was waiting outside the chamber. Well? He asked. I did not hear it, she said. I was outside. Why were you outside? He asked. You are on the committee. I recused myself from this particular presentation because it involves your work and I am your wife and I did not want the committee to feel that my presence would shape the assessment of it, she said. I want your work to be received on its own terms. He looked at her. That is why I was outside, she said. He thought about that for a moment. About the deliberateness of it, the specific care she had taken to protect the integrity of his contribution from any association with hers. You did not have to do that, he said. No, she said. But it was right. She looked at him. How did it go? I think well, he said. Astaroth said I could communicate across levels. You can, she said. I have been saying that for months. She paused. Did it feel right? The room? He thought about it honestly. Yes, he said. It felt like the right kind of room. The kind where the point is to get it correct. Good, she said. Because I intend to have you doing more of them. I assumed, he said. She walked beside him out of the council district, and he thought about the recusal, about the care it represented, about all the ways she showed love through exactness rather than gesture, the right small things chosen and done correctly. He thought he would never stop being interested in the specific ways she loved things, including him. Chapter 34. 6 months into the marriage, Rias told him she wanted to have a child. She said it on a Sunday morning in the Eastern District house, in the kitchen that faced the garden, over the particular kind of breakfast that happened on Sunday mornings when neither of them had anywhere to be and the cooking was slow and unhurried. She said it the way she said important things, directly and without preamble, looking at him with the full weight of her attention. He set down his cup. He looked at her. She was watching him with the expression she wore when she had thought about something for a very long time before saying it, which meant she had been carrying this for a while, and had waited until she was certain before bringing it to him. "Tell me where you are with this," he said. "Not the conclusion. The thinking." She looked at the garden through the kitchen window. The garden had improved significantly over 6 months. She had planted things, learning what she had said she wanted to learn, and the planting beds had come back to life in their different ways, some things from seed, some from the dormant root systems that had been waiting under the neglect. "I said I did not want to wait for the work to be finished," she said. "You know I said that." "Yes," he said. "I said it about the wedding," she said. "And it was true then. But I have been sitting with the same question about this, about whether I am waiting for conditions that will never arrive or whether I am taking real time to be ready." She paused. "And I think the answer is that I am ready. Not because everything is in order. Because I want it. The specific wanting of it has changed over the past months from something I thought about in the abstract to something I think about concretely." She looked at him. "I think about a specific child. What they might be like. How we would raise them." He was quiet. "And I think about you as a father," she said. "Which I have thought about for a long time, honestly. Since the conversation about your mother in the Tokyo apartment." She paused. "You are going to be a very good father." He looked at the table. "I think about it too," he said. "I have for a while." "Tell me where you are," she said, returning the question. He thought about it. "Ready," he said. "In the same sense you described. Not because everything is settled. Because the wanting is specific now." He paused. "I think about teaching them things. The cooking, the garden. The way Drake works, when they are old enough for that. What it means to choose things." He looked at her. "I think about showing them the temple garden." She held his gaze. "Then we are in the same place," she said. "Yes," he said. She looked at the garden again. Something in her expression was the settled kind, the kind that came after a decision had been made and verified. "There are things to arrange," she said. "From the devil's side. Pregnancies between a devil and a sacred gear-bearer are documented but not extensively. There is literature I need to read." She paused. "And I want to speak with Surzex and with my father before we proceed. Not to ask permission. To inform the people who matter." "Of course," he said. "I am not asking permission," she said again. "I know," he said. "You do not need to clarify that." She looked at him. "Sometimes I over-clarify," she said. "Only on things where the clarification matters to you," he said. "Which is fine." She was quiet for a moment. "You are very easy," she said. He looked at her. "Easy how?" "To be with," she said. "To say important things to. I have said more genuinely important things to you in the past year than I said to anyone in the decade before it, and the saying of them has never been as difficult as I expected." She paused. "I expected it to be difficult. I am someone for whom important things have always been difficult to say." "They are still difficult for you," he said. "I see the preparation that goes into them." "Yes," she said. "But you make the saying of them safe. Once they are said they land correctly." She looked at the garden. "I have not always had that." He thought about what Akino had told him in the kitchen in Tokyo at 4 in the morning. She has always been strongest when she has someone she trusts completely. Not someone who agrees with everything she does. Someone who stays. "I am staying," he said. She looked at him. "I know," she said. She reached across the table and took his hand. She held it the way she had learned to hold it, not carefully like something uncertain but simply, like something real. "Let us have a child," she said. "Yes," he said. The garden outside the window was in its late summer fullness, everything planted in spring now doing its specific work, the old tree at the far end continuing to be itself, and the morning was Sunday and unhurried, and they held that between them, the decision that was not an ending but an opening, one more door into the future they were building stone by stone. He thought about the child they would have. He thought about who they would be. He thought he could not wait to find out. Chapter 35. Surzex received the news with the expression of someone who had been expecting it, and had still not quite prepared himself for the reality of it arriving. They had gone to the Gremory estate to tell him in person, which Rias had said was the right way to do it, and he had met them in his private sitting room rather than a formal space, which was his way of saying this was a family matter rather than a political one. He looked at Rias for a long moment after she told him. "You are certain," he said. "Yes," she said. He looked at Issei. Then he looked back at his sister. "I am going to be an uncle," he said. "Yes," she said. Something moved across his face that he did not try to hide. Surzex was a person who managed his emotional expressions carefully in most contexts, not from coldness but from the particular discipline required of someone who had enormous power, and understood that his reactions had consequences. But in this room, in this moment, he let it show. It was joy. Simply and completely. "Good," he said. "That is very good." Grafia, who was present as she was always present, did not change her expression, but she looked at Rias with the specific look she had given her in the Tokyo apartment when she signed the dissolution documents, the look of someone who had made a choice about whose side they were on a long time ago, and was satisfied with the outcome. "There are practical considerations," Rias said. "There are always practical considerations," Surzex said. "We will address them. All of them." He paused. "When?" "We are in the early stages," Rias said. "The timeline is not yet precise. You will keep me informed," he said. "You will be the second person I tell at each stage," she said. "After Issei." Surzex looked at Issei again. "Are you ready for this?" he asked. Not as a challenge. As a genuine question. "Yes," Issei said. "The child will have significant heritage on both sides," Surzex said. "The Gremory line and a Welsh dragon sacred gear bearer. That combination has not existed before." He paused. "They will be remarkable, and remarkable children face particular pressures. We are aware," Issei said. "We will prepare them for what they are, not hide it from them." Surzex was quiet for a moment. "That is the correct approach," he said. "Some families try to manage what their children are before the children know it themselves. It does not serve the children." He paused. "You will not do that." "No," Rias said. Lord Gremory received the news in his study, where Rias went alone. She had said she wanted to tell him by herself. Issei waited in the corridor with Grafia, who stood beside him in her usual precise posture, and said nothing for a while, and then said quietly, "She will be an exceptional mother." "I know," he said. "You will be an exceptional father," she said. He looked at her. "I have observed a great many people in my years of service," Grafia said, which was not a statement she made lightly, and which therefore contained considerable weight. "The qualities required for good parenthood are not complicated, but they are not common. You have them." She paused. "The patience. The willingness to pay attention. The understanding that love is shown through consistency rather than gesture." He was quiet for a moment. "Thank you," he said. "That means a great deal from you." "I know it does," she said. "That is why I said it." The door to the study opened. Rias came out. Her expression was the moved kind, the specific version she wore when her father managed to say the things she needed to hear. "He cried," she said. "Your family cries a great deal at good news," Issei observed. "They are not accustomed to having it," she said. Then she paused. "That is not entirely true. But they have not always recognized it when it arrived." She looked back at the closed door. "He recognized it today." "What did he say?" Issei asked. She was quiet for a moment. "He said he hoped the child had my determination and your honesty, and that together those two things would make someone capable of anything." She paused. "He said he thought that was the combination most likely to produce a genuinely good person." Issei thought about that. "Your father is wiser than he appears," he said. "He is wiser than he used to appear," she said. "He is changing. Slowly. But real change is slow." She took his arm. "Come. I want to go home." Home was the Eastern District house. They took the path they had taken before, through the older streets of the district, and the underworld was in its evening quality, the ambient light doing its slow shift toward the version of night that was not quite darkness, and the streets were quiet. She walked beside him with her hand in his arm, and he matched her pace, and they walked in a silence that was full. He thought about the child. He thought about what Surzex had said, remarkable children face particular pressures. He thought about how you prepared someone for the world they were going to be in without making the preparation itself a pressure. He thought you did it by showing them that the people who loved them had chosen to love each other, and had built something real, and that the thing they had built was a home rather than an obligation. You did it by making the ordinary things honest. The cooking, the garden, the morning conversations, the way you disagreed and then found each other again afterward. You did it by showing them what chosen looked like, every day, in the small ways. He thought he could do that. He thought they could do that. The Eastern District house came into view at the end of the street, its windows lit from inside where the lamps had been left on, looking like what it was, a home with people coming back to it. He thought that was the best possible thing to walk toward. Chapter 36. Rias told Akino on a Saturday, in the kitchen of the Tokyo apartment, which was where so many of the important things in their shared history had happened that it had become a kind of established location for significant truths. Akino received it differently than Surzek's had. She was very still for a moment. Then she put both hands over her mouth and sat down in the way of someone whose legs had made a decision without consulting the rest of them. She sat and held her face and made no sound for a long time. Then she said, from behind her hands, "A baby." "Yes," Rias said. "Your baby," Akino said. "And Issei's," Rias said. Akino lowered her hands. Her eyes were very bright. She looked at Rias with an expression that was the accumulated weight of years of knowing her, every version of her, the composed public one and the frightened private one and the determined difficult one and this one, the one sitting in the kitchen in Tokyo telling her about a child. "I am going to be an aunt," Akino said. "You are going to be the most influential non-parental figure in that child's life," Rias said. "I cannot prevent it, and I am not trying to." Akino made a sound that was half laugh and half something else, entirely. "I am going to spoil them completely," she said. "I know," Rias said. "I have made peace with it." Issei, standing in the doorway with 2 cups of tea, said, "I have also made peace with it." Akino looked at him. She looked at him with the expression she had given him in the park in Tokyo when Rias had gone to meet Razor, the one that said the thing she had been waiting to say for a long time. "You," she said, "are exactly who I hoped she would find." He came in and set the cups down. "You told me something like that a long time ago," he said. "I know," she said. "I am saying it again because it is still true and truer now." She picked up her tea. "When is the baby coming?" "We are in the early months," Rias said. "We are not announcing it widely yet. The people who matter first." "I am a person who matters," Akino said. "Demonstrably," Rias said. "And Kaneko," Akino said. "Today," Rias said. "We are going to tell the whole peerage today." They told them that afternoon, in the garden of the Eastern District house, which had become the space where the peerage gathered when gatherings were personal rather than operational. Kaneko received the news in her manner, which was a stillness followed by a single expression shift followed by a statement of fact. "I am going to teach the baby how to fight," Rias said eventually, "when they are old enough." Kaneko said, "I will decide when they are old enough." Rias looked at her for a moment. "Fair," she said. Gasper burst into tears immediately, and kept saying the word baby in between his crying, and when he composed himself he said he was going to draw a picture for the baby's room and he needed to start thinking about what it should be, and he went slightly unfocused for the rest of the afternoon in the way he did when a project had taken hold of him. Kiba was quiet for a moment after the announcement, and then he looked at Issei with the expression that contained everything he was not going to articulate, and then he said, "You are going to need more rooms in this house." "Probably," Issei agreed. "The garden is large enough to extend the back section," Kiba said. "If the foundation permits." "I have been thinking about that," Issei said. "Good," Kiba said. And then, after a pause, "I am very glad for you both." He said it simply, without ceremony, the way he said things that were true. That evening, after the peerage had gone, Rias and Issei sat in the garden in the late summer dark. The old tree was the same as it had always been, which was reassuring in the way that something which simply continued existing was reassuring. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Not the daily version. The full version." She thought about it. "Strange," she said. "In a good way. Not strange like wrong. Strange like new. Like the world is rearranging itself around something that does not exist yet, and I am trying to perceive the new shape of it before I can see it clearly." "That makes sense," he said. "I keep thinking about what we will teach them first," she said. "I know that is premature. There is a long time between now and teaching. But I cannot stop thinking about it. What do you come back to? He asked. Honesty, she said. That is the first one. Above everything else. Teaching them to be honest about what they feel and what they need and what they think, before they learn to be strategic about it. She paused. Strategy has its place. But it should come after honesty, not instead of it. She looked at the garden. I was taught strategy before honesty. It produced someone who was effective and very lonely. He held that. We will teach honesty first, he said. Yes, she said. And then the garden, she said. I want them to understand that things take time. That you plant something and you do not see it for a long time, and you keep tending it anyway because the tending is its own work regardless of whether you can see the result yet. That is a good lesson, he said. You gave it to me, she said. Without meaning to. Just by being the way you are. He looked at her. How? You have been tending things from the beginning, she said. Not because you could see the outcome. Because the tending was right. She held his gaze. The whole time you have been doing that. I want our child to have that quality. He was quiet for a long moment. Then we show them, he said. By doing it in front of them. You cannot explain patience. You can only practice it somewhere they can see. Yes, she said. Exactly that. The garden was dark and the stars above the underworld were the kind that did not match any constellation in the human world but had their own pattern, and they sat in it together, and the future was somewhere ahead of them, assembling itself out of everything they had decided and everything they were still deciding. He thought that was exactly right. The assembling never stopped. That was not a flaw. That was the nature of things that were alive. Chapter 37. The pregnancy changed the texture of time, not the pace of it. Time moved at its usual speed, which was the speed that felt too slow and too fast depending on what you were in the middle of. But the texture changed in the way that significant things change the texture of time, giving each day a quality of being counted, of belonging to a sequence that had a definite shape. Rias continued working. She had said she would continue working and she did, not because she was proving something but because the work was genuinely hers and she was in the middle of it, and stopping would have been arbitrary. The standing committee met twice a month. The field assessments that Issei conducted continued. The implementation of the seating reform moved forward in its complicated, institutional way. She was tired sometimes in the first months in a way that was new, a fatigue that was not about effort but about something interior, the body doing an enormous amount of work below the level of conscious attention. She did not complain about this. She mentioned it factually when it was relevant, and otherwise treated it as information rather than difficulty. He adjusted around it. Not conspicuously. He took on more of the house things without making it a gesture, and he learned which evenings she needed to simply sit and be in the garden rather than talk about the committee, or the reform, or any of the larger things, and on those evenings he sat with her, and did not require conversation. He learned the specific kind of food that helped in the early months and made it without asking. She noticed all of this. She did not comment on it directly because she understood that commenting on it directly would make it into a performance rather than a practice, and it was the practice she valued. Once, after a particularly long committee day, she came home and found the kitchen in order and dinner ready and the garden lit with the small lanterns they had bought at the Tokyo market, and she stood in the kitchen doorway looking at it all and said nothing for a moment. He looked at her from the table where he was reading. Sit down, he said. Food is warm. She sat down. She looked at the food. She looked at the lanterns in the garden through the window. I do not have a word for this, she said. For what? He asked. For what you do, she said. There is not a word that is the right size. Thoughtful is too small. Loving is too large and too abstract. She looked at him. You see what I need before I see it myself. Every time. Without being asked? I pay attention, he said. I know you do, she said. That is what I am trying to say. You pay the kind of attention to me that I have paid to things I care about my whole life, and experiencing it from the other side is something I did not know how to expect. She paused. It is extraordinary. I want you to know that it is extraordinary. He was quiet for a moment. You pay attention to me too, he said. Not in the same way, she said. In your way, he said. Which is different from mine but just as real. He paused. You remember things I said 2 months ago and come back to them when they become relevant. You do not tell me things I already know. You tell me the things I actually need to hear. He looked at her. You made the committee recuse yourself so my work would stand on its own. That is paying attention. She was quiet. We pay attention to each other differently, he said. That is not a gap. That is two people covering different ground. She held his gaze for a long moment. Yes, she said. That is exactly what it is. She ate dinner. He ate with her, and they talked about small things, and she was tired, but it was the fed and attended to kind of tired rather than the depleted kind. And later she sat in the garden for a while, and he sat beside her, and the lanterns made the garden a different place, warmer and smaller, and the old tree was just visible at the far end. Tell me about your parents' garden, she said. What do you want to know? What it looked like, she said. In summer. He thought about it. Crowded, he said. My father is not a minimalist gardener. He plants things because he wants them, not because they fit a design. So it was always a little chaotic. Vegetables next to flowers next to a section where something had self-seeded, and he had decided to just let it do what it wanted. He paused. It smelled very good in the evenings. Particularly after rain. What did he grow? She asked. Tomatoes, he said. Every year. He was very serious about the tomatoes. He had opinions about which variety, and how to stake them, and when to water. Everything else was approximate, but the tomatoes were a precise project. She smiled. And your mother? She grew herbs, he said. Along the kitchen wall. The practical things. She was not romantic about the garden the way my father was. She grew things she could use. He paused. But she also grew one thing every year that served no purpose except that she liked it. A different flower each time. She said it was important to grow one useless beautiful thing alongside the useful things, otherwise you started to think usefulness was the point. Rias was quiet for a moment. I like your mother very much, she said. I know, he said. She likes you too. She tells me things, Rias said. When we talk. She says them sideways, not directly, but I understand them. She looked at the garden. Last month she told me that the most important thing about raising a child was making sure they knew that you were glad they existed, not just that they were good or capable or useful, but simply that they were there. She paused. She said some parents forget to say that specifically. They say they are proud or they say they are pleased, but they forget to say the most basic one. Did she say it to you? He asked. In her way, Rias said. She said she was glad I was going to be the mother of her grandchild. Which I understood to mean several things at once. She held the memory of it quietly. She does that. Says one thing that means several things. She has always done that, he said. I did not understand it until I was older. When I was young I thought she was just being brief. Later I understood she was being exact. Rias looked at the garden. The lanterns were reflected in the window glass, small doubled lights. I want our child to know they are wanted, she said. That is the first thing. Not what they can do. Just that they are here and we are glad. She looked at him. Will you tell them that? Not only when they do well. Just regularly. As a fact. Every day, he said. She looked at him, and he could see the thing in her eyes that was the combination of love and relief that appeared when something she needed landed correctly. She had it more than she used to. He hoped she would always have it more than she used to. Every day, she said, agreeing and confirming and marking. The garden was quiet and warm around them, and the night was the underworld's deep kind, and somewhere inside the house the lights were on, and tomorrow had the committee meeting and the seating review and the ongoing work of building a life, and all of it was woven together, the significant and the ordinary, the way it was supposed to be. He thought that was exactly how it was supposed to be. Chapter 38. Kiba was right about the rooms. They extended the back section of the Eastern District House in late autumn, which was a project that took 2 months of planning and 6 weeks of actual construction, and during which Issei was deeply involved in a way that Rias observed with what she called interested neutrality, meaning she let him manage it because he was better at the spatial and structural questions, and she trusted him with it. And she reviewed the decisions he made and agreed with all but 2 of them, and the 2 she disagreed with were ones he also had doubts about, and so they were changed without difficulty. The extension added a room that faced the garden on its south side, and a larger version of the existing workspace that they had both been using and outgrowing. The builder was a craftsman from the older part of the district who had worked on a dozen houses in the same street, and who understood what the Eastern District's particular architecture required, which was a different understanding than general construction and was worth finding. Issei had found him through Kiba, who had found him through a contact in the Historical Preservation Office, which was the kind of chain of practical assistance that the peerage provided to each other continuously, and without keeping score. During the construction, they stayed in the Tokyo apartment, which was a return to the place where things had begun, and which had a different quality now than it had had in October 2 years before. The same window. The same roof lines. But inhabited differently, by people who knew each other completely, and who moved through the small space with the ease of long familiarity. Rias stood at the window one evening in November and looked at the city. "Do you remember the first morning?" she said. "Yes," he said. "We sat at this table and I had the phone and it kept buzzing," she said. "And you said finish the tea first." "Yes," he said. "I think about that sometimes," she said. "That specific moment. The phone buzzing and you saying to let it wait." She looked at the city. It was the first time in a very long time that someone had told me I was allowed to finish the thing I was in the middle of before attending to the next thing. He looked at her profile against the window. "I try to do that," he said. "Not to rush the thing you are in." "I know," she said. "You do it without thinking about it. It is native to you." She turned to look at him. "I am learning to do it for myself." "It is harder to do it for yourself than to receive it from someone else. Are you getting better at it?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "Slowly. But real change is slow." She repeated his phrase from months ago with a slight smile that said she had been holding it since then and was returning it now. He smiled back. "The baby is going to be so interesting," she said, turning back to the window. He looked at her. "That is a specific quality to hope for," he said. "I am not hoping for it," she said. "I am predicting it. Given the parentage and the circumstances and the household they are going to grow up in, they are going to be deeply, specifically interesting." She paused. "I want to know who they are. I keep thinking about it. Not what I want them to be. Who they actually turn out to be." "We will find out," he said. "I know," she said. "I am impatient in the way I am always impatient for things I cannot make arrive faster." He came to stand beside her at the window. The city was its night self, lit and moving, the rooflines the same as they had always been. "The room in the extension," she said. "The one that faces the garden." "Yes," he said. "That is where I want them to sleep," she said. "So they can see the garden from their window when they wake up." She paused. "The same garden we are building. So they grow up watching things grow and understanding that it takes time and tending." "That is a good plan," he said. "I want Gasper's drawings in there," she said. "All of them. He keeps making them. The summer sun and the winter stars and the one of the wedding and the one of us in the Tokyo apartment, and the new one he did last week of the garden." She looked at the city. "I want those to be the first things they see when they wake up." He thought about Gasper, who had been drawing earnestly and completely ever since the announcement, producing a steady archive of moments he wanted to record, each one crooked and sincere and entirely accurate in the way that only things made with full feeling were accurate. "Gasper will be very pleased," he said. "He deserves to be pleased," she said. "He has been drawing our life for 2 years. The least I can do is put it on the wall." He looked at her. He thought about the person she had been in the manor hallway in October 2 years ago, the composed and certain and frightened person who had made a decision that was entirely her own, and the person she was now, standing at a window in November, talking about a garden-facing room and Gasper's drawings and who their child was going to turn out to be. The same person. Larger. He thought that was what happened when you had room to be yourself. You did not become different. You became more of what you already were. He thought that was the finest thing he had ever watched happen. "Come away from the window," he said. "It is cold." "I like the cold," she said. "I know," he said. "But you are carrying someone." She looked at him. Then she looked at the city once more, deliberately, taking the last of it before she came away. She always did that, took one more moment with things before she left them. He had learned to wait for it. She came away from the window. He put his arm around her, and she leaned against him slightly, which was the small version of the thing, the daily version, the one that did not need to be named. The city went on outside. The room was warm. The future was assembling. Chapter 39. The child was born in spring. The literature on pregnancies between devil nobles and sacred gear bearers was, as Rias had noted, not extensive, but it was more useful than she had initially expected. And she had supplemented it with the counsel of a practitioner in the underworld who had attended several unusual heritage births over a long career and who approached the questions with the kind of calm thoroughness that made the uncertain feel navigable. The birth was in the Eastern District House, in the room that faced the garden, which was also the room they had decided on for the child's own purposes, which turned out to be the right decision, the room filling the function it was meant to fill from the beginning. Issei was there throughout. He had been told by various people in various ways that this was the kind of thing fathers waited outside of, which was how things had been done historically, and he had listened to all of these statements with the patient attention he brought to things he did not intend to act on, and then done what he intended. Rias had said, "Of course you are there. You are not going to wait in a corridor." He had said, "I was not planning to." The practitioner had made no comment on this arrangement. She had delivered difficult births and unusual births and births that required more improvisation than any formal training anticipated, and two people choosing to be together for the arrival of something they had built together struck her as the least surprising element of the day. It was a long process. He had known it would be, and he had prepared for the knowing of it in the way he prepared for things, by deciding in advance that he would not flinch and then not flinching. He held her hand when she needed it held and stepped back when she needed the space and said the things that needed to be said, which were not many, because she was not someone who needed to be talked through things, she needed to be accompanied through them. He accompanied her. When it was over, the room held a different quality of quiet than it had held before. The garden was visible through the window, the spring version, the planting beds full of what they had put in over 2 seasons, the old tree with its new leaves. The child was placed in her arms. She looked at them. She held them with the focused attention she brought to everything she cared about, the full weight of it, and the child existed in that attention and seemed, in the way of new things encountering the world, to recognize the quality of it. Issei stood beside her and looked at the small complete person they had made together. He thought about everything it had taken to get to this room. The manor hallway and the train and the grocery store and the temple garden and the council chamber, and the garden they had built from neglect and all the mornings in between. He thought about how none of it had been arranged for him, and how all of it had been chosen, and how the choosing was what made it real. He thought that this was the most real thing he had ever been part of. "Hello," Rias said to the child. Quietly and directly, the way she said important things. The child looked at her with the ancient, unfocused attention of someone arriving from very far away. "We have been waiting for you," Rias said. "We are very glad you are here." Issei looked at her saying this. He thought about the conversation in the garden, about telling them they were wanted. Not what they could do. Just that they were there, and they were glad. She had remembered. She always remembered the things that mattered. "Can I hold them?" he asked. She looked at him. She transferred the child to his arms with the careful seriousness of someone handing over something irreplaceable. He held his child. He had held small things before carefully, the way you held things you did not want to break. This was different. This was not careful in the fragile sense. This was careful in the full sense, the sense that meant everything he was oriented toward this, attending completely, present without qualification. The child looked up at him. The unfocused ancient gaze. "I am your father," he said. He said it the way he said true things, simply and without hedging. "You are going to have a very interesting life. I am going to be there for all of it." Rias was watching him. He could feel the weight of her attention on his back. He turned to look at her. Her expression was the most complete version of itself he had ever seen, all the layers at once, the composed and the vulnerable and the strong and the moved, none of them performing, all of them true. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" he asked. "For coming with me," she said. It was the same thing she had said in the Tokyo apartment on the first morning, and it had the same meaning and a larger one. You asked, he said. You had already decided, she said. Yes, he said. I had. The spring garden was outside the window and the child was in his arms and Rias was looking at him with the full weight of 2 years of chosen things. And the room was the specific room they had built for this, and all of it was exactly right. The practitioner moved quietly in the background, doing her work, and Aquino arrived with Grafia a short time later, and the house began to fill with the people who had been waiting outside, patient and entirely present in their different ways. Gaspar needed a moment by himself in the garden before he could look at the baby without crying, and then he came in and looked and cried anyway, and nobody found this surprising or required him to stop. Kaneko held the child for exactly 4 minutes with the precise attentiveness of someone doing something important, and then she handed them back and said strong, which was the most Kaneko thing she could have said and was completely right. Kiba stood at the window for a moment before he came to looking at the garden, and when he turned his expression was the one that contained everything, and he said nothing because nothing was the right size. Issei's parents came in the evening. His mother held the child and said nothing for a long time, and then she looked up at Issei and said, You did well. She meant all of it. The child and the marriage and the life and all the small things that had accumulated into this specific evening in this specific room. Lord Gremory came last, which Issei thought was deliberate, the head of the household allowing the household to arrive first. He came into the room and looked at his daughter holding his grandchild, and for a moment he was simply a man looking at the most important thing in the world, without the name, or the history, or the complicated weight of everything he was in every other context. Rias looked at him. Come and meet them, she said. He came. And the evening went on, the spring evening in the house with the garden-facing room, and more tea was made than anyone counted, and voices filled the spaces, and the child slept through most of it with the deep authority of someone who had just done an enormous thing and was resting, and Gaspar drew everything he could see, filling pages. And Issei sat beside Rias with his arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into him the way she had learned to lean into him over 2 years of daily practice. He thought about the morning in October when she had said, I do not want to disappear without you knowing why. She had not disappeared. She had arrived. They both had. He held that. He held her. He held all of it, the ordinary and the extraordinary woven together the way they always were, the way they were supposed to be. He was home. Chapter 40. They named her Hannah. The name had come from a conversation over several evenings in the winter. When the naming had been a question they approached from different directions, each of them bringing possibilities and listening to the other's response. Some names were immediately right. Some were interesting but wrong. A few had that quality of being nearly correct, close enough to feel familiar but missing the exact note. Hannah had arrived on a quiet Tuesday evening when neither of them was specifically trying. Rias had been reading and had said the name aloud as a thought rather than a proposal, and he had looked up from what he was doing and said yes. And she had put the book down and looked at him and said yes, and that had been the entirety of the conversation. It meant flower. It was a human word and a Japanese one, which felt right for a child who was going to inhabit both worlds completely, the underworld and the human one, and who was going to have the double heritage that Surzex had called remarkable. Hannah. Small, simple, specific. A name that grew with the person rather than requiring the person to grow into it. Rias had said that was what she wanted. A name that did not require anything of her yet. The spring passed in the way that springs passed after the arrival of something new, which was simultaneously ordinary and entirely transformed. The committee met, and the reform continued its implementation, and the assessments were conducted, and the work went on in all its forms. And inside all of that was a small person who slept and woke and observed the world with the ancient, unfocused attention of someone arriving from very far away. Issei learned the specific language of Hannah's particular expressions in the way you learn any language, by immersion and repetition and the gradual accumulation of understanding. The difference between the cry that meant hunger and the one that meant discomfort, and the one that meant simply that the world was large and she had thoughts about it. The specific expression she made in the garden when the light changed, a small furrowing that resolved into something attentive. The way she held his finger when he offered it, with the grip of someone who had strong opinions about what she wanted to hold. He brought her to the garden in the mornings. He had started doing this in the first weeks when she was awake, and he was awake, and the house was quiet, and he would carry her out into the early morning garden and walk the paths slowly and tell her about the things they were passing. The planting beds and what was in them. The stone path and its age. The old tree at the far end, which he had told her about several times in several ways because he thought it was worth knowing about multiple times. She could not understand any of it yet. He talked to her anyway, because Rias had read that the sound of a parent's voice was a source of something specific and important even before language arrived, and because talking to Hannah in the garden felt like the most natural thing in the world. Rias appeared in the kitchen window one morning while he was doing this, watching them move through the garden. When he came back inside, she was at the table with her tea, and she looked at him with the expression that was the warm and complete version. "You have been telling her about the tree again," she said. "It is an important tree," he said. "You have told her it is an important tree for mornings now," she said. "She needs to understand it from different angles," he said. Rias looked at him. "You are remarkable," she said. "I am consistent," he said. "Those are the same thing in you," she said. "Consistency is your form of remarkable." He sat down across from her, Hannah in his arms, and the morning settled around them, the kitchen and the garden and the tea and the small person who was 3 months old and was being told about an important tree on a regular basis. "How are you?" he asked. Not the daily version. She thought about it honestly. "Better than I expected to be," she said. "The first 2 months were harder than I prepared for. Not because of Hannah. Because of my own adjustment." She held the tea. "I have never done anything that required this specific kind of surrender before. Everything I have built, I built through control. Through planning and precision and knowing the shape of the outcome before I arrived at it." She looked at Hannah. "Parenthood does not work that way. You cannot plan it. You respond to what is there. And I have been learning to respond rather than plan, which is a different skill and not one that comes naturally to me." "You are learning it though," he said. "Yes," she said. "Because the alternative is being rigid in the face of something that requires flexibility, and I have enough self-knowledge to recognize that rigidity in this context would be a failure of love." She paused. "So I am learning to be flexible. Slower than I would like. But real change is slow." He smiled. She almost smiled back. "You say that a great deal now," he said. "I find it true a great deal," she said. "I did not understand the full depth of it before." She looked at Hannah. "I understand it now." Hannah, in his arms, made the sound that was not quite a word but was directed at Rias, which she had started doing in the past 2 weeks, making the sounds towards specific people in a way that suggested she was practicing the idea of communication before she had the tools for it. Rias leaned toward her slightly, closing the distance. "Good morning," she said to Hannah. Directly and specifically, the way she always greeted her. Not baby talk. A real greeting to a real person who happened to be small. Hannah regarded her with the ancient, attentive look. "The garden is very good today," Rias told her. "Your father has been walking you through it again. He told you about the tree." Hannah made the sound. "I know," Rias said, as though she had understood it. "It is an important tree." He watched his wife talk to their daughter, and the morning was in the kitchen and the garden was visible through the window and the tea was getting cold, and he thought that this, precisely this, was what he had meant when he talked about the home that was a condition rather than a place. This was it. He had built it. They had built it. From a conversation in a hallway in October 3 years ago, from a train ride and a grocery store and a document, and a vote and a garden and a wedding in a temple, and now this kitchen on this morning with this small particular person between them. He thought about what it had cost her to walk out of that ceremony. The courage of it. The precision of a person who knew what she wanted and chose it against everything that said she should not. He thought that every good thing that had happened since that morning was a consequence of that courage, and that there was no way to honor that correctly except to keep choosing it forward, every day, the way she did. He intended to. Hannah looked at him. She had Rias's eyes, the winter sky color of them, clear and direct. She would have his stubbornness, he suspected, and his tendency to hold on to things. She would have Rias's precision and her capacity for love that expressed itself through exactness. She was going to be so interesting. "I told you," Rias said. He looked at her. I told you she was going to be interesting, she said. You have that look. What look? He asked. The one that means you are already planning things for her, she said. I am always planning things, he said. You told me you were not a planner, she said. I told you I was not a strategist, he said. Planning is different. Planning is just caring about the future. She looked at him across the table, over the morning tea and their daughter, and the ordinary specific unrepeatable morning. Yes, she said. It is. The garden outside the window was full of spring and the old tree was doing its slow, patient thing, and the Eastern District House held them, its walls and its garden and its room full of Gasper's drawings, and somewhere outside it the Underworld went on, and the committee met, and the reform continued and the world was large and full of the next thing. But here was this. The kitchen in the morning and Hannah in his arms and Rias across the table saying yes. Here was this, which was everything. Chapter 41. Hannah's first word was not what anyone predicted. Gasper had predicted Mama. Aquino had predicted Papa. Kaneko had said, with complete confidence, that it would be the word for food because Hannah had shown strong and early opinions about meals. Kiba had said he did not want to predict, which was Kiba declining to be wrong. The word was tree. She said it one morning in the garden, at 7 months, while Issei was walking her through the planting beds toward the old tree at the far end. She had been making increasingly purposeful sounds for several weeks, sounds that were shaped like words without being them yet, and on this particular morning she looked at the old tree as they approached it, and said, with complete clarity, the word. He stopped walking. She looked at him. He looked at her. He said, "That is the tree?" "Yes. You are exactly right." She appeared satisfied with this and reached toward it, which was her general response to things she had identified correctly. He brought her back inside and told Rias, who was at the desk, and Rias put down her pen and looked at him. "Tree," she said. "Tree," he confirmed. She looked at Hannah, who was looking at the garden through the kitchen window with focused attention. "I have been telling you about that tree," Rias said to her, "for 7 months. Hannah pointed at the window. "Yes," Rias said. "That one." She looked at Issei. He looked at her. "You told her about it first," he said. "In the garden, the first week. You told her about it every morning for 3 months," she said. "We both told her about it," he said. "We told her about it, and it was the first thing she said," Rias said. There was something in her voice that was not quite triumph and not quite wonder but was in the territory of both. "The tree was important," he said. She looked at him for a moment, and then she made a sound that was a real laugh, the surprised genuine kind, and it filled the kitchen the way that sound always did when it appeared, which was not often enough and was always the best thing. He grinned. Hannah, not understanding the specific reason for the reaction but understanding that something good had happened, made an enthusiastic sound and pointed at the garden again. "Yes," Rias said, wiping her eyes. "Yes, we know. The tree. They contacted Gasper to tell him." His response came back in 7 minutes and was almost entirely made up of exclamation marks and the news that he was going to begin a new drawing immediately. The drawing arrived 3 days later. It was Hannah in the garden with the old tree behind her, and she was depicted with a speech bubble containing the word tree, which was the most specific and literal piece of art Gasper had ever made, and it went immediately on the wall in her room alongside all the others. The months continued. She walked at 9 months, which the practitioner said was on the early side and which Kaneko accepted as confirmation of her original assessment about strength. She walked with the determined wobble of someone who had decided this was going to happen regardless of the opinions of gravity, and when she fell she did not cry but looked at the floor with the expression she shared with her mother, the focused assessment of a problem to be solved. She spoke in increasing complexity through the autumn, accumulating words with the systematic attention she would later turn out to apply to everything, and the words organized themselves into phrases and the phrases into the beginning of sentences, small and crooked and completely precise. She asked why with the frequency that Rias had apparently once driven her own parents slightly to distraction with, which Lord Gremory mentioned with the expression of someone who found the repetition of history funnier now than he had the first time. Issei answered every why, or tried to, and when he did not know the answer he said so and they looked for it together, which had the effect of teaching Hannah very early that not knowing was the beginning of finding out rather than a deficiency. Rias answered every why with the specific thoroughness that was her register for everything, which occasionally resulted in an answer considerably more complete than a 1-year-old had requested, but which had the effect of teaching Hannah that questions were taken seriously by the people around her, that asking was valued. He thought that was going to matter when she was older. The children who had been taught that their questions mattered grew into the people who kept asking them. He thought she was going to ask questions for the rest of her life and that the world was going to be better for it. On a Sunday in late autumn, when Hannah was almost a year old, the three of them walked to the temple garden in the human world. They had been there in October and February and May and now again in autumn, accumulating the seasonal record that Rias had said she wanted, the garden in every version. Hannah walked on her own now, held between them by one hand each, and she walked with the seriousness of someone for whom the activity was still a project rather than a background condition. The paths were covered in fallen leaves, the same paths that had been covered in summer green when they were married, and the pond was the autumn version, reflecting the gray sky. Hannah looked at the pond. She pointed. Water, Rias told her. A pond. Hannah looked at the reflection. She looked at the sky above. She looked back at the pond, putting something together. Same, she said. The word she had been using for the past 2 months for things that matched. Yes, Rias said. The sky is reflecting in the water. It looks the same. Hannah considered this. Then she looked up at the sky and back at the pond and nodded once, satisfied, the way she nodded when something had been confirmed to her satisfaction. Issei looked at Rias above Hannah's head. Rias looked back at him with the expression that was the full version, all of it, every layer. She is very good, Rias said quietly. Yes, he said. She is. Hannah pulled at both their hands and wanted to keep walking, which they did, through the autumn garden, through the falling leaves, the three of them moving together through the place that had held the first turning point and the proposal and the wedding and now this, the ordinary and unrepeatable Sunday of the first year. He thought about all the Sundays ahead. The accumulated record of them. The seasons of the garden building into years and the years building into what a life was made of. He thought he was going to love every one of them. He thought the tree was going to be there for all of them, patient and entire, doing its slow, important thing. He thought that was exactly right. Chapter 42. The second year was different from the first in the ways that second years always are, which was subtler and more interior, the large adjustments already made and the fine ones underway. Hannah became more herself. This was how Issei described it to his mother on a phone call in February of that year, that the child he had been watching become more herself over 12 months had in the last month become distinctly, recognizably herself in a way that was permanent, a character that was going to be that character for the rest of her life. His mother said, "You sound like someone who has just understood something they have been watching for a long time." Yes, he said. That is exactly what happened. What he had understood was that Hannah was going to be curious before she was anything else. Not curious in the general way, not simply interested in things, but curious with the specific directed quality that his mother had called head and Surzex had called remarkable, and which he recognized because he had seen it in Rias every day for 3 years. The capacity to encounter a thing and not be satisfied until it was understood. She asked about the garden every day. She asked about the committee on the days when Rias came home from meetings and could be observed to be thinking about something. She asked Gasper about his drawings in the specific way, not what is that but why did you put it there, and why is it that color? Gasper was delighted by this and answered her with the seriousness she deserved. She asked Kaneko about fighting in a way that Kaneko had clearly been waiting for, which was with the direct patient interest of someone who intended to actually learn it rather than just be interested in it. And Kaneko had looked at her with an expression that was the warmest version of Kaneko's warmest expressions and had said, "Not yet. When you are 5. Then she had looked at Issei and said, "She is going to be good at it." Which was the highest statement Kaneko made about anything. She asked Kiba once, in the garden, standing in front of him with the serious posture she used for important questions, if his sword was alive. Kiba had looked at her for a moment. Then he had sat down on the garden bench to be at her level and had said, carefully and completely, that the sword was not alive in the way that she was alive or that the tree was alive, but that it was made with intention and that intention remained in it, and that when he used it he was using not just the metal but the intention, and that intention was a kind of life even if it was not the kind that breathed. She had considered this for a long time. Then she had said, like Gasper's drawings. Kiba had looked at her. Yes, he had said, after a moment. Exactly like that. Issei had been nearby for this exchange and had thought about it for the rest of the day. In the spring of the second year, Rias was asked to lead a new subcommittee on the arbitration reform, which was the third of the original 3 complaints that the reform document had identified, the one that had been held back because the argument was harder and the opposition stronger. The seating reform was now fully implemented. The entry cost reforms were in their second phase. The arbitration question was next. She said yes to leading the subcommittee, and then came home and sat in the garden and was quiet for a long time. He sat beside her. Hannah was asleep. The garden was the early spring version, everything beginning again, the planting beds with the first evidence of the new season. It is the hardest one, Rias said. I know, he said. The arbitration question requires me to argue that the current arbitrators lack diversity of perspective, which means some of them will take it personally regardless of how carefully I frame it, because they understand exactly what I am saying even through the careful framing. She paused. It is the argument that makes the most enemies. Do you want to make it anyway? He asked. She looked at the garden. She looked at the planting beds and the old tree and the new green of spring coming into the structure of what they had built. Yes, she said. Because it is the right argument, and because backing down from the right argument because it makes enemies is exactly the kind of thing the current structure depends on people doing. She paused. I am going to make it. I am going to make it carefully and thoroughly, and I am going to accept the consequences. What will the consequences be? He asked. Some of the no votes from the seating reform will become active opposition rather than passive, she said. There may be formal challenges to my standing on the committee. There will be attempts to use the Phoenix situation to discredit the work. She paused. The Phoenix situation is 2 years old and formally resolved, and the attempts will fail. But they will be made. Are you ready for that? He asked. I have been ready for it since I walked out of that ceremony, she said. There was something in her voice that was not bravado but its opposite, the quiet certainty of someone who had already decided where they stood. I walked out of an arranged engagement and built something genuine from what I found on the other side. Every hard thing I have done since then has been from the same place, the place of choosing what is true rather than what is safe. She looked at him. I am not going back to safety. He looked at her. I know, he said. I am just making sure you know what you are choosing. I always know what I am choosing, she said. That is the only way I choose things. He nodded. Then choose it, he said. I already did, she said. When I said yes, she leaned her head against his shoulder, which she did sometimes in the garden, and he held still around it, and they sat in the spring evening with the work ahead of them and the child asleep inside and the garden doing its slow, patient thing. We are going to need to explain it to Hannah eventually, she said. All of it. The engagement, the wedding, the reform. She is going to ask. She will ask everything, he said. Yes, she said. She will want the whole story. And I am going to tell it to her completely, because I do not intend to be a parent who gives their child a sanitized version of how they came to exist. She paused. I am going to tell her that I chose her father over an arrangement, and that the choosing cost something, and that it was worth every bit of the cost. He was quiet for a moment. And I am going to tell her, she said, that the most important thing I ever did was decide that I was allowed to choose. She looked at the garden. Because everything else came from that. You and this house and this garden and her. She paused. And the reform, which may turn out to matter to more people than just us. He thought about that. About the chain of things that had come from a single decision in a manor hallway in October 4 years ago. She is going to have opinions about all of it, he said. Obviously, Rias said. She is going to have strong opinions from a very young age about everything. She was quiet for a moment. I cannot wait. He smiled. The garden was in its spring beginning and the underworld was doing its amber evening thing, and Hannah was asleep in the room that faced the garden with Gasper's drawings on the walls. And everything was where it was supposed to be. He thought about the chain of choices. He thought about the fact that he had been part of it, that his yes had been one link in a chain that led here. He thought he was the luckiest person he knew. He thought that was exactly what it felt like to have chosen correctly. Chapter 43. The arbitration reform took 18 months. It was the hardest 18 months of the project, in the way that the last and most necessary thing is always the hardest, because the resistance it meets is the resistance of people who have been watching the first two reforms succeed and who understand that this one completes the argument. Rias had predicted 3 categories of opposition. They arrived precisely as predicted, which she said was not satisfying in the way of being right, only useful in the way of already having prepared the responses. The formal challenge to her committee standing came in the 4th month, argued on the grounds that her personal history with the Phoenix household created a conflict of interest in reform arguments that touched the noble family power structure. She addressed it in a written response that Issei read 3 times because he thought it was one of the finest things she had written, calm and specific and completely decisive, demonstrating that the conflict of interest argument would apply with equal force to anyone who had ever been part of the noble house system, which was every devil in the underworld. And that the alternative implied was that reform could only be argued by people with no stake in the system, which was no one, and that, therefore, the argument proved too much, and should be dismissed. It was dismissed. The counter-argument was never made as well again. The no votes became more active, as she had predicted. 2 council members who had been passively opposed to the first 2 reforms submitted formal objections to every working document the subcommittee produced, which slowed the process and required responses to objections that were sometimes more about creating delay than about genuine concern. Rias assigned Sona to manage the objection responses, which was the right call because Sona's answers were so thorough and patient that continuing to file objections began to look more obstinate than principled. Ravel Phoenix contributed something unexpected in the 12th month. She had been in regular contact with Rias throughout the arbitration reform, sharing information and facilitating introductions in the careful way she had been operating since the vote. In the 12th month she sent a formal letter to the council from the Phoenix household, signed by herself and noted as representing her personal position and not the household's official stance, but nonetheless from a Phoenix, stating that the current arbitration structure contained documented inconsistencies and that a reform proposal from the Standing Committee should receive full and serious consideration. It was not a strong endorsement. It was careful and hedged and explicitly not a household position. But it was a Phoenix on paper, and the weight of that in the council chamber was considerable, because it meant that the reform's opposition could not claim unified noble family support against it. Rias received the letter on a Tuesday morning at the Eastern District House and read it, and was quiet for a long time. Issei was at the table. He watched her read it. He watched her be quiet. "Ravel," she said. "What did she say?" he asked. She handed him the letter. He read it. "She took a risk," he said. "A significant one," Rias said. "Her family's position is still officially neutral. This is her saying, in writing, that she does not agree with the neutral position." She paused. "She will face consequences for that internally. The Phoenix household does not like dissent." She knew that when she sent it, he said. "Yes," Rias said. She knew exactly what she was doing. She looked at the letter. She is choosing honesty over easy loyalty. The same thing Kiba said she had done once before, in a private conversation. Now she is doing it on the record. "That matters more," he said. "It matters enormously more," she said. She folded the letter carefully. "I am going to thank her. Privately and specifically." She paused. "And I am going to remember this." The arbitration reform passed the full council in its 18th month with a vote of 14-7, 2 votes wider than the seating reform. Rias received the result at the committee chamber, and came out with the same focused energy she had carried after every council outcome, the seeing exactly what she needed to see quality. She looked at Issei and Sona, who were waiting with him. 14, she said. Sona said nothing. Her expression said everything. Issei looked at Rias. He thought about the 30-page document in a leather folder. He thought about 47 pages. He thought about 18 months and 3 reforms and a chain of small consistent decisions that had built something real. "You finished it," he said. "We finished it," she said. "You and Sona and Kiba and the committee and Ravel and everyone who argued and revised and argued again." She paused. We finished it. Sona looked at Rias for a moment with the expression she wore when something had moved her, and she was not going to say so directly. Then she said, "The door is still open." It was what Rias had said to her, 18 months before, sitting in the Gremory estate parlor. "The door is still open." Rias looked at her. "Yes," she said. "It is." Sona looked at the council building behind them, and then looked at the road ahead. She said, "I have been thinking about an appointment. In 2 weeks. She did not elaborate on what the appointment was. She did not need to. "I will be available," Rias said. "Whatever you need." Sona nodded once. She went her own way. They walked out of the council district, Rias and Issei, through the streets of the Underworld, which were the same streets they had walked after every vote, the same buildings and the same amber light. But the work was different now. Not finished, it was never finished, but complete in its current shape. The 3 reforms were in place. The standing committee would continue. The arbitration system was changing. The young generation of devils who had held the second view quietly now had something to point to. He thought about what Rias had said to Hannah in the garden in the spring, that the most important thing she had ever done was decide she was allowed to choose. He thought that from that one decision, from that one morning in October 5 years ago, a chain of things had followed that had reached further than either of them had known it would when it started. That was what courage did. Not just the single act of it. The chain it started. "Home?" he said. "Home," she said. They walked home through the amber evening, and the eastern district was quiet and familiar, and the house was lit from inside with Hannah's light, because she had recently discovered she could turn on her own lamp and was exercising this discovery frequently. Rias saw the light in the window and smiled. "The real one. She is awake," she said. "She has been awake," he said. "She will tell us about everything she has been thinking about." "Good," she said. "I want to hear it." They went inside, into the warm and specific presence of their house, into the ongoing conversation that was their life. It was exactly enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Chapter 44. Hannah was 3 when she asked about the wedding. She had been looking at Gasper's drawings on her wall, which she did regularly with the focused attention she brought to things she was still understanding. She had asked Gasper about each one over the years, and he had explained them with the earnest completeness that was his manner, and she had filed the explanations in whatever place 3-year-olds filed information, which was apparently a very reliable place because she retained everything. On this particular evening she was looking at the wedding drawing, the one that showed the temple garden with the bare spring trees and the 2 figures on the path, and she turned to Rias, who was in the doorway, and said, "You got married?" "Yes," Rias said. "To Papa?" she said. "Yes," Rias said. "Because you wanted to?" she said. "Yes," Rias said. "Because I wanted to." Hannah looked at the drawing. She looked at the sky in it, which Gasper had filled with the particular light of that late May afternoon, the warm spring blue. Before that, Hannah said there was someone else. Rias was quiet for a moment. She came into the room and sat on the edge of Hannah's bed. "Yes," she said. "What happened?" Hannah asked. Rias looked at her daughter, who was 3 years old and was asking this question with the direct, patient interest she brought to every question, not strategically but because she genuinely wanted to know, because the story had been sitting in the drawing on her wall for the entire time she had been old enough to look at things, and she had finally arrived at the question. "I decided not to go through with it," Rias said. "The arrangement that had been made for me was not something I had chosen, and I decided I was allowed to choose for myself." Hannah considered this. "Was it scary?" she asked. "Yes," Rias said. "Very much. But you did it anyway," Hannah said. "Yes," Rias said. "Because it was right," Hannah said. "Yes," Rias said. "Because it was right." Hannah looked at the drawing again. "And then you found Papa," she said. "I asked Papa to come with me," Rias said. "And he said yes?" Hannah looked at this information. She looked at the drawing. She looked at the simple geometry of it, the 2 figures in the garden and the spring sky, all the things the drawing did not contain, the months and the work and the courage and the patience, and then she looked at Rias. "Good," she said. It was what Kaneko always said. A single word that contained a full assessment. "Yes," Rias said. "Good." Hannah looked at the drawing once more, and then lay back in her bed with the settled expression of someone who had received an answer that satisfied them. Rias tucked her in with the specific thoroughness she brought to the task, the blanket precisely arranged, a small ceremony that had developed in the first weeks and had never been altered. In the doorway, Issei had been standing and listening. Rias came out and looked at him. He looked at her. She asked, he said quietly. She always asks, Rias said. She said good, he said. She is Kaniko's student, Rias said. He almost laughed. She almost did too. They stood in the hallway of the Eastern District House in the quiet of an evening with Hana settling to sleep and the garden outside and the drawings on the walls and all the particular shape of the life they had made. I want to tell her the rest of it, Rias said. When she is old enough. The full story, not the simplified version. When is old enough? He asked. When she can hold the whole thing, she said. The courage and the cost and the chain of what came from it. She paused. She will know when she is ready because she will ask a question that requires the full answer. She will ask it early, he said. Yes, she said. She will ask everything early. They went to the kitchen. He made tea. She sat at the table and he brought 2 cups and sat across from her, and the evening was the comfortable kind, the kind that did not require anything of them except to be in it. I have been thinking about something, he said. She looked at him. Tell me. I want to build something of my own, he said. Not just the field assessments. Something more active. He paused. There are young devils in the underworld who are at the stage I was at when I joined the peerage, trying to understand what they are and what the sacred gears mean and how to develop what they have in a way that is theirs rather than just following whatever standard progression exists. He paused. I want to create something for them. Not a formal organization. Something more like a resource. A place where those questions can be asked and worked through with people who have been through it. She was watching him. I have the assessment work, he said. I have drag and the gear and the training. I have been on both sides of the formal devil structure, as a human sacred gear bearer, and as a peerage member, and now as a committee resource. I have a perspective that is not common. He paused. I want to use it. She was quiet for a moment. That is exactly the right thing for you to build, she said. Not as a concession or a supportive statement. As an assessment. You think so? He said. I think you have been looking for the version of the work that is most specifically yours, she said. The committee work is good work, but it is adjacent to my work. This is the version that is entirely yours. She held his gaze. You should build it. I will help where I can. You do not need to help, he said. I know, she said. That is different from me choosing to. She paused. We do this for each other. That is how we work. He looked at her across the table. She was exactly herself, the precise and warm and certain version, and she was looking at him as though the thing he had just said was not a new idea but a recognized one she had been waiting for him to reach. How long have you been waiting for me to say that? He asked. About 8 months, she said. You saw it coming, he said. I pay attention to you, she said. He smiled. She held it for a moment, and then went back to her tea. Start small, she said. The way I started. A document. The argument in its clearest form. See what it calls toward it. A document, he said. The beginning of everything worth doing, she said. He thought about a blank page and what he knew and what he wanted to say and what the people he wanted to reach needed to hear. He thought about himself at 17, newly acquired into a peerage and trying to understand what drag was and what it meant and who to ask. He thought he knew what to write. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, she agreed. The kitchen was warm and the garden was dark outside and Hannah was asleep in her room under Gasper's drawings and the Eastern District House held them, its walls and its garden and the ongoing life inside it. He thought about chains. The one that had started in October 5 years ago. The ones that had branched from it and continued. The one he was going to start tomorrow. He thought that was what a life was. Chains of chosen things, each one starting somewhere and going further than you knew. He thought it was a very good way to spend the time. Chapter 45. The document he wrote was 12 pages. He worked on it for 3 weeks, in the mornings before Hannah woke, in the specific quiet of the house at 6 in the morning when the garden was in its early light, and the day had not yet committed to itself. He wrote it in the way he had learned from watching Rias write things, which was to say what he actually meant before he said what he thought he should mean, and then to revise until those two versions converged. It was called, simply, A Guide for New Sacred Gear Bearers Entering Devil Society, and it addressed the questions he had actually had and had not found answered anywhere, the practical and the philosophical together, because he had found that separating them was artificial and unhelpful. You could not explain the practical without the philosophical because the practical decisions required a framework to make sense in. He showed it to Rias on a Sunday morning. She read it the way she read things that mattered, which was completely and without interruption, and when she finished she set it down and looked at him. "This is honest," she said. "I tried," he said. "No," she said. "I mean it is honest in the specific way that makes it immediately useful. You did not write the version of this that protects you from being wrong. You wrote the version that is true based on your experience, and you said clearly when you were not certain." She picked it up again. That quality of honesty is rare in documents like this because people are afraid of being criticized for the uncertain parts. She looked at a specific page. "This part about drag." "Yes," he said, "where you say that the relationship between bearer and gear is not a tool relationship and not a partnership exactly but something that does not have a settled vocabulary yet, and that you are offering your experience as a data point rather than a conclusion." She looked at him. "That is the most useful framing of that question I have read anywhere. And I have read everything that exists on the subject." He was quiet for a moment. "Thank you," he said. "I am not complimenting you," she said. "I am assessing the document." She set it down again. "The document is very good. It is going to reach people who need it." She paused. "What are you going to do with it?" "I was going to send it to Sirzek's office," he said. "Ask whether there is an appropriate channel for distributing it." "Yes," she said. "And to the committee resource library. And to the 2 sacred gear researcher contacts I have in the Eastern District academic community." She paused. "With your permission." "Of course," he said. She made the introductions. The document went to several places in the same week, and the responses came back over the following 2 weeks, and all of them said some version of the same thing, which was that it addressed questions that new bearers actually had rather than questions that researchers thought they should have, and that this was a significant and unusual quality. 2 of the responses asked if there was more. He wrote more. Over the following months the 12 pages became a series of documents, each one building from the questions the previous one generated, and the series attracted a small correspondence from young devils and sacred gear bearers who were encountering the same questions, and who wrote to him with the specific relief of people who had found something that knew what they were asking. He answered every letter. He did this consistently, because consistency was his form of remarkable, and because every person who wrote deserved the same attention as the first one. Hannah, who by now was 4 and strongly opinionated about most things, observed him answering letters one evening at the desk and asked who they were from. He explained. She thought about it. "They have questions," she said. "Yes," he said. "And you have answers," she said. "Some of them," he said. "Not all of them. But I have been through things they are going through, so I can tell them what I know." She considered this. "Like how Mama knows things about the committee because she did the committee," she said. "Yes," he said. "Exactly like that." She nodded once, satisfied. She went back to what she had been doing, which was a drawing she was making, her own version, not Gasper's careful sincerity but a 4-year-old's particular chaos of line and color that was completely itself. He watched her draw for a moment. He thought about the chain. The 12 pages and the letters and the questions and the answers. The way things grew from small specific honest starts. He thought about the document Rias had written in the Tokyo apartment at 2 in the morning, which had started at 30 pages and ended at 47, and had changed a structure that had been in place for centuries. He thought about the document he had written at 6 in the morning in the Eastern District House, 12 pages and growing, which was reaching people who had not had what they needed before. Small specific honest starts. That was the only kind that grew into anything real. He went back to the letter. Rias appeared in the doorway later and looked at the 2 of them, him at the desk and Hannah on the floor with her drawing, and she looked at the scene with the expression she wore for things she wanted to hold. "How are the letters?" she said. 2 new ones today," he said. "One from a new peerage member in the Northern District. One from someone in the human world who found the first document through an academic contact. The human world, she said. It is reaching further than I expected, he said. It always does, she said. When it is the right thing. She looked at Hannah. What are you drawing? The garden, Hannah said, without looking up. Which part? Rias said. The tree, Hannah said. Of course, Rias said. Issei looked at her. She looked at him. Something passed between them that was warm and amused and completely their own. The tree is very important, he said. Obviously, Hannah said, with the particular tone of someone who found this statement so self-evident that it barely merited response. Rias put her hand briefly on his shoulder as she passed. He reached up and held it for a moment. She went to the kitchen. He heard the kettle. Hannah drew the tree with intense concentration. He went back to the letter. The evening went on. The garden was outside. The house was theirs. The work was ongoing in all its forms, his and hers and the small version in the room that faced the garden, and all of it was woven together the way the significant and ordinary were always woven, the way they were supposed to be. He thought about 5 years ago. He thought about what had been built since. He thought it was a very good 5 years. He thought the next 5 would be better. Chapter 46. Sona Sitri came to the Eastern District House on a Saturday in spring. She came as she always came, with advance notice and proper form. But she also came differently than she usually came, which was with a quality about her that he had not seen before, something that was not quite lighter but was different in the way of a person who had set something down they had been carrying for a long time. She sat in the garden. Hannah was with Gasper at the estate that day, a regular arrangement now that had developed organically from Gasper's visits becoming more frequent, and Hannah's opinions about accompanying him becoming very clear. Rias and Issei and Sona sat in the garden with tea. Sona did not speak immediately. She held her cup and looked at the garden, which was the late spring version, everything in full presence. I filed the paperwork 2 weeks ago, she said. Rias was quiet. The Declaration of Personal Sovereignty, Sona said. 14 days have passed. She paused. It is effective. I know, Rias said gently. I knew when you filed it. Sona looked at her. Sirzex told you. Sirzex keeps me informed about things he believes I need to know, Rias said. He believed I needed to know this. Sona was quiet for a moment. I should have told you myself, she said. You are telling me now, Rias said. Sona looked at the garden. My family's response was more contained than I expected, she said. My mother was quiet for a long time and then said that she had been waiting to see whether I would choose myself or the arrangement, and that she was glad I had chosen myself, and that she hoped I understood what came next. What did you tell her? I told her I did, Sona said. I have been preparing for what comes next for a long time. She paused. In the way that you prepare for things before you are in them. The preparing and the actual thing are different. But I am not unprepared. No, Rias said. You are not. Sona looked at her tea. Serafal sent me a letter, she said. 14 pages. Serafal does not write 14-page letters to anyone. The first 12 pages were enthusiasm and the last 2 were the practical information I actually needed. A pause. She included maps. That sounds like Serafal, Rias said. She included maps, Sona said again, with the expression of someone whose relationship with maps in this context was complicated. Issei, who had been quiet, said, What do you want? Both of them looked at him. Not what comes next in the formal sense, he said. What do you want? The way Rias answered when Sirzex asked her. Sona was quiet for a moment. She looked at the garden. I want to continue the committee work, she said. There is more to do. The arbitration implementation needs sustained oversight, and I have a perspective on the Eastern region allocations that no one else on the committee has. She paused. I want to be taken seriously as someone who did this for genuine reasons, not political ones, not because of the Gremory precedent, because I believed it was right for me. You will be, Rias said. I want to know who I am, Sona said, outside of the structure that has defined me. She paused. Which is harder to pursue because it has no specific form. It is just the ongoing work of finding out. That is the real project, Rias said. Everything else is inside it. Sona looked at her. I know, she said. I know because I watched you for 5 years. She paused. You did not just run away. You ran toward. I have been watching what you ran toward and building my own sense of what I am running toward. It is different from yours. But the structure is the same. Rias was quiet. Thank you, she said. For what? Sona said. For watching, Rias said. And for waiting until you were ready. And for doing it because it was true and not because I did it first. Sona held her gaze. The door was open, she said. You opened it. She paused. I walked through it at my own pace. That is the only way to walk through it, Rias said. They sat in the garden for a long time after that, talking about the committee and the implementation and the things that came next, and about other things too, about the kind of work each of them wanted to build over the coming years, and about what they wanted Hannah to know, and what Sona hoped for herself. And the conversation moved through the afternoon the way conversations did between people who had known each other a long time and had finally found the version of the knowing that was honest. When Sona left, she paused at the garden gate and looked back at the house. This is a very good garden, she said. We built it from neglect, Rias said. It took time. Sona looked at it for a moment. I like that, she said. I am going to remember that. She left. The gate closed behind her. Rias stood at the gate looking after her for a moment. Issei stood beside her. She is going to be all right, he said. More than all right, Rias said. She is going to do extraordinary things. She paused. She has been preparing for 25 years to be exactly who she is. She just did not have permission. She looked at the garden. The permission was always hers. But sometimes it takes seeing someone else give it to themselves to understand that. He thought about October. He thought about a gate and an eastern wall and a lane and a road. He thought about permission. About the fact that it had always been hers to give herself. About all the things that had happened because she had given it. Are you glad? He asked. She turned to look at him. For which part? She asked. All of it, he said. She looked at him for a moment, the full version of her attention, the one that held everything. Every day, she said. He held that. Me too, he said. She took his hand, the way she had on the temple path on that first autumn visit and in the park in February and on the wedding day and on every ordinary day in between, and they walked back through the garden they had built from neglect, toward the house with the lights coming on in the windows, into the evening that was theirs. Chapter 47. The 6th year brought a second child. They had talked about it the previous autumn, with the same quality of conversation they brought to important things, honest and patient and without reaching for the conclusion before they had explored the question. They had talked about what a second child meant for the shape of their lives, for the work, for Hannah, who had opinions about most things and would certainly have opinions about this. They had asked Hannah. Hannah had been 5 at the time of the asking, and she had considered the question with the focused seriousness she brought to everything, and then she had said, I want someone to show things to. That was the entirety of her answer. She wanted someone to show things to. He thought that was the most Hannah answer possible and also a complete and correct statement of the value of a sibling. The second pregnancy was different from the first in the way that second things were always different from first things, not better or worse but known differently. The first time, everything had been new information. The second time, the information was familiar, and the newness was in the specific particulars of this one, which had its own character from the earliest stages. Rias was more relaxed. Not about the work, which continued at the pace it had always continued, but about herself in the pregnancy, about what it meant and what it required, about the balance between attending to it and being herself within it. She had been tense the first time with the specific tension of someone learning something important that could not be gotten wrong. The second time she moved through it with the ease of someone who knew the terrain. She still had strong opinions about everything. This did not change. She had strong opinions about the committee work in the garden and the implementation of the arbitration reforms and the correspondence responses and what to have for dinner on Tuesdays. The opinions were not fewer. The anxiety underneath them was. Hannah noticed the difference. She said one morning, at breakfast, that Mama seemed more like herself. Rias had looked at her. What do you mean? She had asked. Like the same person but with less of the tight thing, Hannah had said, with the specific vocabulary of a 5-year-old who was nevertheless correct. Rias had been quiet for a moment. The tight thing, she had said. You have it sometimes, Hannah had said. When things are important, and you want them to go correctly. But lately you do not have it about this. She had gestured vaguely at the pregnancy. About the baby. Rias had looked at Issei. He had looked back at her. You are perceptive, Rias had said to Hannah. I pay attention, Hannah had said, which was so completely what he had always said to Rias that he had needed a moment before he could respond to it. The second child was born in the spring, same as Hannah, because they were, it turned out, a spring family, which Aquino said was obviously the case and had always been obvious. The room that faced the garden, which had been Hannah's room and was now officially the room that faced the garden, held them. The practitioner attended. The same quality of quiet settled afterward. He was a boy. He looked like himself immediately, which was the thing that had struck Issei about Hannah and which struck him again now, that new people look like themselves from the first moment, that the character was already present before the vocabulary for it existed. Rias held him and looked at him and said, Hello? We are glad you are here. Exactly the same words as the first time. Exactly the right words. Hannah was brought in by Aquino, and she stood at the edge of the room with the expression of someone encountering something significant, and taking its measure carefully. Rias looked at her. Come see him, she said. Hannah came. She looked at the baby with the focused attention she gave everything. She looked at his face and his hands and the way he moved his fingers. He is very small, she said. Yes, Rias said. He will get bigger. I know, Hannah said. I was small too. She paused. What is his name? They had talked about the name for weeks with the same process they had used for Hannah, the evenings of possibility and response, the convergence toward the exact one. They had found it on a Tuesday, which seemed to be when they found names. Show, Rias said. Hannah tried it. Show, she said. Yes, Rias said. Hannah looked at him again. She reached out one careful finger and held it near his hand. He grasped it, the same grip Hannah had had, the grip of someone with strong opinions about what they wanted to hold. Hannah looked at his grip on her finger. Then she looked at Rias. He is strong, she said. Yes, Rias said. He is. Hannah looked at him for another long moment. Then she looked up at Issei. I am going to show him the tree first, she said. He looked at her. He looked at Rias. The tree is very important, he said. Obviously, she said, which was the same word she had used at 4, with the same tone, and which in this context was the most perfect word she could have chosen. He laughed. Rias laughed. Aquino, in the doorway, laughed, and then composed herself imperfectly. And Sho looked at all of them with the ancient unfocused attention of someone arriving from very far away, and the room was warm and the garden was outside and it was spring again, the third spring in the room that faced the garden, and all the drawings on the walls were there, the summer sun and the winter stars and the wedding and the garden and everything Gasper had drawn of their life over the years. And there would be more drawings. Because Gasper was already waiting to know what to draw next, and Hannah had told him that the first one had to include the tree. And Gasper had said that was exactly right, and had his paper ready. It was all exactly right. He thought it had been exactly right from the moment she asked him to come with her, and that every day since had been the building of something that proved that rightness more completely. He thought they were going to keep building it. He thought there was no better thing to do with a life. Chapter 48. The years did not slow down. They never did. But they developed a quality of depth that he had not known years could have when he was younger, a layering that happened when you stayed somewhere long enough to see the same things in different versions. He had seen the temple garden in every season now, 6 cycles of it, and each version was the same garden and different from every version before it, and the accumulated seeing of it made it larger and richer than any single visit could have. He had seen the Eastern District house in every season, and the garden in every stage from neglect through building through the full presence of an established thing. The old tree at the far end had its own 6 years of his attention, and he knew its specific pattern of growth and leaf and the way it looked in each month's light. He had seen Rias in every version of herself that 6 years had produced, which was not one version repeated but a continuous expansion of the same person, the essential character unchanged and the expression of it growing more complete as the years provided more room for it. He thought that was what love was over time. Not the feeling, which was consistent and did not require attention to maintain, but the ongoing accumulation of specific knowledge, the building of a map of someone that grew more detailed every year, that reached into corners you had not known existed and found something there that made the whole map richer. He loved her more precisely than he had 5 years ago. The love was the same love, and it was a more detailed version of itself. She would say something in the morning and he would know, from 3 words and a quality of stillness in the room, what she was thinking about. She would look at him in a particular way and he would understand what she needed without the needing being stated. They had developed the specific language of people who had been paying complete attention to each other for years, the compressed communication of complete familiarity. He did not take this for granted. He tried every day not to. Because complete familiarity was also where an attention could grow, where the knowing already could become the assuming, where you stopped paying attention because you believed the map was complete. The map was never complete. That was the thing he tried to remember. Rias at 32 was not the same person as Rias at 27, and the changes were not large dramatic ones but the continuous quiet movement of a person doing serious work and raising children and building things, the kind of movement that was easy to miss if you stopped looking. He tried not to stop looking. Hannah was 6. Sho was 1. The house had been extended again, a smaller addition this time, a room for Sho that was adjacent to the garden room, so that the two of them were connected to each other and to the garden. Hannah had opinions about the design of this extension and had communicated them to the builder with the directness she brought to everything, and the builder had looked at Rias with the expression of someone who had not expected to take design notes from a 5-year-old, and Rias had looked back with the expression of someone who saw nothing unusual in this, and the notes had been incorporated. The room was exactly right. On a Sunday in autumn when the children were with Kaneko and Akino and the house was briefly theirs alone, which happened rarely and was noticed each time, Rias and Issei sat in the garden in the early evening. The garden was the autumn version. The planting beds were in their late-season state, the things that had finished and the things that would last through the cold. The old tree had its autumn quality, the leaves going their particular amber before they went. 6 years, he said. 6 years, she said. Since the ceremony, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Since we walked out of it, she said. Yes, he said. Since you walked out, and I followed. Since I asked and you had already decided, she said. He smiled. Since that, he said. She looked at the garden. I think about it sometimes, she said. What it cost. What it changed. She paused. I think about the people it affected. My father, who had to revise his understanding of me and of himself. The Phoenix household, which had to absorb a disruption they had not chosen. Ravel, who chose honesty over easy loyalty and changed the shape of something by doing it. She paused. Sona, who watched and waited and then chose at her own pace. And us, he said. And us, she agreed. Who got everything. He looked at the old tree. It was doing its slow amber thing. Do you ever regret it? He asked. Any part of it. She did not answer immediately. She gave it the full honesty it deserved. No, she said. Not any part of it. She paused. I regret that I did not find a way to talk to my father before it had to be that dramatic. I regret the pain the disruption caused people who did not deserve to be hurt. But the choice itself, no. She looked at him. How could I regret the thing that led here? He looked at the garden. At the house. At the amber of the old tree in the evening light. I cannot imagine any version of my life that I would have chosen over this one, he said. She held his gaze. Neither can I, she said. They sat together in the autumn garden with the evening coming in and the children somewhere in the estate being supervised by people who loved them, and the work ongoing in all its forms, and the life exactly the shape it had become through everything they had chosen. He thought about the morning in October 6 years ago. He thought about a formal suit and a collar that was too tight, and watching a ceremony begin that felt like a door closing. He thought about the door not closing. He thought about everything on the other side of that door. He thought it was the most remarkable thing, the ordinary ongoing extraordinary fact of it, all the days and the conversations and the mornings in the kitchen and the evenings in the garden and the children and the work and the specific unrepeatable shape of a life that had been built rather than arranged. He thought there was no version of the word grateful that was large enough for what he felt when he looked at all of it. He thought he was going to spend the rest of his life trying to be equal to the gift of it. She took his hand. He held it. The evening deepened around them, and the old tree went on being itself, and the house held its light against the coming dark, and somewhere inside it 2 small people were asleep in their rooms with Gasper's drawings on the walls, the accumulated record of everything that had been worth recording. The summer sun and the winter stars and the wedding and the garden and Hannah and Show and all the versions of all the things that had happened since one person had looked at another and said, "I do not want to disappear without you knowing why." She had not disappeared. Neither had he. They were here, exactly and completely, and they were going to keep being here, through all the versions of all the seasons, for as long as the days continued to arrive. That was the whole of it. That was everything. Chapter 49. Hannah was 8 when she asked the question Rias had predicted. Not the simplified version of the question. The full one. She asked it on a Saturday morning in the kitchen that faced the garden, which was where everything important happened in the Eastern District house, and she asked it the way she asked everything, directly and with her full attention aimed at the person she was asking. "Tell me the whole story," she said to Rias. Rias looked at her. She looked at Issei. He nodded once. She sat down. Hannah sat across from her. Show was in the garden with Issei, doing the thing they had been doing lately, which was learning the names of things, the specific names, the plant names and the stone names and the reasons things grew where they grew. Show was 2.5 and was in the phase of accumulating language as fast as it could be provided and asking why with a frequency that matched Hannah at the same age. Rias and Hannah were alone in the kitchen. "From the beginning," Hannah said. "From the beginning," Rias agreed. She told her. She told her about the engagement that had been arranged when she was young, between the Gremory house and the Phoenix house, 2 old families making a treaty the way old families did. She told her about what it had felt like to grow up with the knowledge of it, not oppressive exactly, but present, a shape in the future that was not of her making. She told her about Issei, about how he had come into her peerage and who he had turned out to be, and about the rating game, and about the months afterward when she had been carrying the full weight of what she needed to do and had not said it aloud. She told her about the morning. About the formal suit and the ceremony and walking to find Issei in the corridor, and telling him she was not going through with it. Hannah listened without interrupting. She told her about the train. About the apartment. About the grocery store and the eggs and the dissolution paperwork and the park meeting with Razor and the temple garden in October where Issei had said the patient true things and she had heard them. She told her about the reform document, the full story of it, the 30 pages and the 47 and the campaign and the vote and the 18 months of arbitration. She told her about the proposal in the temple garden in February, about the ring, about saying yes from the right place. She told her about the wedding in late May with 40 people and cherry blossoms gone and the new green and the garden that had held all the seasons. She told her about the Eastern District house and building the garden and about Hannah arriving in spring and the first word being tree. She told her all of it. When she finished, the kitchen was quiet. Hannah looked at the table. She looked at the window. She looked at the garden outside where Show was pointing at things and Issei was telling him their names with the patience that was native to him. "You were scared," Hannah said. "Very much," Rias said. "But you did it because it was right," Hannah said. "Yes," Rias said. "And Papa was already decided," Hannah said. "Before you finished asking." "Yes," Rias said. Hannah was quiet for a moment. "The tree," she said. "The tree," Rias confirmed. "Is why you stayed," Hannah said. "In October." "In the garden." "Because you walked to the tree and you talked to Papa and it was the right thing and you both knew." Rias looked at her daughter. "Yes," she said. "That is approximately what happened." Hannah nodded. She looked at the garden. "I am going to tell Show about it when he is old enough," she said. "The whole story." "Good," Rias said. "Because it is important," Hannah said. "That he knows where we come from." She paused. "Not the name part. The choosing part." Rias was very still for a moment. "Yes," she said. "The choosing part is what matters." "I know," Hannah said. "You told me that." "When?" Rias asked. Hannah looked at her. "All the time," she said. "Not with words. By doing it." She paused. "You choose things. Every day. I can see you choosing them." She looked at the window again. "Papa too." Rias looked at her daughter, who was 8 years old and had listened to the full story and had understood the part that mattered. She was going to be so interesting. She already was. Thank you, Rias said. For asking for the whole story? I always want the whole story, Hannah said, which was so entirely true and entirely her that Rias felt the warmth of it fill the kitchen. I know, she said. That is one of the best things about you. Hannah looked faintly pleased in the way she looked when she received a compliment she agreed with. Outside, Sho said a word very clearly that was almost certainly tree, and Issei said yes, that is the tree, that is the right word, and Sho said it again with the satisfaction of someone who had named a thing correctly. Rias looked at the window. Hannah looked at the window. They looked at the garden together, the autumn version, the old tree in its amber, the two people in it learning the names of things. The tree really is very important, Hannah said. It really is, Rias said. And that was the whole story and also not the end of it, because the whole story was still happening, still being added to, every morning and every season and every ordinary unrepeatable day that came after the one where a person had decided she was allowed to choose, and had chosen, and had found that the choosing led somewhere better than anything that had been arranged for her. It led here. It kept leading here. Every day. Chapter 50. On a Sunday in the 7th autumn, they went to the temple garden. All four of them. This was the first time Sho had been, though he had heard about it for most of his life, in the way that children heard about important places before they arrived in them. He had been told about the tree by Hannah on multiple occasions, and had formed an anticipation of it that was larger and more specific than any tree could reasonably satisfy. He was wrong about that. They came through the gate in the October morning and the garden received them the way it always had, without comment, simply present. The paths and the pond and the stone lanterns and the old trees in their autumn version, the leaves going their particular warm colors. Sho looked at it. He was 3 and the gravity of his looking was the same gravity Hannah had brought to things at 3, and it occurred to Issei that the looking was something they had both been given or had both inherited or had simply been born with. The capacity to really see what was in front of them. Hannah took Sho's hand. Come on, she said. I will show you the tree. She walked him through the garden paths, not hurrying, telling him the names of things as they passed the way Issei had told her the names of things in the garden at home when she was small. The moss on the wall. The stone lantern. The way the water in the pond was still enough to hold the sky. Issei walked with Rias a step behind them. He watched his children move through the garden. He watched Hannah stop at the stone bench near the pond and say something to Sho that he could not hear, and Sho look at the water with the focused attention he brought to things that interested him. He watched them continue to the far end. He watched Hannah stop in front of the old tree and look up at it, and Sho look up at it, and the two of them stand in front of it in the particular silence of people in front of something worth being quiet for. Rias was beside him. He felt her hand find his. He held it. This is the place, she said quietly. This is the place, he said. Where you said the patient true things, she said. Where you held my hand, he said. In October, she said. In October, he said. And in February. And in May, she said. And in every October since. He looked at the old tree. His children were standing in front of it. Sho reached out and touched the bark the way he touched things he wanted to understand. Hannah watched him do it, and said something, explaining something, the way she always explained things to him. She is telling him about the tree, he said. Yes, Rias said. The whole story, he said. The version she knows, Rias said. Which is the version that matters to her? Which is the beginning and the choosing and the garden? She paused. He will add his own version when he is old enough. He looked at her. She was looking at the children, her expression the full version, the one that held everything she was. Are you glad? He asked. Same question as 6 years ago. She turned to look at him. Same direct, full attention. Every day, she said. Same answer. He held it. He had been holding it for years, and it was not smaller for the holding. Me too, he said. Sho turned from the tree and looked back at them across the garden with the expression of someone who had verified something important. Tree, he said. Hannah looked at them too. She raised one hand in the small wave she used when she wanted to communicate something that did not need to be said aloud, just acknowledged. He raised his hand back. Rias did too. The garden was the October morning, everything in its autumn version, the stone paths and the moss and the water and the old trees doing their amber slow thing, and it held them, all four of them, in the particular way that places that have been returned to many times hold the people who return to them. He thought about the first October. He thought about the conversation at the bench, and the hand he had held, and the things he had said, and the things she had taken time to say, and how either of them had rushed the other, and how the patience of it had been exactly right. He thought about everything that had grown from that patience. The apartment and the dissolution and the reform and the house and the garden and Hannah and show, and the committee and the letters and the drawings on the walls. All of it from two people who had decided not to rush the real thing. All of it from one person who had decided she was allowed to choose. He looked at Rias. She was looking at the children. She was smiling the real smile, the full one, the one that had appeared more and more over the years until it was now the version she wore most often, not because things had become easier but because she had become more herself, and herself was someone who could smile like that. He thought he had been watching her become herself for 7 years and that every year she was more of it, and that he intended to keep watching for the rest of his life. He thought that was the finest possible use of a life. He thought he was going to keep choosing it. Every day. Every ordinary, extraordinary, unrepeatable day. He squeezed her hand. She squeezed back. The morning went on, October and the garden and the children moving through it, and somewhere behind them the gate through which everything had entered and from which the road ahead continued, leading to wherever the next thing was. He was not in a hurry. Neither was she. They had built something that lasted, stone by stone and season by season, from the patient and the chosen and the true. They had the rest of their lives to keep building it. And they were going to.